when you wear your tired face. And when the moon bows down, when you show a little grace. Everybody who loves the body will say, you're gonna be alright if you show a little faith. Have a little faith. Have a little
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como somos saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con
try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof. Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Can't forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the page to the white face down, paint 'em all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And we rebounding every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Yeah, I lit my own flame, and I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain. I feel the fire in us. Whoa, they looking for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you owe me.
You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. And we rebounding every night, won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Night will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will find you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Maybe I'm the monster.
You got my mind and soul, sweet body, hot and waiting. You got me jumping through the hoops, anticipating. You got me falling off my feet to somewhere higher. Got me holding on to fine, I don't mind. It's easy come, it's easy go. You got me pumped up like balloons on a string. You got me running wild, you got me wearing smile. My heart is beating like an old steam train. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. These are good loving times. You blow my heart apart. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. This is insanity. Don't take the rest of me. You make my head spin round like roulette when the bet's in. You got me marching like the troops. My heart is pumping. You got me dancing on the streets in the high wire. You got me dreaming of desire. You blow my mind. It's easy come, it's easy go. You got me pumped up like balloons on a string. You got me running wild. You got me wearing smile. My heart is beating like an old steam train. Ooh, you light a spark in me, a brand new flame. Do-do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. These are good loving times. You blow my heart apart. Do-do-do-do-do. You got me wanting you. This is insanity. Don't take the rest of me. Don't take the rest of me. Don't take the rest of me. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Don't take the rest of me. Don't take the rest of me.
It got me once, it got me twice. Worked myself to the bone, left over in the dirt. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be. But I'm over it, now I'm breaking free. Hit the ground for the longest time. Now I'm the one who's broken down. But you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down. But you can beat me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. You got me wrong, not ever right. Help me chain up for good, both day and night. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be. But I'm
This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be the greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Power, richest, force, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Do you feel me? Let's go out. I'm missing equipment, fantasy, getting it. Just call me free. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Power, richest, force, money, driven, major, fraud, breathless, body, diamond, bones, wanna be it, wanna feel it.
Fundamentals, and he's a player that does everything. Great augment selection and is capable of going level 10 whenever he wants.
Going to be Flash Wolves Ironbog. No player has ever won back-to-back golden spatulas in fields that are over 300 players in a season. That has to account for something special, and the meta is perfect for him.
It's gotta be Dish Soap. The last time he won, I predicted it as well. I don't think Title is gonna be the only two-time champ here anymore.
My favorite to win is Double 61. Yet again, he's the GOAT of VMEA. I think he's just one of the best players in this tournament.
Going to be Dish Soap because he deserves that second Tactician's crown.
The winner is the Le Coco. He has been ramping all the way through last sets, and he's ready to finally take it over, once again reaching the Tactician crown.
Is Wajan Iverson. He's on his 4th set championship and has come as close as 3rd place previously. This time, he's due. My pick for the dark horse of this Tactician's crown is going to be Guan. He might not be as well known in the West, and he hasn't really done that much outside of this TOC, but he dominated when it really mattered. 2.5 AVP across the entire tournament, and he didn't play a single reroll game during that stretch as well. So you know there's no luck involved. It's all skill.
Kevin Parker, second in Vegas, a true idol, and now with his own team, he has a real chance of winning, so keep an eye on him. Tarteman, he took a bit lighter last set in terms of competition, but he's coming back even stronger from the last championships that was in the set 11, and he's ready to take it down.
Is Noel, Hungarian player, did really well at Vegas, and I think it's time for him to rise back up to the occasion, and he has a wife bust.
Of course is Noel because after seeing him make the final lobby of the TFT Vegas Open, I think his time is coming.
Going to be chaos. He's competed at a previous set championship and narrowly missed out on a top half finish. This time, I think he's coming back and he's going to bring even more than ever, make his way into a top 8.
Dark horse, I have to go with Prestevant. It's his first time that he's made it all the way to the Tactician's crown despite being so close so many times. People used to meme that Prestevant was always the next set's world champion, but they've stopped memeing about it. Once they've all lost hope, finally it's his time to shine.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying to be good. Please believe me, I'm not being so happy. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody my secret. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me.
As the final chapter unfolds, the anomaly will challenge those prepared to fight, tested, proven, and destined for greatness. This is where stories end and new legends begin.
와, 절반의 피가 그냥 한 방 사이로 공격기. Both Victor ulting at the same time, crowd control, and access to the full backline.
开不出来了，我们恭喜关少爷！
Over 3 days of intense battles, tacticians will evolve beyond the corruption, facing trials that test their wit, will, and courage.
The Alawi is up and the Jinx gets to
这
cast.
一局在刚刚那一波最关键的6杠1的战斗当中，他获胜了。
Rising as a Arcane Baron and experimented with Shiver, sending up smoke as a rebel or unleashing the Blood Hunter.
Warwick can come in for those executions.
Should be a done deal.
The final ascension brings the best together, where everything is possible. Greed will forge those who join the fight, and only one can rise victorious. Witness their final act.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our festivities for Into the Arcane, the Tactician's Crown. We are here at the end of another great Teamfight Tactics set to see which tactician is truly the best of them all. My name is Nekra and I'm so excited to be here as your host this weekend alongside, again, my family of friends. We've got Casanova Gangley and Hoope-san here, and I gotta ask you first off, who are you today for the council?
Okay, I'm the son of Rennie. So that's my favorite character in Arcane, and I want to believe there's a universe where the son actually gets to the council and represents obviously his son.
Okay,
Like
okay.
it.
Yeah, and I'm just a normal council member, nothing interesting. I'm definitely not like a member of the Black Rose that's here to steal away first for the Americas.
Yeah.
Definitely not. Don't tell any of them, but like, we know.
Yeah.
We know.
I'm somebody's nephew. I don't know how I got here exactly, but you know, I'm here now.
Well, if I'm head of the council, does that make you my nephew?
Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
All right,
Checks out.
we got there at the end of it. But you know what? Yesterday was such intense competition. We're here on day 2, which means that we had 6 games of action yesterday to be able to get us to this point. So in case you missed it, let's check out this video to get you caught up to speed. Hello everyone and welcome to the Tactician's Crown for Into the Arcane.
It's the best of.
Oh no!
This agent is at it again.
Title double eliminates them both and finds a win for the first game of the Set 13 Tactician's Crown. Victors for everyone. Nobody gets to ramp.
At least second cast.
Front
Does
line
come
is
through.
dead.
It's really big. Stops the Twitch again.
It's just the damage dealer.
Close finale, but it's a win for Kevin. Elimination, a clap, and a sigh of relief.
Look at him.
From the EMEA player who has come back from his 7th place in game 1. The mental is there. I'm feeling confident in EMEA.
But double scrap forecast from subscription service for Maris.
Wow. That is insane. It seems the Corki is still just cranking on
Hey,
through.
who's down?
It does take out the backline, but oh my god! The Nunu 3-star Nunu!
Yeah, and the calculate enhancement with Rebel, that's like already 100 XIP with
There we go! There goes the entire board, and we can.
And the cast come before the dramatic entrance.
No, dramatic entrance goes first.
Oh, no, it was so close to go otherwise.
Oh, but Ezreal dies in one shot.
Just
Corki
Corki's
lived.
alive.
Corki
Oh,
lived.
Zoe cast?
Corki lived.
Zoe casted.
Oh, he got it.
Oh my god.
Ezreal got it. See it. Jenu able to pick up the win, but it was so close.
Zoe.
Everyone got an artifact from.
Oh, there's one with two.
Go.
There's one blood content.
What's the artifact?
Tell us.
Meetens is Giga
No
Beast.
way.
No way.
Oh,
hold up.
Up here, or can the
Powder?
Does the
Monkey
monkey make it?
go
in time?
home?
No.
Nice.
For, yeah.
Nice, too
1
much.
second.
Bro,
Too
just
much
can't be
damage,
taken
raw
out.
damage from Bomhi. Wet Jangler falls down second place. We're saying he needed first.
And of course, make sure you check out all of our alternative lobbies that will be covering all of that action. But that's going to do it for us here at the Into the Arcane Tactician's Crown for day number 1. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Well, if you guys are here, then you listen to me, and that's awesome. You're here watching day number 2 of the Tactician's Crown. And yesterday, I gotta say, I think one of my favorite moments was when we had Panda and Kaylee back-to-back guess the actual correct
Yes! The power! It's your turn now, Cass. You get to go.
I get to predict one?
You get to go first.
I mean, it's tough because all I won are more Mbessa games, so I just want to curse the players with that.
It is.
I'm still waiting for the bander. I wanted the full golden. I wanted the gloves up. Didn't perform well yesterday. I think there's time.
Okay, so it's Mbessa or it's Vander to start off today. In a couple of moments, we're going to find out. But now that we're in day number 2 of our competition, we had started with 40 players, and now we have come down to just 32 after cutting our bottom 8 from the competition yesterday. And it doesn't get any easier from here, because while we start with 32 players today, after 2 games, we're going to cut another 8 players. After 2 more games, we cut another 8. And then at the end of 3 more games to cap out the day, we finish out with 8 players moving on to the final day tomorrow. And it's just a lot to play for.
I mean, I think the thing to keep in mind when you're at the bottom of the standings here, there's this phenomenon in TFT where if you play for not 8th, oftentimes you just go 8th. If you're at the bottom, it's really scary because you realize, I gotta go first, I gotta go second. I'm gonna give some advice. Free advice to all the players at the bottom. I'm sure you want it from me. You gotta just play what the game is giving you. Sometimes you're gonna get a low roll game. You can't try and turn it into a first. If you try and turn it into a first, you're gonna go 8th. You gotta play for the placements, wait for the high roll. I wanna see patience out of these players at the bottom because yeah, you don't have a lot of time, but you cannot afford to grief the high roll position that you get, and you definitely cannot afford to go 8th in game 1.
The cut is ruthless, but they have to remember how close all of the standings are. We have a ton of players kind of at that 28, 26 range, so they can definitely make that comeback throughout the day.
Yeah, they will need to play something more aggressive. We already saw Ken Baron doing great, especially the Smith version, but obviously we want to go for 500 cash. We want to go for something else to really risk the biscuit and maybe try to accomplish something that makes sense, especially for the ones who are low in points.
Well, let's give the viewers the visual aid to that as we take a look at our standings after we concluded our first 6 games yesterday. Our players are going to keep these point totals as they continue their journey through today's portion of the competition. And so, as you guys were saying, towards the bottom here, it's going to be tough when we actually take a look at how you move up from here. Those 8 players were eliminated, but Dank Memes right now is sitting at the bottom in 32nd with 23 points.
Yeah, even the gap is not very far. We see maybe that means a little below and low possibilities for now. 25 versus we were seeing 20th in the other slide. So actually everything is so close.
Yeah, there might be spots where you do have to turn on the Jets and play 1st or 8th because it doesn't matter anymore unless you can get that first. But that doesn't start with our first game of the day. Yeah. There's plenty of room for the players, even at the very bottom of the standings, to just play for placements. A 5th or a 4th might just be plenty to kind of get you above that threshold to survive one more lobby.
Well, we're only cutting 8. after 2 games. Keep in mind, this is not a half population cut, right? This is just the bottom 8 are going to be removed. If you can go something like 4-4, 4-5 even, and you're at the bottom, that might be enough to get you through the next round. And again, it's about patience. Wait for the high roll to come to you, and then kick it into high gear.
Well, to both of your points as well, if there are other players in the standings towards the top that do get an 8th place or 7th place or something like that, then all of a sudden the door does get blown wide open for some shakeups to actually happen across those first 2 games. But we do have an interview with one of our casters from the alternative lobbies here to shed some insight on what has happened across the way. Barry Baden, welcome to the broadcast. How are you feeling for the weekend?
I'm feeling really good to be here. I'm so excited to get into this second day, see exactly what our players have got lined up for us. And I mean, so far, we've had a pretty wide meta. We've had pretty much everything on show, and we're going to have even more coming into today.
I was going to ask you, Barry, thank you to you and to Zizi for both putting together statistics that we use throughout the tournaments that we have here for competitive TFT. Was there anything that you saw yesterday parsing through the data that you thought was surprising?
While we were doing the stats, we were getting ambushed just as the players were in the games. Every single time we saw it come through, it was absolutely tearing through these lobbies. It's the win condition comp. If you need a first place, ambushes is the way to go. We saw a lot of Academy doing well, but other than that, those were the 2 that really stood out. Everything else has its place, in certain spots is viable, but it's got to be those ambushes, guys, that we just saw time and again. If it wasn't getting first place, getting second, at least in pretty much every lobby.
So maybe a composition that we can expect to see a lot more of heading into our competition today. But Barry, as a caster as well in our alternative lobbies, was there anything that you saw that was also a highlight that you might want to share with us?
I mean, in our last game we had on our alternate lobby, Nandede was looking pretty much like finally having that bottom 4. After just a ridiculous start to the day, we thought there was no way he was going to turn it around. He had 1 life and was angling this Chem Baron ambusher line again. And we thought, okay, he's got the cash out, but it wasn't the strongest cash. He was stuck 7, no gold to work with. And somehow still made the miracle run just time and again, climbed up the standings and ended up winning out in that game. And myself and Losha, we thought, okay, this is the one time he might go 6th. Not at all. Just proved again that he is the player to watch.
Well, Barry, thank you so much for joining us, and please enjoy the action today. Hope we get a chance to check in with you later.
Take care.
Make sure that you check out all of our alternative lobbies that are cast by amazing people like Barry throughout the day, as we can only cover that 1 game on the main stage so far. But I think it's also important that we take some time to celebrate not only just how Nandede has been doing, but also the rest of the players that have had their first Tactician's Crown appearance at Into the Arcane, because Nandede is definitely taking things by storm, but he's not the only one.
Yeah, 100%. Just to close him, JOC breakthrough, totally amazing the way he outperforms everyone, and he had been struggling to get here. So actually the first time he's here, making an appearance, and normally people don't talk good about JOC because it's actually the mobile version of TFT, and he made it work, playing 4 games of Mitch, 4 games of Chem Baron, doing amazing, and now he's the 1-2 beat.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, too, the kind of the impact of posturing for ambushers so early when it finds success. And now everyone knows they're in a lobby with ambusher person, right? And another newcomer that I do want to highlight is Boomhay. This is a player who I would consider their set 13 to be overall relatively modest, especially compared to a lot of the players who qualified here. They didn't have the greatest performances in the Tacticians Cup, found themselves a final day performance in the second one, but Golden Spatula comes around. And all of a sudden, Boomhay turns it around, goes 6, has this miracle run Cinderella story. He's been a rising stock in Thailand, our second ever Thailand representative here on the global stage. One of the fastest rising stocks in SEA as a whole over set 13, and now found themselves making it to day 2. I think they have a great opportunity here to make a statement just by making a deep run alone.
And I think someone else you have to add to this list is Experian from the EMEA region. I know a lot of people are high on EMEA stocks. And I think Experian is also showcasing why. Experian comes in as a longtime TFT player, but hasn't had the opportunity to actually make it to a Tactician's Crown until this set. And I think something that has been so inspiring to watch from Experian is also just his growth as a player across the entirety of these sets. Maybe he started out as maybe an emotional, kind of like a tiltable player, but has proven to be resilient, especially throughout yesterday's competition. And now, after 12th place at Vegas, finds himself at a Tactician's Crown and hopefully gets to continue further today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to talk about our last player here, P-God or Prestivan. I'm so proud of him. He's finally made it to the international stage here. In the past, we always said in set 7, we're like, he's the set 8 world champion. In set 8, he's the set 9 world champion. People stopped making the bit. You know, when they gave up hope is when he shined the brightest. And he's here having a phenomenal start, playing a lot around the sorcerers, a lot around the AP lines. Historically, he's had a lot of success when those lines are good. And I'm just excited to see him finally here and having a great performance.
Absolutely. And I'm excited to see where these players get to go from here. But make sure that you check out the Pick'ems powered by AWS, which will open back up at the end of today's competition. You'll be able to get your Pick'ems in for the final lobby. And make sure you can also check out the standings for where maybe some of the other things have finished up. So very exciting to see what goes there. And we also, I think I'm just getting in, we've got some stat hackers actually for this next tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. We've got a trait tracker breakdown with Gangly and Hupe-san, so please, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Nekra. Now listen, yesterday, we got to have a tactical breakdown where we talked about how micro-positioning, small changes in positioning can have a huge impact in the game. Today, we're going to talk about something a little bit more macro. We're going to talk about augments, in particular, Trait Tracker, one of the augments that can create a huge discrepancy in the power of your board versus the average board in the lobby. It is an augment that requires something of you, and in return, you can cook up something huge and get some really spicy boards.
You have that option, or you can just play scrap.
Yes, that's true too.
And that's exactly what Bishop did right here. He had already a great option, so he had good possibilities with great augments here and great emblems, especially the scrap emblem that gives him so many choices. And now he's doing the roll down to see what is the space he wants to go for.
Right, well, because that's what you have to keep in mind. You want to keep as many options open at the very beginning based on what your emblems are. But once you start that roll down, the first couple rolls are pivotal to determine what lines are still open and what you need to close. He finds the Jace, the Elise, the Swain. He has a Gangplank as well, and now that's his go button. He's going to be playing around 4 Form Swapper and then playing vertical scrap from there.
I want to go just a little till the end, and now he finds he's going against Ironbog, who also has State Tracker, but now this is the Smitch version, the Ken Baron with the cash out, and now he's just amazing, and it's a fight of first burst versus a massive shield on the side of Disho.
Yeah, I mean, it's just chaos, right? It's pure chaos going on in this entire fight. The ambushers want to bypass the front line of Disho and go straight into the back line. But you know what's hard for ambushers to deal with? A 2,500 shield on the backliners. It is impossible for the ambushers to actually break through, kill the Corki, kill the Jace, kill the Gangplank as well, and all of those damage threats staying alive make it a complete wipe in the favor of Disho.
Just to mention in the end, the defensive Warwick was the one who made the difference also, because you already have damage, you have defense, you just needed someone to clean up everything.
All right, well, that's going to do it for the tactical breakdown. We'll throw it back to us on the desk.
Thanks so much, guys. I think the Trait Tracker is certainly going to come in and prove to be a valuable resource as we take a look at maybe some of those players that are towards the bottom of the standings. But Casanova, I think there's a bunch of other things that we have to take away from the day one data outside of what just Barry said about the ambushers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ambushers were the big one as far as successes, but there were also some failures. And, you know, thanks to our Trait Tracker stat hackers, we got to see some successes from Scrap. But on the other side of it, Scrap has been struggling quite a bit. And because of that, we didn't even see any of our top 8 players playing it. But here, as you'll see on the rest of the screen, Visionary also struggling a little bit more than we would have expected. This was a comp we expected to be popular, as it is, but also very strong.
Yeah, we have the version of Morgana reroll that is not in the slides, but it was actually lower in play, but great average placement. So people who doesn't have a chance to play Morgana reroll, they default to the Heimerdinger, who's not performing right now.
Yeah, I think a part of it too is that Heimerdinger shines brightest when he's played around Ken Baron. The problem is when you have multiple Ken Baron lines lines being played each game. Usually you just have one of them succeeding. If you can find your Rennie 3, that's, in my opinion, where the Visionary board shines the brightest, but it's very hard to get there. The other comp I do want to call out real quick, though, is Quick Striker Reroll. Stats are not in favor of it, but I personally have a lot of belief in this comp. I think this is a comp that can be played from both low roll and high roll openers, and it's a really good default. I believe by the end of today, we're going to see those stats improve.
But how about Rebels and Academy? I think these are two lines that have really won out in terms of maybe some of the meta developments that we've had over the last couple of weeks. And as we take a look at this next page, you can also see some of those other 4-cost comps that are still performing well.
I want to highlight Family. Normally it's a comp that you want to top 4, and that's exactly what it's doing, and has the possibility to get a top 1 also if you get the right assembly of item, maybe good artifacts, and together with the Tristana, that if you have him early, we have already seen well performed, but if you have it late, maybe it's only for a top 4.
It's also nice to see kind of the dichotomy between the two emissaries. If you're able to kind of cap out with the emissary part of it on the sorcerers, it is able to improve that line quite significantly.
Can I just say real quick, Tristana reroll, 40-something% top 4 rate, 21% win rate, which means half the time that it top 4s, it just wins the game.
That is incredible, and I hope we get a chance to see more of those big bowling balls in action. But I'm excited to also see what else is going to be in store for us when it comes to our exclusive Set 14 Cyber City reveals. Now, yesterday we got a chance to see the marquee animation, which looked amazing, and you can find all over social media as well as YouTube. So make sure you go check that out to see some of the heroes that are going to make their way into the next set. But today we're going to be revealing some of the exclusive traits for Cyber City. So make sure you stay tuned to our action throughout day 2 competition. And also check out our alternative lobbies as well as our TikTok feed. If you want to catch all of our facial reactions to big things happening in the game, then the TikTok stream is surely one way to be able to do that. Now, with that being said, let's get ready for our first game of day number 2, where we get a chance to keep this party going. We've got Nandede in this lobby, our points leader from day number 1, and we get to see him duke it out alongside some real big favorites.
Oh, look at Nandede. You can see some excitement already. He's waving over to the crowd. I don't know if he actually knew that we were looking at him, but
he knew.
He knew?
He's waving right. It was actually just at you guys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nandede.
Yeah.
I think it is worth kind of circling back to what Hoope was bringing up before. Nandede, one of these players from the JOC who, I agree with you, Hoope, that at large, JOC, I think, is maybe disrespected a bit in terms of the strength of their players. We don't get to see them play the PC version, which sometimes does have minor differences that can make huge swings in the meta. But we're actually seeing him show up, not just do well, but lead the pack, and I think he actually has a 2-point gap over second place.
Yeah. Not only that, the timing, because actually he had little time to prepare after the JOC ended to actually play TFT on PC, so that's tough.
And one of the big things we've seen him lean on are those ambushers. And you're talking about the stats, that being a great comp. Well, if you're playing it a lot and you pick that up early, it gave you a lot of early success. And Nandede, we'll see if he can keep kind of finding it uncontested.
I will also say, as a mobile TFT gamer, I've played a lot on mobile. Playing reroll is like the way to play mobile. It is so much harder to do these level 8 huge transitions on mobile. If Nandede is actually more experienced in reroll because of the success you might have just in like the APM difference, that actually could be the difference maker and maybe why we're seeing him lean so heavily into ambushers.
On the other side, we have from America's Spencer and Dan Memes that have played both one game of Tristana. So actually AD heavy for both of them. And Milo is the one who's playing swords. So that's the AP line, either emissary swords that have been doing amazing, or simply the vertical swords that I know Necra is one of your favorites.
I love sorcerers. I cannot deny that. I also love Rebel, and I love all of the vertical comps because it's so fun when you see the prismatic actually get unlocked. But I also think that for this first lobby, it's also very important to keep an eye on Dank Memes. One of our players from the Americas that comes in really excited to prove himself at another Tactician's crown. Had such a wild end to the Golden Spatula to be able to find himself at this point, but he is one of those players that's in danger of getting eliminated after these first 2 games.
Yeah, it was even a wild end to day 1 with him barely kind of squeezing by, 1 point above the cutoff actually in that 32nd place, and he's going to need some big games to actually bring it all the way back. We talked about how, hey, maybe they don't need 1 or 2, but
See, they're pausing because that's not fair.
Yeah, they said Hoope got it this time.
That's crazy. Every single time that I've been on the broadcast, we have successfully predicted
Okay,
the
this
encounter.
time we hedged our bets a little bit. We actually got
That's
two
true. Yeah.
inputs, but still. Oh, it's okay. Next time it is Mbessa, actually. I think we're going to call it already for the second game.
So we're starting on board with Lucas. I want to take a moment to kind of talk about this player because largely I think Lucas is someone who has not quite gotten the respect that his results warrant. This is Lucas's fourth appearance at a set championship at a Tactician's Crown. Despite that, he's not considered a favorite. Yeah, I would even say domestically, a lot of players from and figures from the Americas would not consider Lucas a favorite, largely off the back of, to be honest, some play that sometimes doesn't pass the eye test and even stats that don't quite reflect the stats that you would find of a star from any given region.
Yeah, but with Lucas, you can't believe the stats. You have to believe the magic, Gangly, and that's
right.
the big thing with him. You watch his play, sometimes it doesn't make any sense, and then he still makes that top 4. He still finds a path there, and you can start to understand what happens.
We saw yesterday that Lucas played a really creative line where he was playing a round worth the wait, and he had a Vex. But instead of playing around Vex 3, he was using the Vexes he got every single turn in order to make econ intervals
threshold,
on stage 2. That is not a standard way of playing the game, but instead, it's a showcase, I believe, of Lucas saying, I'm just going to play to the beat of my own drum, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to play the game the way I know how to succeed, because if I can't succeed playing like me, I'm not going to succeed at all.
Yeah, and also this is the veterancy, right? Normally in the past, he was more maybe an AP player, and now that creative side that you're measuring, Gangly, is so amazing. We saw the Vex 3-star. We have seen him also innovate with the Ezreal 3-star that actually worked in the Golden Spatula America. Didn't work for title yesterday, regretfully, but also one of those options that normally you want to perceive and you have to want to have the chance that if the game doesn't give you something interesting, you can go for something creative.
The question is, which Lucas are we going to see show up, right? Because we saw in the Golden Spatula days 1 and 2, got to cook up something really cool, find success his own way. Day 3 comes along, and all of a sudden, he's still cooking. Don't get me wrong, but it feels like these dishes are coming out burnt.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the issue, right? The menu at Lucas's restaurant is it's very large. It's a lot. It's kind of like, one of those menus that's like a book, and you're going through it, and you're like, I mean, surely some of these are good, but they're not all going to be good, and that's where we end up.
Sometimes it's just a decorative coffee table book, right? You don't intend anyone to ever open it.
I wanted to talk a little more about Taro, a secondary, normally thought of as secondary player behind the shadow of Title. This is the second best player in Japan, highly regarded in ladder, highly regarded in tournaments. He's playing very flexible, so he doesn't have an actual line. He's playing so many comps and actually just adapting to what the game is giving him.
Taro also, on top of that, is one of the most 8th place resilient players. This is a player that in the global field is so good at dodging 8th places. To me, this comes largely off line selection. If you're very consistent at dodging those bottom placements, usually it's because you are choosing on a macro level decisions in the early game that are going to avoid those bot 2s, right? And to me, I think if you're in a position going into day 2, you want to just stay alive and wait for the high roll, being able to dodge 8th place finishes is pivotal to finding success that way.
All right, well, we got our augment selection. It's going to be gold to kick things off.
Is Vander, so of course.
Yeah, that's a great point,
Triple gold, baby. See, I've not seen any gloves off, though, so you're not getting the Vander that you wanted, Hupe.
No.
Of course, that's going to be the issue overall. We're looking at just some of our early fights and just seeing what we can get as far as the win streaks go. Just 2 rounds so far.
Shop glitch being picked up by Lucas, though. Traditionally, this is most commonly played with Quick Striker line. This is the way I love to play it, at least myself. And I don't know if that means that Lucas is going to play it that way because he's not holding the Irelias, right? He's not trying to hold the Sentinel front line. Instead, he's potentially just maybe prioritizing even the Chem Barons.
Started holding some Chem Barons alongside Visionaries, and we could see kind of that direction come.
Makes sense
we
too.
can always have the Morgana reroll that can come out of that, but also, I mean, I wonder if the first PvE round he starts looking for some Chem Barons and even goes into his Smeech line. I mean, there's always possibility there, as he did get the Rennie orb drop at the very start of the game, so it was something he wanted to look for.
Okay, Nandada, our Smeech player, actually with a different comp right now, with the Watchers in the front line, just trying to get the Wandering Trainer in. He got the Conqueror, he got the Watchers.
Wandering Trainer is like, you're not playing Ambusher.
Yeah, you can't have Smeech this time around.
No, you don't want to go like Ambusher Watcher?
I don't.
Me personally?
Me, maybe not, but...
Lucas might.
Maybe, yeah, true.
So it is too much value coming on the other side of Taro, and with a Hand of Justice Slam, I think this is giving us way more clarity here. Now, there's almost no way that we're going to be seeing the quick strikers coming out of Lucas unless he wants to contest Taro. Being able to play too much value is one of the strongest lines in which quick strikers take place. It not only can you naturally fit four different 2 costs on level 6, there's also more creative ways to be able to fit 4 2 costs, so he'll have a very easy time stabilizing his board on stage 3.
Quick check here as you look, Taro and Lucas both being able to pick up Chem Baron very early on here. Smeech on the board for Lucas as well as for Taro. We did just see Taro, of course, having that with the Hand of Justice, but that is going to be Lucas as well. And I am curious about that Shop Glitch because it's not exactly the line we've really seen from Shop Glitch in the past. And I'm curious exactly what he cooks up because we were talking about Lucas's good old cookbook, and I'm not sure exactly what he's got here.
But I do like Shop Glitch because I think especially in these early PvE rounds, you get a lot of value from being able to, like at that level, right, have a lot of 2, 3 costs that you're going to be picking up. And that's something that is necessary for these Chem Baron lines to work.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. There's going to be a lot of different augments that can come through that can enable it. And actually, I was saying with quite certainty that he was playing Quick Strikers just based on the Hand of Justice. But at this point in time, being able to play the Chem Baron, I think you probably just play ambushers out of this spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got the Smeech, good Smeech items to just kick things off. I mean, it's potentially an open line. You can scout around. There are a couple players who are locked out of it already, so we'll see if that ends up being the direction. As we got Sorks from the other side here with Tidal.
Not just Sorks, though. It's the cooking pot variation. One of the reasons I like this a lot is because you can see that he has the Sorcerer emblem on the Darius next to the Swain, which means every round he's going to be feeding this Swain HP. Sorcerers oftentimes can struggle if their front line can't hold up. This is one of the best ways to patch up that weakness in the comp.
Yeah, and also he has the possibility of the Exodia. We were seeing a little of the comps. Emissary Sorks is doing amazing. When you have the +1 Sork and you can put the Emissary in, you have 6 Sorks, 4 Emissary, fully aggressiveness, and obviously you can get the Elise in and this backlane just destroying everything.
Yeah, it's a very good top 4-oriented comp, and Tidal being near the bottom right now, really needing to have a big game to kick things off, to feel comfortable for that first cutoff. Tidal, of course, being at 25 points. He actually was struggling quite a bit in our first day of competition. Maybe the fact that he hadn't competed the entire set actually coming to bite him, or maybe just trying to find his way in this tournament, in this meta.
Okay, once again here, Taro going up against Milo here. So Milo looking strong here, already with a Cassiopeia, just holding items. But Taro is still sufficiently strong and taking out the win. Now Spencer or Kanson Junsari going up against That Means. That Means very strong, already with the Bruiser emblem, has the Ginsu. So maybe him and Kanson, I think that we have 2 players with the possibility of Twitch coming into Bruiser.
Yeah. So this is Kan Seung-jung playing with the Bruiser emblem, and Spencer on the other side was actually with the family, the Welcome to the Playground. And that's interesting. I always have a hard time judging how strong that augment is, because in my mind, what it essentially does is that it guarantees that you get to hit. But if you're playing family, aren't you already kind of assuming you're going to hit everything as a baseline?
I want to see Lucas's board, though, because he has the Shop Glitch right now. And so let's see how many champions he's actually able to hit here. At least it's going to be, a nice little 2-star bonus there.
Yeah, he's on 6 Renatas. The return of Renata reroll? Is this where Lucas is going back to?
In my mind, it's a problem. Wow. He's actually trying to get the Morgana scene. He only has 4. So obviously, Renata 3, if you get it for free, is great. But it's not actually what's going to make the difference in the comp.
Is there any world where he doesn't slam blue buff and he just makes a Shojin here instead to play around the Renata? To me, I feel like you need to just kind of stick to your guns, slam blue buff. The rest of your items are so good. He could make a Gunblade as well or a Jeweled Gauntlet. His components actually were amazing setup. I want to see patience out of Lucas to just kind of chill. Get your Chem Baron cash out, maybe even forego the full reroll angle and say, like, if I can 3-star Renata, I don't hit Morgana. Instead, I just use Morgana as an item holder and instead play a Shop Glitch variation around that level 8 board, the Hyperdinger instead.
That might actually be the line that we're looking at here, because consider he's already on the 4 Chem Baron, he's on the Lost Streak, right? And he's got these upgrades coming through. I really like the concept of just the 3-star Renata push levels instead of sticking low on levels and trying to wait for Morgana to show up.
With the glitch up, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm inclining to. He needs to try to hit.
Okay.
I think,
Okay.
and we've seen it. It's the second most played comp, the Visionary Heimerdinger, and it's not performing well. It's almost like a 5 average placement because you need. Is what the game is actually telling to him. You need to drop out and do another thing, but Morgana is obviously best.
All right. Well, we just saw Kun Sung-jung stop Spencer's win streak, but maintain his own as we enter into the second augment choice. And it's another gold one, right?
Get used to it.
I can't believe it. More gold.
Spencer, who did just lose his win streak, like you called out, Necra, was playing built different, which I will say feels pretty bad to be playing built different. You get the 5 win streak and then you aren't able to maintain it going into the front half of stage 3. I will say picking up the bad luck protection from Spencer is a really cool pickup. This is an augment that I think a lot of players are not super familiar with. Generally speaking, it does well when you are playing things like the Pit Fighters, even something like, well, does really well with Pit Fighters. I think there's another line I'm blanking on as well.
Pit Fighters, I think.
Oh, yeah. Right, Pit Fighter Vibe, Pit Fighter GP.
Yeah.
It's a lot of these units that
Zika.
don't rely on the crit or have the innate crit built into it. Something like Ambushers does not particularly want it. I imagine Twitch does not particularly need it as well. But when you're playing built different and you just have so many raw stats on your team, it makes all of these units that have just tons of HP, tons of attack speed, get a little bit more AD. It fits into the shape of the composition. So pretty cool line from Spencer. I'm not exactly sure how strong it is, but I want to see how it plays out.
Okay, let's see. Dank Meme's going to start to roll a little bit here. Maybe stick above 50 gold, but I feel like with how many losses Dank Memes has taken, I think he might want to start to think about rolling a little bit more to try to find those unit upgrades.
Yeah, I think it's because he's on the Welcome to the Playground. He's kind of sticking, trying to roll above 50 here and see if he can hit. But he didn't look very happy about how much he hit going into this stage. He was quite a bit behind of the curve, and so he's gonna have to take, I mean, probably 2-3 more losses unless he wants to send some gold. But it's really hard to send the gold when you have that augment because you're already down power by taking that like economy augment. That if you then kind of get rid of your economy, you end up in a really tough spot.
Right.
Yeah, for him, 100%. 2 people with Trade Tracker, both Milio and Taro. So they will be the ones that will be stacking a little this stage 3. And then on round 4, Gangly, what's going to happen?
Oh, I know exactly how this episode goes because you got to see it in the pre-show, right?
Yeah, thank goodness we have the Trait Tracker stat hackers here to help us through it.
I didn't quite see what Milo's setup was, but one of the things I was talking with Clement actually off in the wings is that Trait Tracker is cool because there are so many different ways to cash it out. You can play it with things like the experiment units, you can play it with things like the form swappers. There are a bunch of unit combinations that allow you to creatively get that cash out, even on level 6, believe it or not.
Okay, yeah, that's great. And then in the end, we already saw a Smith action, we saw Ambusher, we have seen obviously the Scrap. There's also a possibility of playing Academy with Sentinels. That also has been a thing. Weisha has done it in the past with Trade Tracker. So there's not only Scrap, we can do many options here.
I imagine one of them is Scrap though, right? Surely.
Well, yeah, of
Milo
course it's not.
did actually take expected unexpectedness though and got 3 champion duplicators out of it, the lesser champ duplicators you can see on his bench. And I think that helps you out a lot when you look at just trying to play this Emissary Sorcerer line. Now, all of a sudden, you actually use those champ duplicators to get the Nami, get the Swain.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great point with the Swain because we were saying earlier, right, that you need the front line to be strong for the Sorks or else they can fall off. And so those duplicators on the Swain, that's going to be huge.
Okay, once again here, Kan Sung-jung representing Gonos against Lucas. Lucas still maintaining a good possibility, finds the Silco, so going into the Ken Baron line and getting additional cash out. So far, 270. I believe he hasn't cash out yet, so he didn't went for the small cash out. So looking for that 300, that sweet spot that normally gives you a lot of Rainies, a lot of Mitch, and can help you either stabilize or try to go for the 3-star.
There you go, still keeping this win streak going for Kun Sung-jung. Able to win entirely through stage 3 here. One more round and he gets it all the way into Wolves. We've seen some big streaks like this end up falling off, but the itemization and the Bruiser emblem early on does lead towards a pretty easy swap to Twitch once you can find it.
Okay, so we got confirmation that the icon that looks exactly the same as this one was not Trade Tracker, but this one actually is, right? Before I say it again, this one's actually Trade Tracker. So Taro is actually playing Trade Tracker. So let me just give the spiel again. There's a ton of different combinations that you can play on stage 3 and 4 that'll give you that cash out. He needs to hit 8. Right now, he's at 7. So one more synergy alive will allow Taro to cash that out. Then the question is, on stage 4, what does that board end up looking like?
Oh, Dank Memes, as we get a check-in with him, also starting to look a little bit happier about his current place. He's got the Darius 3 as well as the Violet 3. And so, okay, things starting to look a little bit better, right?
They're looking a little, he's halfway there, right? Because he's got the units, but the items are not really that great right now. Leave a lot to be desired. So going into this PvE round, it's going to be crucial to see what he hits.
But he does have a Pit Fighter emblem. He had that frying pan on bench and now is able to actually make that into the emblem. And so I actually think that's a huge piece of the puzzle to get yourself to a better board later.
Absolutely. Increases the cap significantly, right? Pit Fighter and family emblems are the ways you can actually cap out this board for a first. And that is open if you can get there.
Okay, I appreciate the optimism.
I know his spot's bad.
I just want to say he is 32 HP and 20 gold, and he's not quite there.
Oh, I did not see the 20 gold. That's pretty tough.
And still level 5.
Also
so
not
he's
had a
got
win yet.
He's got a ways to go. Yeah, it was an econ loss, Necro. So
the items are big here. This is really important.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's looking tough. No item for Draven. He needs that
Rage
Lucine
Blade
aggro.
is always good to have here. Ooh, you get a bow though. You can actually make the, but I don't even know if you want to make the Ginsu's here. I think you need something for the Violet. I think you need to actually make Titan's Resolve.
I think if you can find something like the Vander 3, having the Rage Blade and like 3-item Draven might be enough to stabilize you a little bit, but truthfully, it's looking pretty tough.
Normally, you need both, actually. you want to have
double rod
both
was a little grim.
Yeah, I said I think I saw double rod, and then I think I also saw a tier and an open tier on the Vander. So having the AP items in that situation also doesn't feel great.
Huge for title, rolling on 4-1 and getting the recompense here. So he got the Elise 2. He's using it in the backline, so probably there will be a challenge or a change in items there.
This is cool. Milo actually used the 3 duplicators to immediately get the Swain 3, but then backlined it for now because a Garen was found for the front line. I love this. I wanted to see him use it the second he could 3-star instead of trying to save it in greed because of the amount of tempo you generate from a 3-star 3 cost on 4-1.
It's extremely hard not only to find a 3-star 3 cost, but specifically Swain, a form swapper who fits into so many different boards. Specifically, all the people who are playing Trait Tracker all want him. The title who's playing Sorcerer wants him. It's a contested unit. I think Milo, able to do that while maintaining 40 gold, is now in an incredible spot as we head into our last augment selection. Now this is Taro.
It's also gold.
We do
there
get
we go.
This is the Trait Tracker. Let's see what we get. We have Sniper, Visionary, Quick Striker, Scrap, huge, Pit Fighter, and Sentinel. So goes level 8. We can see the
super useful.
I mean, this is 6 scrap already. Question is, can you upgrade things, right? Because you have the units, you've got the synergy, but if things aren't upgraded, the shield will do okay to stabilize you.
Ooh, Corky 2 is
that's
a
really
huge
big.
hit.
I mean, and looking at the itemization, he can make Last Whisper, he can put Open Belt to guarantee the Guard Breaker on the Corky. He has fantastic Echo items. Outside of that, he'll have 2 more belts as well.
There's the Reforge.
Yeah, no,
Visionary Sniper and Quick Striker with a 3 Reforge.
Okay, let's see.
I think I saw an Ambusher emblem
Really?
get dropped.
Did he get that? That would be a good hit.
Another Sentinel.
Sentinel 2 is amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't see what all 3 were.
We end up, is that Firelight, Ambusher? I bet this improved significantly.
Oh my goodness,
This
what a
improved
hit.
a lot.
Wait, he actually has 6 unique emblems, all which work in conjunction with one another. Even the 2 Sentinels, keep in mind, he doesn't have Rumble on his board yet, but he's coming. These are 6 emblems that all feed into the scrap board. But we're seeing on the other side, it's not just enough to hit the units. You got to be able to outlast as well. And Lucas, who's making it work, he said, forget, let's just pretend like I don't have shop glitch. I'm not going to reroll anything.
Heimer
I'm going to play Heimer. Lucas just doing Lucas things.
He's just going to spin the wheel and see where it lands, right? And it landed on Heimer this time around.
But I think this goes back to the conversation that we had at the top where we were looking at the meta compositions and we were saying, oh, you know, if you don't hit the Morgana or you don't hit the other visionaries, just go vertical. That's why we see so many games of Heimerdinger played to varying degrees of success. But maybe Lucas also just knew I was gonna go for Heimer the entire time.
I think there are a varying range of placements that Lucas will land on from this spot as well. If he finds the Heimer too, we might be looking at a 5th or plus. If he doesn't, I do think this is looking like a bot 3 here.
This is the position, Hupe, I believe you called out before, right? With the Sorcerer Elise. This is not
the Exodia.
Yep, that we have really only see come up in this patch now that backline Elise has been buffed, but it gives you an additional out. One of the cool things about Sorcerers in previous patches was the flexibility of the front line. Are you playing Vertical Sorcerer? Are you playing Rebel? Are you playing Emissary? Now, you have the flexible front line and the flexible back line, and you can cap out really high with a 4 form swapper angle in the late game.
Yeah, even there's the Jace. Even if you don't hit, if you're playing Sorcerers and you get the Elise without the emblem, you can just put the items of the Elise and make sense.
I've seen
That's
that.
totally crazy.
4 Emissary, 4 Sorcerer, and a random Elise with all your items.
Oh, Dank Beam's trying to find a bow. I was looking at the Vi on the carousel because he doesn't currently have one on the board. With the extra pit fighters, I was thinking he was going to go that way. Doesn't take it because I want to set the stakes here a little bit for Dank Memes, right? 23 points coming into this game. Yes, maybe a bottom 4 can still be mitigated by a first to not get knocked out in these first 2.
But you have to look for a first.
I don't think an 8th is getting you there, even maybe if you take the first afterwards being at 23.
And I think what's wild about that is that we look at Family Reroll being one of those very stable options to actually get the top 4. And so the fact that that might not actually be what Dank Memes gets out of this game, I think says volumes.
Pushes Nanda to keep in mind, has not found a bot 4 in the tournament yet, has been able to win 3 unique games coming into the day today. But right now, on the precipice of going 8th.
Not looking good. Not looking good for all. Trying to go for the vertical of Conqueror here. Finds a Mordekaiser, obviously good unit, but not enough defense here to maintain him alive. So this a dire spot could be the first ace for Nanda.
I think he's lacking the ambushers on that Wandering Trainer to help find the win here, and this is a struggle with trying to cook something up, getting the Sorks behind the Wardens, and now it's just up to this one cast from the Elise that should be able to knock everything out. Nanda will go down. It looks like Dank Memes also took a loss. Was it big enough for him to fall as well? It looks like it was.
Dank Memes goes out in 7th, and yeah, that puts him in a bad spot, but like Necro called out before, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're out of the game yet. And maybe even with a top 2, top 3 can find himself alive in the tournament with the next game. The question, though, is can you turn any game into a top 2 or a top 3? Because he's out of time now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. We've seen him with his back against the wall before, and he's made it happen. And we just have to hope for Dank Beam's sake that the next game is able to go better than this one. We continue on Lucas on a win streak as he did find the Heimer too.
Share your energy in this composition is so... I mean, share your energy on any composition that has Rel is fantastic. She has so many base stats with the Conqueror and the Sentinels as well. You don't have Conqueror online right now, so you're not getting the additional AP and AD, but you still have a lot of stats coming in, and one of the things that's nice about Visionaries is getting base stats on Visionaries is very strong because they're already going to cast a lot. They just need a way to amplify it.
Really nice. He's 1 away from the Rel 3, and with the shop glitch, even though his gold is relatively low right now, he is going to get a lot of free rerolls on this next round coming up.
Spencer on the other side, we haven't seen them that much. He's playing build different still with Twitch 2-star, so this is so bad for him right now. Access to the backlines, he's just falling off. So he could easily be the next one to go out.
But so close to being able to get some pretty significant upgrades. I mean, the fact that you have a pair of Rumbles for some reason right now is awesome. So just, one more, please, one more. You get 2-star there.
Let's take stock of the lobby HP right now, right? So we are seeing a pretty big gap between that 7th and 8th place, and then... Was that the Rel 3?
Rel 3 as well as the 6th copy of Rennie. So there's even possibility for a Rennie 3 coming out of that comp from Lucas.
25 HP in the 6th place player right now means that everybody has guaranteed 2 life going into the stage 5. Perhaps maybe there's a world where you can actually be 3 life. I think at 28 HP. Actually, I think with 25 as well, if they're 1 unit losses. So everybody that's left in there is still has the capability of finding themselves into the top 4.
Lucas is now 1 off of Rennie 3 as well.
No, he's not.
Nope, never mind. Sorry, my bad, Gang League. He's actually has Rennie 3 and one of the best in slot, if not the best in slot items for this Rennie coming from the Chem Baron. And Share Your Energy Rel is giving it stats. And you know, I said there was a large range of potential outcomes for this composition. I think we're at the very top of the range, and this is one of the tastiest recipes in the cookbook.
Here's the thing I do want to say. You know, we're joking a lot about Lucas and kind of saying how sometimes it's kind of silly when you do watch him play. But the reality is, Lucas is playing off of intuition. He's in a spot where he's saying other people believe that Shop Glitch has hard and fast rules. I believe that it gives me any given set of win conditions.
Yep.
And I'm going to play to what I believe to be the strongest win out potential. And he's found a really good angle. This, on the other side, though, is our trait tracker player that we saw earlier in the game, who is going to be able to play with a very high cap. And Lucas is actually able to kill to beat Taro in this fight.
Lucas is stronger right now, but obviously Taro will be the one who will be more strong as much as the game advances. More items will believe higher cap, so more shield for him. In the late game, he should be the strongest. Taro, who was in a win streak, now loses again.
I'd like to see Taro if we can, yeah. As we're hopping on board, he's 58 gold. He's just short of being able to go level 9. Doesn't look like he has an immediate in. I mean, he should be able to put the... Wait, did he not buy the Jace? Oh, he did, yeah. The Jace is going to be your next in, but I don't know if he's going to have enough gold even on the next turn. I don't know, next turn he will be able to level off Cadence. So he's got to survive one more round, and he actually does get quite a bit stronger next turn.
He has comeback story also. Maybe so additionally...
That's huge. I mean, you look at this board. All the great power that he's got there, the Firelight Vi and the Pit Fighter Echo as well, getting some extra good traits on them. This board is so powerful. And it just goes to show how strong Lucas is, right? It didn't look that close when Lucas beat Taro, but now it doesn't look close when Taro's beating Tidal.
It looks less close.
Yeah, even less. Even less so.
So actually, I wonder how much confidence this gives Taro. Do you ever now say, like, oh man, I'm really strong. I'll just wait till after Carousel. I'll level on Cadence. I'm not afraid of nobody. He's leveling. Okay, he's afraid.
He said, I am afraid of Lucas.
Yeah. That's a good fear to have. I mean, Lucas is on a 7-win streak right now. I think if you take another look at the lobby, Kang Seung-jung might be the next player that is towards the elimination potential here.
Yeah, once again, huge win streak into just falling off of that cliff. Down 5 losses here. Was 100 streaking through stage 3 and has not been able to find the full stability. And we saw this a couple of times yesterday. Actually, specifically, Dish Soap was the player that was streaking 100 a lot. And then we saw some fall-offs like this.
This is a winnable matchup, I believe, up against Spencer, the other player that we've kind of seen on that free fall since the really strong early game. These two players who were contesting each other back in end of stage 2, early stage 3 for tempo are now competing against one another for their life in this game.
Access to backline for the twist, but it's not enough. Falling down here, Necron.
And it's so interesting because I think if Spencer is able to find that final copy of Blitzcrank, he literally only needs 1.
Yeah.
He gets that 3-star Blitzcrank and he opens up 2 more spots on his board to actually make it even stronger.
A couple emblems on this carousel. Another Bruiser opened up.
I don't know if it does. It's probably still too hard to fit 5 experiment.
Tidal
is gonna pick it up instead.
Taro with a sniper just to accompany the Caitlyn there.
I think that gives Spencer a pair of Jaces though on top of just a good item.
Whoa, pretty cool tech from Taro. I didn't even notice that. He didn't level for the Jace. He found a Caitlyn instead on level 9 and opted to play that.
It's going to be cool to see it in the end. And the importance...
Look how many Blitzcranks he has.
His army of Blitzcranks.
I've been hearing that in Build Different is the best unit you can put. And now we're receiving
good.
confirmation for Spencer.
Yeah, but not 1, but 3 Blitzcranks.
Okay, from that, it looks like the Kang Seung-jung board was able to get, I believe, a 3rd item for the Elise, try and guarantee that cast. But on the other side, this is Taro's board, which we've seen do some pretty gnarly damage earlier on. Question is this Bruiser frontline enough to hold on? Personally, I'm not quite a believer.
I just don't think the Twitch has the damage, right? The time might exist, but even then, it's looking a little bit rough trying to deal with that ambusher Corki.
Nah, it's too much.
It's just not close. Kang Seung-jung is going to go down. Spencer taking another loss. We're getting close to our top 4 here as Lucas yet again finding a win, this time taking down Milo, who is winning a lot.
I think Lucas wins.
I think so too.
I think
he
after
looks
a
so
9-win
strong.
streak
Oh, now
thinking
you
about,
believe in him.
I believed in the magic the whole time, Gangly.
Yeah, not all of them are capping so much. Infectious Anomaly here for Milo already in all of the units, so he's already in the cap. Nothing else really to improve his board.
He's on his way to 10 right now, though. 37 gold, right? Might actually be able to find a way to try and outcap Lucas, who, despite having a lot of gold, being incredibly strong, is still level 8. So it's going to take way longer for Lucas to get 10 than Milo.
But
Spencer.
Milo also only is missing 2 copies of Nami, so you actually have another slot on your board that opens up if you do get that as well when you roll.
Yeah, board 3-star 3 cost is definitely a way that he could cap and maybe get more than Lucas. We didn't see how close the fight was between the two, so certainly that 3-star could make the difference.
Okay, so the ghost of Taro takes out Lucas. The real Taro is going, takes out Spencer, sorry, and now Lucas is the one against Taro. Lucas wins.
Wow.
Spencer's out.
That's crazy. I mean, we talked in our segment earlier about how Trait Tracker is one of those augments that can increase your cap so much, and Taro looked like he was primed to find a top 2. I mean, his board was incredibly strong.
But think about the fact that you have to deal with Lucas. Like, he's the big bad. Taro had just taken too many hits maybe to Lucas, and then you run into Lucas again.
And you got to just consider, right? The Share Your Energy 3-starred Rel, 3 items on it, and then in the front line, I mean, these are nearly biz, if not biz, items on a 3-star Rennie, who I think is generally the best tank in the game. If you 3-star the Rennie, I don't know that there's many that you would consider better outside of like 3-star 4 costs.
The closest is probably Rennie 2.
Yeah, I think Rennie 2 is pretty good as well.
That's the 3-star Sin.
That's just more stats, right? And on top of that, he was holding 3 Namis. He's actually playing it now for the emissary bonus of the Nami, but that's going to potentially deny the 3-star that we were looking for Milo.
Right. Milo is still leading in the HP though for the lobby, and so maybe has just a couple more rounds. You get some breathing room here, but now it's Tidal next up to potentially get eliminated in 3rd place.
Very important. The face-off is going up against Tidal, and now this is a real one. So Tidal going up against Lucas, and the ghost goes for Milo.
Yeah, we'll see if the damage from this Elise is enough. I mean, the Swain is holding fast in the front line. The damage is spread, but there is just so much of it, and there's so much bulk. You see these itsy-bitsy spiders coming through, but they're just not able to get the job done, and Lucas just going to obliterate Tidal here in 3rd place. But still, solid game for Tidal. He needed a bounce back today. I think the top 3 to start the day off. Exactly what he's looking for.
Oh, yeah.
Milo, another one of those players, 25 points right now. Not sitting too pretty after day 1. Really needs to be able to bounce back. And our top 3 is actually just primarily made up of the players who wanted those points at the start of the day. Spencer and Kansung Jung, the 2 players that had some of the most points. Nandida, of course, falling in 8th. Spencer and Kansung Jung in 8th and 9th, respectively. All falling in the bout 4 means that our standings are going to get flipped a little bit.
Just goes to show you that anything can happen, and that's what some of these players towards the bottom needs, that opening. And so as we enter into what is probably going to be our final round, I think.
If Lucas wins, could be only 19 HP.
And I think the if is almost feeling like a certainty as we've watched some of these fights, but this is closer than expected, as we're going to see that Swain 3 get off more casts, but can he break through the Rennie? It does not look like it is even remotely possible. Lucas going to take it down, and he's going to join Bio with some Brazilian magic at the top of the tables if he can get one more win. But I think we're kind of, they're just milking it for content at this point.
I think so too.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard even if you find the Nami 3. The problem is not that you don't have damage, it's that the durability of this front line. I mean, you have powered shields alongside the, I'm forgetting the name, the Chembarian item that increases the shielding as well on that Rennie. There's just so many shields coming through at the very beginning of this fight on the Visionary board that the question when you're playing against Visionaries is, can you kill the front line? If you can kill the front line, you can kill everything. But if you can't kill the front line, you're not killing anything.
The problem is you have to kill 3-star front line that are doing amazing here with the Rel, with the Rennie, and also the Singe 3-star final fight. If Lucas takes the win, Swain trying to do as much damage as possible. LeBlanc also there with the Rose. Access to the backline doesn't look like it is enough. Backline is already free, and Lucas already savoring the victory. Great win for him on game 1 of today.
3-star frontliners, and you're just talking about Rennie. It's already just the one there.
Already the start of the show, and also your
mom?
Mom? Is that what?
This is the start of the show.
He said he was Rennie's son at the start of the show.
Oh yeah. There's a lot. I didn't want to do spoilers if anyone hadn't seen Arcane, but there's a moment where Rennie, she takes a bench because of her son. So I think, I don't know. This is my favorite character, Rennie, and we can see why here right now on TFT. Great character, and it's totally broken. So the best character.
It was cool to see Lucas play around this pretty unique line. I mean, I say it was cool, like we're from the Americas, right?
We've seen it.
We've seen it. It's kind of it's old news. The four of us have seen Lucas play his Magic lines a million times, but it was fun to see the on the global stage. He plays a very creative line, this variation of Shop Glitch. Thank you. I spent the entire time vamping until I could think of the name Shop Glitch.
You're welcome.
Where he's playing tempo, right? I realizes, listen, I am way behind tempo if I try to play the Morgana reroll. Instead, I need to play around Chembear and find a new way to cap out. Plays on level 8 instead, ends up hitting Exodia, right? He hits the nuts, and because of it, he finds himself a first. But I think it's that recognition that the traditional line was not going to work for him that favored Lucas, because he's willing to play the non-traditional line any single game that he has the opportunity.
That's it. You don't care about the stats. You care about the magic.
That's right.
That is it. The Brazilian Magic on top with Bio and Lucas, and they're popping off at this tournament, carrying it for the Americas right now.
But I think when you look at just how this lobby even started, okay, we get the Vander encounter. Thank you, Hoope, for that one. We have some really just good, kind of classic TFT, I feel like, that comes out of this as well. A lot of people already identifying what reroll lines they want to play for. Even, I think, just taking a look at Milo's like Sorcerer reroll line where you had those 3 champion duplicators to get that swing so early. I think that also was a great recognition from Milo to say, all right, well, Stork's great. 3-cost reroll, excellent. I can enable that.
And I love players just in general are using those like lesser champion duplicators for tempo a lot more. And now obviously this is a 3-star, but instead of trying to greed out, hit Nami and Swain, roll down, it's like the second the 3 made a Swain 3, he's like, all right, let's go. Let's just create a lot of tempo with this, and made it work.
To go back to the Vander, normally in a B encounter that you buy encounter, they have a lot of units. Maybe the trade tracker would work. Taro tried to make it work, but actually we saw he was missing a lot of items. So actually the threshold that we saw and we showed with Ironbog with Disho
the
was not happening right now.
2500 HP shield,
and
right?
trade tracker in a good setup, only going 5th here for Taro.
I think it went 4th.
Yeah, don't sell it short, man.
Yeah, I think it went 4th. Either way, I think it was...
could be more. Could be more.
It could be more. You're right. There was more potential there. But at the end of the day, I mean, take a look at how Lucas kind of did this nice swooping motion, you know, starting all the way kind of at the bottom and showing how you do slingshot yourself to the top.
What's funny is if you just look at this graph, you would think he played the traditional Shop Glitch line, where you sacrifice your early game, you stabilize, and when you stabilize, you're able to continue your streak. But that's not. In fact, actually, maybe there's an argument that if he's playing the traditional line, there's a little tiny baby spike earlier on. But Lucas, finding his way to play this line in the most Lucas way possible, playing around tempo, playing around level 8, and then actually finding way more value with the free rerolls on level 8 and level 9 instead to get the full version of this board.
Rolling for 3 costs is expensive. It's great when you get a bunch of free rerolls on level 7 and level 8 to try and find them instead, right?
So true. Absolutely so true. And I think that's something where we're going to see Shop Glitch get taken more often. I mean, Lucas did have a Shop Glitch game yesterday. I cannot remember what he actually played in terms of the line that he went for, but it's clearly an augment that he seems very comfortable with. And I think Shop Glitch still gives you a lot of economical value when it comes to building out these compositions. Who doesn't love free rerolls, right? Exactly.
I wanted to call out that because Nanda did go 8th, you know, we talked about how we expected the results to really flip on their head. I know when we were looking at it, we still kind of have it on the wall here. I don't know if we can show that wall, but on the right-hand side, we have all the scores available. And despite the fact that Nandito went 8th, he said he had 41 points. Nobody's even close because the 2 players that were close to him, Kansang Jung and Spencer, also went bot 4. And so Nandito, I think this is a great example of giving yourself some breathing room. And I think it actually makes it way easier to bounce back, because he knows that he has a little bit of room to breathe.
Yeah, and also on day 3, you reset the points. So actually, I think he's practicing. The practice that he couldn't make before because he came from GOC. Now he's doing the practice, so maybe wandering training. I don't need to force right now.
I can wait for some first.
Yeah. I can wait for Smith for tomorrow.
Well, he also took a wandering trainer with Conquer and Watcher. And only, I think, got 1 copy of Mordekaiser. So do with that what you will when it comes to the vertical Conqueror line.
Yeah, it was a little tough. And even the early game, it wasn't like a very strong Conqueror opener where he's win streaking and getting to utilize all of the different stats and getting the loot from it. It was just kind of playing a normal Watcher opening. I think he ended up getting just like maybe 2 Conqueror in later, but it wasn't a win streak line. So kind of a rough spot.
Nope. But the reality is 40 points on day one means that in order to make that the traditional threshold that we saw last set when we introduced the 40-player format, it was 66 points in order to make top 8. It's not a guaranteed number, certainly not set in stone, but in order for Nandita to hit that 66-point threshold if he wants to play it safe, he doesn't even have to average a top 4 today. He has enough breathing room based on day one to just play for placements, and when the high roll presents it, I know I keep saying it, but I gotta say it again, play for the high roll when it's there, be patient when it's not.
Let's take a look at our standings now as all of our first games have concluded. And so at the bottom here, unfortunately, Dank Memes and Bintum at the bottom of this page, I think really starting to see a gap get formed here, and it's going to be really close at that 25th place, I think, to try to get yourself through to the next round.
A bit of a struggle to start there, but another player who we were looking at near the bottom at the start of the day who needed a big game was Double 61. Finding that first place, trying to keep the hopes of getting his second crown alive. And that's an amazing start. He's already pumped up to 18th place from that first game and a little bit of buffer to not get eliminated immediately.
Title as well, though, like we saw in that game, finding a top 4. And as we move into the third page here, this is where we actually see quite a huge spread. Every region represented here, only 3 points separating 16th and 9th compared to the 5 points separating the bottom versus that 25th place. So this is where this grouping starts to get really, really tight, and anybody's looking to just push themselves into that top 8.
Wow.
Bio!
Well, I was going to say, we were looking at Nandita and saying nobody in that lobby was getting close, but how about Dasik matching that point total with 41, and Bio starting off this day with a second place to slingshot to 45 points.
Both Brazilian are representing here the Americas, both Bio and Euso Lucas. So Brazil making a statement. Both of them qualified in different placements and have been performing amazing. So the magic is here. First of a player on Bio and the magic from Euso Lucas.
Can we talk about Bio for a moment? Because
Please.
I feel like this is a player who, in the wake of the Americas, where you have your North American Big Four, you got your Dishov, your Wage Iverson, Replay, all these stars that are so loud and so prominent, I feel like sometimes Bio gets thrown to the side, but this is a player who has qualified to 3 of the last 4 set champions. Since set 10, I would argue he is the fastest rising stock in the Americas as a whole. And more so than that, my favorite reason to watch him is that this guy is the most entertaining player in TFT. He wears his heart out on his sleeve. He is the most electric man in TFT. He is so fun to watch, but if you think it's just that he's fun to watch, you're very wrong, because this guy is a beast as well.
Well, I mean, he's fun to watch not just in the player cam, but the games, right? I think that's what you're getting at, is that being able to watch sometimes the lines that he ends up going for, you are pleasantly surprised that he's able to pull some of this stuff together.
It's the reason we call it Brazilian magic too, because we've seen some really creative stuff from Bio, just like Lucas. You know, we saw him duplicate those Urgots and end up finding a win off of that. And he just has these crazy creative lines. And yeah, he's been overshadowed a little bit by maybe Ego Illusions in Brazil. We always talk about Ego when we talk about Brazil, and sometimes Bio gets put to the wayside, but he's always been kind of right underneath, and maybe now, I mean, he's finally surpassing the expectations that we always put on Ego.
When we see archetypes, normally Bio is the archetype of the enjoy player that helps him reset mental very easily. So even you have the bounce rate, so if you get like an 8th, or what's the possibility of getting another 8th, in case of Bio, he doesn't care. So it's like he's always happy, he's always outperforming. So that mental clarity is actually what's got him into the first place.
There's something to be said about seeing players enjoy playing the game. I think some of the best competitors in the entire world are those that actually enjoy playing TFT, and you can see that come through. It's like, oh, okay, at 8th, I kind of expect that to happen. Not every single game that I play on ladder is going to get me a first or a second. You got to take 8ths every once in a while. Who hasn't when playing the game?
Bio certainly has, let me tell you. One of the reasons that I love Bio is because this guy is willing to opt into variants. This is something that you were kind of alluding to before, Casanova, and we haven't actually seen the top 1s come through for Bio, but let me just make it clear. Clement and I did a really, really fun little pre-show segment on day 1 where we talked about Bio.
The day with Gangly and Clown.
That's right. We did a little show on why Bio is a volatile player and the ingredients that go into that and why he's more 1st or 8th. he goes second this tournament. That's a first or eighth player, right?
Yeah.
How many middle placements does BO have throughout the tournament?
One.
Yeah, exactly. Everything lives on the outliers,
So
and I
quick
love
with it.
that.
Yeah.
And is that not just like the most Brazilian magic, kind of visualization that we can give you? BO loves to be able to play for that high variance because he believes that if it comes, he's able to capitalize it and pilot it better than the average player. And because of that, sometimes he's willing to take a bot 4, take an 8th, because he knows he can bounce back.
One thing that we got to mention too, we've got the 2 Brazilians there in the top 8, and not since Slooper have we been able to have Brazilians convert here at the international stage. And if they can continue to with this top performance, it is a historic run for Brazil, and I just want to keep our eyes on them and keep cheering them on because this is outstanding to watch.
I do want to temper some expectations that we still have 6 more games we've got to get through for today. And that's not to take away from the impressive runs that they've had already, but I think it just means that there is a long road ahead for you to maintain this consistency through.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players here that I think people would be surprised to see their name up here. Sometimes a part of that is the variance of the game. Sometimes it's that players aren't respected. I think that a lot of the quote-unquote underdogs, to me, these are players like Nandida, Dasic. I would consider Boomhay there as well. Experion, and Lucas to some degree.
Yep.
There's an element here of, like, you can be excited. You can be proud of yourself. You deserve this. But like you're saying, Necra, don't get ahead of yourself. I expect that some of the more veteran players are able to do that. The players who not only have been around for a long time, but have found success. The player that comes to mind for me, Li Tuchuan, is a player who, Guan got a lot of attention for dominating the TOC because of how flashy it was. Li Tuchuan was right there behind him the entire time. When Guan went first in the TOC last chance qualifier, guess who went second? It was Li Tuchuan. When Guan won the checkmate format in 4 games, guess who went second? It was Li Tuchuan.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Li Tuchuan has also found a top 8 finish at a previous Tactician's crown back in set 11. This is someone who clearly knows how to keep a cool mind. I expect Li Tuchuan, of all the players in this roster currently in the top 8, to be able to maintain that spot, and I think they're in a great position, even with 6 games left, to find themselves into a top 8.
I want to talk about Dasic, because I think that's a player that we haven't really had a chance to give flowers to yet. But how amazing is it, maybe as one of the more underdog players coming out of EMEA, you find yourself in this top 8.
Yeah, and sometimes I hear Dasic underdog, and I just keep thinking, that's not right.
It doesn't feel
But that's
right.
because I've been casting Dasic since set 1. And in set 1 and 2, Dasic was considered one of the best players in the world, and we kind of forget how long ago that was. And there really hasn't been a ton of results since then for Dasic. And so now the fact that he's in a position where he's in the top 8 and he had a phenomenal day 1, it's really exciting. And as wrong as it feels to call him an underdog, he is. And this is his chance to really shine once again that we haven't seen the likes of since the very early stages of TFT.
Yeah, to complement, Dasic has had those ups and downs. Like you said a few sets ago, on the top, an innovator, someone who actually understands the game, always playing PvE and getting the comps in before no one knows what to play, then falls down in performance and goes to now with the high rollers only to train. I call it the high roller plus extended family. So one of them is tactic training, and that's what he was lacking. He was already great in thinking the game, and now having knowledge from other tier 1 players, now he's doing amazing.
I remember in set 6 there was a PvE tournament that I think Mortdog hosted, and the winner of that tournament was Dasic, and he earned the title, fittingly enough, Innovator Supreme. That was like the winning of that tournament, and I think it's so fitting. I remember we were talking to Panda earlier in the week about Dasic, and something that stood out to me is that people sometimes consider Dasic's gameplay or playstyle to be dated is maybe the right word. He's someone who likes to play off intuition. He's someone who likes to find the shape of the game and play off that. And some of the criticism he's received is that you play this game like it's too balanced, man. Sometimes you gotta be willing to just play what's good, break the rules. But Dasic is able to find the middle ground there, right? Because we're seeing Dasic find success. I believe it's his second time the Tactician's crown. The first time he was here, wasn't able to find the success that he was looking for. Certainly not with the expectations that the community had on him. And it's cool, as funny as it is to consider Dasic an underdog, I think it's more a representation of we're just old.
We're just old. And one of the most balanced patches we've maybe ever had in TFT, and Dasic can play his style of saying the game's balanced and having a lot of success with it.
It's a good point. And we've already seen a lot of our other players that can find those lines, can actually choose their lines well, also find themselves in the top 8, top 16. And I think we're going to continue to see those players shine. You think of Dishop, I think you think of Wei Iverson as one of those players as well, as we get a chance to get ready for game number 8. We're going to lobby 4, and we have some incredible players in this lobby. Oh my goodness.
I look at the contrast of this lobby, right? You have Double 61, you have Wei Iverson, you have Bintum, 3 of the players with the most appearances at a Tactician's Crown previous sets. Compare that to Boomhay and Prestivan, 2 of the players that we talked about earlier on in the pre-show who are getting their turn at stardom. Prestivan in particular is someone who has really impressed me, especially since the merging of the Americas. He's one of the only players to have maintained a sub 4.0 AVP across the last 3 sets. He's been able to find his way into the final day of 8 of the last 11 tournaments. 2 of those were golden spatulas that he missed. This time around, though, he made it into that final day. He's finding himself at the Tactician's Crown, and at 32 points, he's not doing too bad.
And it's always surprising to people when they hear that it's his first time, because he's always the one organizing scrims and getting things ready to go for all the rest of the players when they're trying to get ready for the Tactician's Crown. As
Here we go.
Get ready for this game, and we get Warwick.
The good boy.
Warwick is, in my opinion, the one that I'm very scared of whenever I see it on the loading screen. It is an encounter that fundamentally changes the way you have to play the game, because you get so many more resources from being ahead. There's a question of, how much can you actually just play what the game is giving you? How much do you have to brute force early game strength? Because if you fall too far behind, the snowball of everyone at the top can be too fast to catch up with.
You don't have an option. People are up in levels, so the player damages so much. So even if you get the perfect augment to do maybe a lose streak or something like that, you will be so penalized. It will be very difficult to ramp up. So everyone will try to go for this win streak, and this will be totally tempo play. I think Double has a good possibility here of winning. Lecoco also with this tempo.
One of the
type of play and strategy, also maybe a chance for him to get it.
You know what I do when I see Warwick? I play Conquerors, because then you get double the loot, double the fun.
Wouldn't it actually be that it's not as effective because it's like additive, not multiplicative? I don't know how that would
but double
work.
the loot, double the fun sounds better.
You're right.
Don't have to make it more complicated.
Lecoco, I think, is someone who we haven't gotten to talk too much about today, but this is a player who's kind of, I don't want to say upended Double 61, but has been like the hot commodity coming out of EMEA, and this set 36% top 1 rate over the regular season has just been dominating the field.
And I was so impressed with Lecoco's play yesterday. I think we saw a couple of games on stream where Lecoco looked like he might have started out in kind of a rough position and able to turn that around into a top 4 twice. I think that's phenomenal, and maybe why Lecoco started off today with a 2nd place.
He looked incredible from Lost Streak, but he also had a couple of those tempo games that we were seeing as well, which is so important when we get the Warwick lobby, and I think he is one of those pilots we can expect to do well. As we take a look at these first augments, it is going to be gold this time. No Vander making it happen.
That's not necessary. We saw some duplicators, so normally it will be the tempo duplicator, so probably just getting some pair and just ramping it up. I don't think there will be a reroll.
There were no 3 costs there, so they had multiple 2 costs though, and there was a Tristana in shop, so there are some options to double duplicate a 2 cost. It's on the table.
Okay, Artifact.
I like that, though. I think there were 2 really enticing options there. I think you look at some of these. Oh, you see I think that's worth the wait from Bintum and Lecoco.
It looks like it to me, yeah.
All right, we're going to have to get confirmation on what those champs are. But I think you also have the economic option, as you said, from Lilo. I think Boomhay had an enticing option of also maybe even picking Cluttered Mind just to get increased experience given to you while you keep your options open.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of players opt into item-based augments, right? We're seeing here with the Thorn-plated armor coming in from Wei Iverson, which is one of the best augments that you can take on 2-1 if your goal is to be able to streak. Problem is you don't have an upgraded front line, which can make a difference, but having that Lux 2 in the back line makes it really easy to burst down the other side of the board. So Bintum, who does not have a combat augment on his plate yet, is going to fall to Wei Iverson there.
Bintum having a strong start anyway, though. We've seen this Amumu before. We've seen it win streak for a very long time, but not able to win there when there was too much burst damage.
And Amumu is going to be confirmed Bintum's worth the wait.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we saw a big Amumu yesterday. he was actually ramping up and great unit. He was buff. And actually, 3-star Amumu, great to see. Obviously, Watcher line is maybe not the best. You don't have so many options right now. It's not the best front line, but he can make it work.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky. I mean, I'm trying to think. Primarily, Watcher, you know, Zeri is like the main one, but I feel like just with your items, right? He was tier, rod, cloak. You're gonna have to play something into more of an AP line. Is there some sort of like emissary, sorcerer, but you slot in?
And the +1, what it makes sense. You have the Garen, you can use Vladimir for Black Rose. There's some angles there.
Maybe even a Kog'Maw angle as well. That's on the table.
Sitoren at level 5 here on 2-2 as well. Just trying to be heavy tempo, going past Bintum, just going to take the loss.
I just want to recognize Sitoren and Bintium both in danger zone, so 27 and 30 points. Remember, after this game, 8 players will be eliminated, so these are the players to watch at least. They need a top 4, maybe more for Sitoren with 27. So if they don't perform, they're out of the competition.
Boomhay, maybe with this gold collector, I mean, you've got the like semi-family going here.
Yeah, this is one of those games where I'm like, yeah, I'm upgrading stuff and that should be good, but I'm not upgrading the right stuff. Being able to have a Draven 2 plus a Violet 2 would feel way better in my opinion than having the Amu plus the Powder, because those two upgraded units aren't really working in conjunction with one another as well as compared to the Violet plus the Draven.
Yeah, because even Powder 1 can be pretty effective. You just want that one monkey to go out and deal a bunch of damage, and instead you need that consistent damage, and it's not really there.
Oh, 200 speakers right now.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at Prestivan and Sitoren to see who can actually keep that win streak, because as we're saying on the Warwick, you want that win streak extremely badly.
Well, looks like it is going to be Prestivan. And Prestivan's board is already pretty well put together, I think, as like you have so many upgraded units, a lot of 2-stars. You also have that jewel gauntlet onto the Lux, and so you're just going to be able to really push that damage through.
This is comfort zone for Prestivan. He played a lot of Sorks yesterday, a lot of AP lines in general. So this is kind of where he wants to be. Early JG, look for that line. It is exactly where he found his most success.
And it's the NA special of Ladder of Stream, also Setsuko, also Soyu.
Yep.
They're the ones who love to play this line of Sorks, and they train with him. He's actually Vitality team, and it's great to see that he maintains the line that is working for him, obviously what he prepared for.
Liluo, I was trying to see if there was a 3 cost that he was going to pick up, because he does have the 2 duplicators on the bench. Was able to get a Scar, but I do not think that we're going to see the Scar duplicated there. He did find the bow as well, though. It could be something, maybe set up for an Ezreal on stage 3, double duplicate Ezreal, hope that's enough tempo. Double, on the other hand, another one of our duplicator players. Wait, oh no, this was the duplicator player that we were seeing from before.
Double. Yeah. I mean, the Swain would generally be a good target, right? But because he started out loss streaking, I'm wondering. No, okay, so he's going to try and flip the script now.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, pretty standard heroic grab bag into Swain tempo, a really strong way of playing the Sorcerer line, and on top of that, having the early GP makes it so that your Swain is not only going to be upgraded, but also going to have the additional HP from the Form Swapper buff.
Yeah, should be able to start turning this into a win streak from here on out. I feel like this is a very powerful board. The damage is a little bit lacking, but I think it's bolstered a bit by the fact that you have that Ionic Spark on the Swain.
Yeah, you have the 1-star Gunplan that is also great to watch. The Ambessa also. Not items as you just mentioned, but just raw power on the units. Great units to have here, especially in the early game.
Potential for 4 Conqueror, like Necra's been praying for this whole time. So Double may be able to try and snowball even faster on stage 3.
I don't want just 4 Conqueror. Gingley, give me 6.
No, wow, okay.
Give me all
greedy.
Of the
Give me all the Conquerors.
I mean, finding the early Ambessa is one of the conditions in which it actually could work. Who knows? Maybe.
Okay, now I just need Mordekaiser on 7.
Yeah, that's it. Liluo is the other player that's playing the heroic grab bag, and
he waits also.
Yeah, this one is actually lower tempo, but take a look at the HP, 95 HP. So Liluo was actually able to streak the last 3 rounds after losing the first on this board alone. I think that streak comes to an end right now, though.
Yeah, I just can't even imagine this beating. There's no items, everything's 1-star.
But the Rebel buff, hang on a second.
Honestly, the 3-win streak is a little confusing, but you're at the Rebel buff.
Yeah, I mean, with this Rebel setup, I think he's just waiting. Look at the items. He's waiting for the Ezreal, trying to go for the Ezreal to get the Hurricane. We saw that power that he has. An aerial 2-star with Hurricane can even take you level 9.
You got Prestevant that's going to continue his streak.
Is he going to hold this stuff? Okay, no, he's going to sell that Ezreal. I was trying to see if there was any indication that he might be pivoting one way or another, but no. At this point, I mean, he's got some strong pieces. I feel like his board, despite being the 5 streak, is the one that feels a little bit more flexible. I imagine it's going into Sorcerer, though.
Yeah, but Zoe picked up for Bintum having the Amumu 3 frontline with the with the Ionic Spark. I mean, I guess you could maybe find an opportunity to play the Zoe alongside your Nami for at least this stage of the game.
I think there's a pretty easy 4 Sorcerer line that you play on stage 3. You have the Vlad that's a Watcher as well. You have your Nami as well. So you can play 4 on level 6 without sacrificing too much from your board.
I was going to say, I actually really like that you might be able to go like the Black Rose Sorcerer direction, just knowing that the Amumu helps to kind of fit the pieces together. You also have a potential Dominator line as you have the Ziggs in already. So I think there's a lot of flexibility here that we can see Bintum work around, and it's something that Bintum is quite known for.
I like the Dominator call out because there's the blue buff available as well. You have this Amumu that you might want to stick around, and just having the 2 Automata when you're playing around the Blitzcrank and it's still kind of helping anchor your front line. I think that's a good point, and I think maybe the Dominator is going to be what is wanted for Bintum.
Like Coco got Maddie out of the worth the wait. And so I'm super curious to see where this board goes.
Oh, I know where it's going. The trail on 3-2, you get 2 Maddies per turn. And then it's Maddie 4. 2 Maddie 4s incoming.
2 Maddie 4s.
I mean, that would also be a treat. We haven't seen a lot of Enforcer get played.
That could be an angle with a +1
a
maybe.
Possibility, yeah.
Yeah. Normally the Seri 3 is not something you want to go for, so maybe just get good tempo with the Maddie 1, with the Maddie 3-star right now, and then up level immediately to level 8 or even to level 9.
I mean, this unit is a beast on stage 3, though. I mean, absolutely, it's going to do a lot of work for Lekoko.
I think the only thing that she's missing to be perfect is the Rage Blade. That would allow you to cast so much faster.
I thought you were going to say the only thing missing from Maddie was not to be a traitor.
Oh, okay, maybe that's
loyalty.
Okay, 2 things missing.
Prismatic Augment coming through. Lekoko took whatever it is that he took immediately. So I do want to see that at some point. Wajan Iverson picks pretty early as well.
Prestevant has Sork offered. This is, the line that is favored for him. He has the itemization early on for it.
Bintum Prismatic Pipeline re-rolls it, though, and also gets a Sorcerer Crown. Don't think... So, I mean...
He could go Sorks
like
instead
with
of the Dominators.
Mumu, yeah. I was thinking that could be a possibility.
Yeah, I think it's all about scouting around and just trying to see what's uncontested right now. I mean... Prestevant clearly is angling toward the Sorks. He has the emblem, but also remember that Double has that Swain too. So if you're trying to opt into a line that is triple contested, you might have a really hard time.
Coco picked Enforcer's Snap Pick.
Yeah.
So I know we were saying it was an opportunity with the Maddie to go in that direction, and that is going to be what he goes for.
Ooh. It is so necessary to have the Enforcer emblem as well, because you actually don't have the option to hit the Prismatic without it, because you only have 7 Enforcer champions. So the fact that you've got the emblems, you're playing in Warwick, you might be able to get more gold. Look at how much Lekoko is generating off of just maintaining a win streak as well.
Level
the
7.
economy is great. You're going to have that Enforcer immediately.
Yep.
So you just have to find Caitlyn now, and that's a different story.
Well,
but
truth be told, the Caitlyn is clearly vital to be able to find success. But there are a lot of variations of the composition that even if you are playing around the 6 Enforcer and putting strong unit quality in, you kind of have this Maddie to lock in a lot of your damage on stage 3 and 4. I feel like Lekoko's spot. I mean, when you're in the Warwick encounter in general, if you are the one that's playing from ahead, if you are the one that is snowballing, you're in control of the lobby.
Yeah, single target so impressive here in the early game for Lekoko, so huge stabilization, now having a good front line, getting the Echo early also just as a great unit, so actually in a great spot.
Going up Boomhay with that gold collector. Was expecting to see Ezreal from there. Not exactly the Ezreal items you see most commonly. Ginsu not your favorite, but there's still a lot of damage with IE and collector.
There's just no front line, nothing is upgraded. This is a full 1-star board, and this is kind of the best description of the Warwick encounter in general, right? It's a feast or famine sort of game. Those who are on top are upgraded and they're snowballing, and Boomhay at this point, without any upgrades, is not going to be farming additional gold, putting him further and further behind the top end of the lobby.
Look at the massive loss that Lekoko just delivered to him. It could be quite tough to recover from that, but I like that you at least are able to play within the Academy tree, like the IE does fit that role.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Wajan at 50 life on full Chem Baron setup during the Warwick encounter.
So
Very
risky.
risky, but he's not going to be very contested on Lost Streak because of it, so we'll see if he can actually turn that around, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, is this looking to actually play around the Visionary, or is it looking to play around Silco? He has no mana-generating items. I don't know exactly what he picked up from this carousel. The other tier, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, you're looking for mana generation, right? So I guess that's not, that in of itself is not going to be the tell, but it could be a Visionary Heimer game, which we've seen him pilot so many times in the Golden Spatula. It was the crux of his win as the regional champion of the Americas. Another player I wanted to call out that we saw at the carousel was Liluo, who has still not used the double champion duplicators. Looks like he's angling toward the ambusher line, which is traditionally a win-out line. The question is, can you win out with a normal win-out line when everybody else has the additional resources of the Warwick encounter?
Also, I want to call out the win condition that you were talking about, Gangly. The Maddie, only 14 Maddies away for Maddie 4-star.
I want to see your notes. Did you find this out?
Yeah, I have it. I'm doing the counter here.
But if Lococo can actually stay winning, like, you actually can hit the Maddie 4 naturally on, like, end of stage 5, I think.
I think it's, I
Six?
believe it's
It's
end of
six.
stage 6,
But
I think.
Still, but it can happen.
It can happen.
I'm just saying that it can naturally happen without.
You're saying there's a chance.
Yes. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a Maddie, there's a way.
There's also a way. Yeah.
Okay, so this was Wajan Iverson that we were talking about before. Only had a 55 cash out, so we
Yeah, he already cashed.
We did take the cash out
Yeah.
before, right? Okay, so we've taken one cash, and now continuing the loss, have 2 additional losses after that. Oh man,
I'm not sure where we go.
This feels like a very, very difficult game for Wajan Iverson to pilot from this position.
Yeah, because the items are saying Visionary or Silco, right? Of course, kind of feels more Visionary, but how are we actually getting there from this stage?
Yeah.
I mean, we have money, but not much more than anyone else. In fact, probably less than a lot of other players due to the Warwick.
I mean, he has, I think, did I see that he had 30 less gold than Lococo? Actually, I didn't see that
He
exact
was level
number.
750 gold. I didn't see the XP.
Okay.
Bintum is going to go towards this Dominator line, though. As of right now, you've got the Black Rose teched in, as well as just the Emissary from the Nami. And it's going to be good enough to be able to deal with Prestiven's board.
Yeah, and good enough for the win streak here. Also for Bintium, great having to find the Elise this early into the game, giving that strong power that he actually needed. And now we were talking just about this Necra. Huge possibilities. He could go Nominator, he can go into the Sork line, so anything is possible still. Black Rose is what makes more sense.
I do think that the Dominators is a little bit easier because you did just see Prestivent with that Sorcerer emblem. I think you have to assume that...
2 of them, yeah, with the Sork emblem. Yeah, you're right.
So I think it's just... Oh, I didn't even realize there were 2 players that have it. So I think it's so difficult to just opt into something that you know is already contested by 2 people.
Also, Blazing Soul, pretty good at, when you're playing around the Dominators, getting the additional attack speed procced onto your backline Dominators quite strong. The blue buff makes it a little tricky because it does mean that you want to play a bit more on the Cassiopeia. So I don't know if maybe there's a Visionary angle as well.
Is it a Heimer Black Rose angle? Are we back, baby?
Oh, man. This is patch 1 again, isn't it?
We're so back.
Okay, roll down coming in from Wajan Iverson, and it's very close to Rennie 3, but didn't find a single copy of Heimerdinger, and misses the tier from the neutrals.
Yeah, no tier, no sword, so you can't even just go Shojin and pray. I mean, it's really just... It's a very, very tough spot. He's still losing. I don't see him winning against many boards. Maybe Bume with the unupgraded backline, and this is possible, but the damage is so low. This is a Morgana 1 on Wajan's board.
Yeah, the problem is even if you win now, you don't have a possibility to actually ramping up your board. So this is just a fallout here for Wajan. He needs to try to find a perfect augment here. Maybe try to go for a comeback. No gold to play with, and already the cow shot in place.
Yeah.
If it's another Prismatic, maybe you just have to play for red buff, blue buff.
It is going to be gold.
It's gold.
Maybe reinforcement, find
Betrayal?
Heimer. There's an angle.
Betrayal for Loco.
Betrayal.
This is Boomhay, who's playing around that Ezreal that we saw before. Nothing too obvious, at least to me. This is Duo Q coming in for
Got a
Lococo. Finds the
Jace.
Jace. I mean,
It's not the... Could
it's
you
a high
imagine
quality,
if...
it's a high quality unit, right?
But what if you had high rolled the Caitlyn?
Yeah, which I mean, I think that's
That's
one
what
of the
he's looking
reasons
for.
you definitely do
Yeah.
take Duo Q, like, knowing that there is an out there. This is going to be Glass Cannon, I believe, coming in from Wajan Iverson. Makes a lot of sense if you have all the units. Problem is we don't have all the units. We are just one Rennie off, though, from Rennie 3. So Wajan Iverson just needs to be able to hold on. If he had 20 more gold, I feel like this spot would feel way easier to bail himself out of. But right now, it's looking disastrous.
The famous Yale of level 8. You have to roll. There's no other possibility. Everyone is so strong. Everyone is cashing out the loot from the Warwick. Now going up against Double. Double already Swain 2 on the back.
Yeah, Rennie trying to hold on, but until that Rennie 3 comes through, it's not buying enough time because the damage isn't there. You don't have the damage to capitalize on this Rennie 2. Morgana 1 just not going to cut it even with that Renata. And one unit loss, not the worst. He needs to just hold out, but realistically, I mean, we're looking at trying to outlive Boomhay as the win condition of the game.
We did find one Heimer. We're still missing a blue buff. Keep that in mind. We're still one off the Rennie. We're able to get our items on there now at least. We're very close to spiking. We are very close.
Thinking about changing items here. Maybe to the
Renata.
Yeah, to the Renata. Ah, so tough. Yeah, no gold here. And actually 25 HP, so he should get to the anomaly, but then...
You can get to Carousel, and maybe there's a Rennie waiting there.
Yeah. What's the out? Rennie on Carousel or Heimer with tier, and then a Heimer in the shop, so you 2-star it?
Exactly.
There.
Lilu on the other side. Not sure if you use the duplicators, but we are seeing this is the ambusher setup coming through up against Boomhay. Honestly, it's a good time for Boomhay to fight him because Lilu has not hit that spike yet. He's been sacrificing the last couple of rounds. And Boomhay is just playing for every single round to be able to try and win. Wajan takes another hit there. Is there anything on the carousel
There's
that bails
a
him out?
Renata with a tier.
Lamina, you probably just take the tier, I imagine.
You have to, right? I mean, you just need items. Oh, Malzahar.
Oh,
he's going to try and just go 1-star Malzahar instead.
Hey.
I mean, it replaces the Morgana 1 on his board.
It does. That's a pretty good upgrade.
Yeah.
Does it save him? Not really.
Yeah, it feels really hard. I mean,
Let me hope.
I will say, in defense of Wajan Iverson, Wajan is one of the best players, actually the best player in the Americas at just having resilience. He is the least likely player in the Americas to bot for 2 games in a row. And so if there's anyone that you can trust in to take an 8th place because it's a hard game to play.
What's the name of that stat, Gangly? There was something like a name, no? Like the bounce
resilience.
The resilience rate.
The resilience rate.
Okay.
If there's anyone I believe in to bounce back after a bad 8th, it's Wajan Iverson.
And Wajan's score looked safe enough that he's not in danger of being eliminated in this first 8 here, but he will have to bounce back big on the second round.
Yeah. Now Situren, the player who's also contesting, or Prestiven here with the +1 of Sorg, and Lilu already with the Smeech, so
you just found it. He's hit his cap now. 4 ambusher, doesn't have the Jinx, which is okay. He's level 8 now as well, though, which is very nice. So it's going to be a lot easier for him to find that high end. And having the Radiant Titans is quite nice. You have double survivability on the Smeech, and then you have the ramp up as he's able to get into the back line, get those stacks, and try and 1v9 the fight. Looks like it's going to be enough to take this fight over Satoran.
I mean, it's huge. With the Titans, with the Radiant Titans, so much healing. Maybe not the best to burst in the start of the game, but actually this is exactly what you want him to do. Just start cleaning up slowly, and then you should win the fight.
Wajan Iverson lost. That last fight is going to go out in 8th place here before we get to the anomaly as Lilo picks up the last chance.
Massive for the Smeech. It's going to be very tough to get rid of this unit, and it's still going to have the stacks built up on that Titans, plus all the Omnivamp. It's just absolutely insane. It's
Echo
perfect.
2 found as well. So 2 primary spikes found on the Smeech 3 and the Echo 2, and now Liluo has the go button to try and go level 9, try and find that Jinx and hit the max cap.
Ooh, dramatic entrance on a Garen here.
I just want to recognize Double still with the 2 duplicators, so he's just saving them
for next game.
For next.
But I understand why, though, because he really wants to get this 3-star Swain.
Did Double use it to make the 2-star Swain? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So now
he's getting them from Warwick.
He's the Warwick one. Yeah, right.
He's got 2 new ones.
Great
that he's
tempo.
Yeah.
Wow,
I'm having deja vu. I was like, I saw him use those.
Do it again. But yeah, no, that's a great catch. The Warwick has a chance to actually drop champion duplicators and components every once in a while, so...
Bintum found an absurd amount of tiers this game. We have 2 Shojins and a blue buff, which I mean is pretty nice for this Dominator, and you have the Dominator +1 on the Elise backline carry. this is a tech that, again, we've seen since the start of this patch. Traditionally, you've had that at least in the front line, but now Bintum is saying, I'm going to opt to just burst them down, have 3 damage threats in the back line.
Yeah, the AP carry for the Dominator line, the Sork line, the
Bruiser line.
The Bruiser line. It doesn't matter what line you play. The best AP carry is Elise. We don't need Silco. We don't need Zoe. We need Elise.
We don't even have Form Swapper in, right? This is just an Elise who's playing with a Black Rose. You get a little bit more front line there. I will say I'm kind of surprised that we actually saw this Amumu 3 hanging on for the entire game, and Bintum on a 2-win streak going into stage 5. Lobby HP is really tight. Nothing is set in stone. I think Prestivan is pretty much a lock for probably a top 5, top 6, but anything can happen right now.
Is it worthwhile, though, to have the Automata enabled because you have the Watcher synergy, plus you've got Automata between the Amumu and the Blitzcrank?
Yeah, I mean, it gives you the defenses right off the bat so that your Amumu's not going to be super frail. I don't think Amumu 3 is going to hold up as that strong of a tank going into stage 5. So I think at this point, Bintum's saying, I have so much gold. I've got 90 gold waiting in the bank. I need to go level 9. I've got enough damage. Well, what else can I throw in my front line?
Sell it, I guess.
We might even see like the front line Jace or something coming in from Bintum to get Form Swapper plus a little bit more front line.
How rich everyone is, we have to start looking at maybe 3-star 4 costs as well. Boomhay is in a lot of danger. He's a little too low that I'm not confident he makes it with these 5 Corkis, but there are other players, higher HP. I mean, even you look at somebody like Prestivan, maybe he starts to hold on to extra 4 costs.
Yeah, holding up the Garen 2, making the difference here. He just got it. So actually pretty strong for now. Holding up on the Corkis, obviously very far from that Corki T, but obviously can be a win out if the game smiles to you.
I think Bintum's going to level here, I imagine. It looks like it is on cadence. We'll see him on the right-hand side. Both he and Prestivan leveling up to 9, it seems. So we have 2 players trying to spike right now. Bintum able to level and still have a decent amount of money in the bank, too, which is nice. As Prestivan does roll to 0. And this is a strong variation of the board, assuming you can get those upgrades. For Form Swapper and Sorcerer means that you're getting additional HP, or excuse me, AP on the Elise and damage amplification, but he doesn't have it upgraded.
And he won't, because all the Elise are gone.
Everybody's taking Elise.
Sorry, they're all gone.
But he is on Lord Pair. He's found some 5 costs. Maybe he's got another way to outlive another Elise player and then pick them up when they come back around.
That is the win con, isn't it?
Double is going to fall here to Coco, though, and just 12 HP, not going to have anything to hold on. 33 points means that Double 61 was one of those players that kind of was in the danger zone. I think with his first place from the last game, I imagine he's holding on, but he's not going to feel great going into the next set.
Yeah, you would say maybe at risk, but I do think a 35 points should maybe get you just above. Yeah, I wouldn't feel good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that Dragon Soul Maddie was disgusting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Makes sense. Normally, Maddie is not a unit that you know the anomalies that will be ideal because you don't do Maddie 3. Maybe with Mad Scientist in a moment. And actually makes sense because normally she like hits and then hits a little on the back. So procs the Dragon Soul in a very effective way.
Right. Once she kills one unit, she'll retarget her ultimate to another one anyway. So she wants to be able to get as much value out of her ult and kill
I mean, look.
as many units as possible. Look at a single shot just did half of that unit's damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the big crits coming out. Double IE Deathblade. It's just so much AD. When you finally get the cast, it just starts wiping the board. So, able to even get
the last stand from the Smith.
The crowd control, not enough.
So this is, like, you might call this one slow Maddie, right? Traditionally, you have Maddie where you have the Rage Blade, you're ramping up. Instead, this is just Maddie with, like, a bazooka. she's shooting one time, but she's got to reload. She needs some time.
And it's important to recognize that because actually that Maddie should be the counter for the Smith to actually burst him down, and she couldn't. So this Smith might be the strongest that we have so far.
But Lakoko still could actually find the Caitlyn. She's not here yet.
Yep. Notably, the Maddie did not get the cast on the Smeech. The auto attack came through, but the cast hit the backline before swapping back to Smeech. So maybe if it lines up perfectly, the cast goes through, it's enough to actually get there.
That will be the chance. Now, Prestivan once again, 6 sword, 4 from Swapper.
Giving up on the Elise. He took the items off the Elise, instead moved it onto the LeBlanc and the Nami.
And the
Well, he wasn't gonna get it.
He found the
so-
Mordekaiser too.
Oh, and look at the item.
for
I
the
mean, this is
upgrade.
best in slot, right? You actually just can't get any better than this. You have built-in Omnivamp on the Mordekaiser. You have the QSS.
Total Exodia.
Very good.
This could be the thing that actually swings in his favor. Even LeBlanc 1. We've seen LeBlanc 1 do so much damage just because of the effect you have of her spell, spreading that damage. Oh, Mordekaiser almost falls from the Maddie.
There's a healing.
Oh, but he's got enough time.
Frontline
And now
falls.
Maddie's too slow on the cast. She does take him out, but it's a little too late.
Wow.
So, Precedent does find the big upgrade. And yeah, you're right, Necra, he can't hit the Elise. Everybody else has it. But Mordekaiser might do in a pinch.
I like it. Yeah. I'm a fan. I'll take the Mordekaiser 2 over at least one any day of the week.
There's a Roland finally got into on the right for Lilu.
These are the 2 win streakers. Keep in mind, Sadoran on a 5-win streak, Lilua on a 6-win streak. Both these players vying and looking like they're a lock for top 3. They both want to try and find that top placement, though.
Yeah, and Satoran needing that monster game, right? We talked about at the start, and this is definitely looking like one, as you're saying. A locked-in top 3 might just be enough to escape the jaws of that bottom 8.
So I should be on the right. There's the Mordekaiser, and on the left, Situren, also with the possibility of being thrown out against Dominators.
And we see that Mordekaiser finally just getting to go off the built-in Omni enough to stay alive. But Smeech is still up. It's just a matter of can he take it down. And Mord's no longer casting, so this should just be Smeech on the cleanup.
Wow, the timing there. Smeech not going on to the Mordekaiser until after the Mordekaiser ult wore off means that Smeech is able to stay alive without any threat. And because of that, Liluo maintains his win streak on the left-hand side. Satoran, I believe, took out Bintum in that fight. So Bintum, while still staying alive, only at 10 HP. And we have 3 players sitting on death's door going into the beginning of stage 6.
I think Lakoko has a chance, but like you need the 8 enforcer. Where is it? You know, you have the enforcer crest on the Civica, which is fantastic, and you are holding 7 copies of Vi. But I still think that like the real big cap of this board is always 8 enforcer in my mind.
It's going to be a roll down here. Oh,
8 copies.
One more Vi. Vi 3.
Got some gold.
Vi 3 could definitely do it.
Yeah, but he is on level 8.
Oh no.
What else can we sell? Not a lot.
Oh, there's the
Finds the
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn.
That's a big
Two
deal,
Caitlyn.
actually.
We're missing... What are we missing? Do we have Camille?
No.
Did we sell a Camille to roll? We sold
I
a
think
Camille
so.
to roll.
I mean, if you're one off that Vi, I think the Vi 3 was the bigger condition at this point.
But I still think that having the extra Caitlyn, like you're getting the enforcer, she's helping with the enforcer anyway,
Oh,
but
the
she gets
Zephyr key!
Zephyr!
Oh, wow!
Where did that come from?
Oh, so Lilo actually had a support item and
Yeah,
reforged
third
it to get
augment.
the Zephyr.
Crazy.
That's
really
massive.
good tech from Liluo. Be able to find the Zephyr on the Maddie in the last second. You see that board just explodes the ambushers. And the Coco 1 Vi off of Vi 3 is going to take a box 4.
Surprised us just as much as it surprised Lakoko there. I don't think he was ready for it at all.
That is wild, though. That's actually so many eliminations. Lakoko, Bintum, and Presteven all fall at the hands of our top 2 players in this lobby. Situren and Lilo both find themselves with just continuing to like increase their lead on the competition right now.
Yeah, Smeech reigning supreme once again. The ambushers popping off another top 2 for this comp, and maybe even getting the top 1 here, as we haven't seen them fight in quite some time. You see the 7 streak and the 8 streak.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you're like the person in third. You're like, why am I playing them again? Can't they just play each other, please?
It's true.
But keep in mind, you know, Sidoran has a pretty decent front line. A lot of his damage is coming in through this burst, but the ambushers want to just bypass that front line. So this is all going to come down to the targeting. How long does this Smeech get to ramp up?
Yeah.
Do you need to put your damage dealers in front of the Smeech, or do you want to put them on the opposite side to try and avoid it? In this fight, I don't think we've procced the last chance yet.
We have
because
not.
of that,
Wow.
the ambushers once again able to take the fight.
But there was also a big walk back from Echo onto the back line. And so all of a sudden, you know, LeBlanc isn't actually around long enough to cast. The Elise has been taken out, so she's not adding in damage.
My concern is the Mbessa was essentially targeting the Smeech for most of that fight, and that's one of your major sources of damage. I think maybe the difference has to be that Elise with the Mbessa now targeting at the exact same time, because, yeah, the Elise died a little bit too early, but the Mbessa was tickling the Smeech. It was not really getting anything done.
Yeah, and the Garen for Liluo, he's just not dying. And with the Even Shroud, he's making the possibility for the Smith to ramp up with the front lane, and that's easy enough.
Look at the positioning difference here, okay? I want to see where this Elise and the Mbessa target. They are on similar sides. The LeBlanc does get Zephyr, so we aren't able to get that off.
Stuck on Garen.
We are stuck on the Garen. We really want to be able to kill everything else besides the Garen, and so that we can find our way onto the Smeech. The Smeech is half HP. All of our damage dealers are very healthy. Last chance is procced.
Yeah, it should be procced here.
He will fall if the Mbessa
can
survive.
live. If she's still got the Edge of Night, she does not.
It's close.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, but she does get the win. That is best case scenario, I think. The Elise was alive forever, got a full cast on Smeech at the end there with the Mbessa, and even then, Smeech almost holds on for the rest of that.
We're sitting on LeBlanc 1 and Jinx 1, so keep that in mind. See if we can pick up the LeBlanc off the carousel. Looks like Liluo will deny that instead to get a Runaan's Hurricane, but he wants to make sure that Zitoran doesn't get that LeBlanc too. If you can find that, all of a sudden your burst is amplified so much more, and it'll be way easier to find that burst onto the key unit.
But Zitoran just went level 10, or is level 10, and is definitely starting to roll for some of those bigger pairs. See if you can actually finish one of those off.
2 LeBlancs being held on the side of Liluo, 1 Jinx being held on the side of Zitoran.
And the Zephyr will be very important here.
Yep.
The change in the last second here for Liluo. Go for center.
I think he got it.
I think it's 50-50 for Elise or Zoe.
Right.
If it goes on Zoe, that's really good for Zitoran.
Got the Elise!
Oh, and
it's massive.
So much burst damage being lost out there. Watch this Smeech on the right-hand side. Where is he going to jump after this cast? Dash to the other side of the board now, and the Jace portal is going to be able to give him 1 additional target that's not high priority.
Elise cast. Garen's cast.
Oh, this Smeech is so low.
There's still multiple damage.
There's the proc. The CC from Mbessa at just the right time.
Oh, but the
She's
Jinx blasted.
She's burning down.
No way,
Mbessa taking it.
We saw the proc, and immediately Mbessa picks up the Smeech, so he can't Omni-Vamp, and he takes so much damage from the last stand.
Lore accurate Smeech.
Now, where can they go from here? I mean, look at how many LeBlancs and Jinxes are getting held still at this point as well.
Liluo is 54 gold. So Liluo is actually opting to play this very slow, leveraging the HP lead that he's gained over the last few rounds.
He wants level 10.
If he can make it to the next neutral round, he'll be able to go level 10, or if he wants to guarantee a roll down, deny the LeBlanc 2, he'll have that as an option as well. 2 Jinxes have been taken out of the pool, so both players trying to play spoiler.
Zephyr on the Zoe.
Goes on Zoe.
Yep,
Okay, so it's a lot better
big
for
difference.
Zitoran this time.
There's going to be the immediate cast from the Elise, just shotguns into the Smeech, but he does not proc yet, and he's able to get away and start sustaining. Finally, that last chance is going to go through. There's a lot alive.
So early.
He's going to go down. This looks like a pretty big win this time around.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Zephyr has to be in a special target here. That's the only way Lilo has a chance to take the win.
Remover. You get an item remover from the neutral round right now, which means that Liluo is going to be able to cheese that position, have your units spread out on the backline to try and guarantee. The question is, how many units do you actually have that you can put in the backline that won't grief your positioning? I would argue at the very least the Camille, maybe the Scar, and the Loris can be thrown there too.
It could be dangerous. You can maybe leave a spot in the front line, so actually,
Wait, but does it matter? Because he's going to go level 10.
You can +1 at level 10
so you can
here.
just +1 and put it on a backliner.
Yep.
There's a Jace.
30 gold as well.
Mel is perfect.
Jinx 2
LeBlanc
picked up.
2.
And LeBlanc 2. Might be enough to deny the Jinx 2. We're not even sitting on a pair of Jinxes, so this is probably as strong as we're going to get on the side of
there's the pair.
What can you pick up here? The LeBlanc 2 added is actually the LeBlanc 2, even without any synergy, is going to do quite well. Keep in mind, 3 items now on this Rumble, so the burst damage is going to increase. Let's watch the Zephyr.
Here he goes once again, trying to hit the Elise. Just going to corner.
Nami.
Not going to
no
get
Zephyr
anything with
value.
that.
I don't exactly know what happened there, but with
I think Zitoran's very happy about that, though.
Look at the Smeech, still able to stay healthy for now, but it looks like that proc came through.
Rumble is out.
It's already gone, trying to heal up.
Elise cast right now.
Does not get enough,
That's
and
gonna
that's
do
just
it.
going to be it. Zitoran going to pick up the W.
Wow, it just felt like it got less close and less close and less close. Even with the Zephyr, I feel like that was such a big deal.
I'm not going to lie. I am floored by the Zephyr play there. I don't exactly know why he wasn't able to get the remover there, but to me it felt like a crucial win condition for being able to beat that enemy board was removing the damage threat. Specifically, I think the Elise dealing so much damage on the side of Satoran, and without being able to Zephyr those units in any of those core fights, it was curtains for Liluo.
Yeah, it was not enough, and we saw it. When he got the Elise, there was a chance of winning, and in the rest, obviously not. So actually, great position. Love to see the Zephyr once again on the game. Normally, we don't see it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
To see it back, it's so fun. It brings me back, and this is the joy of TFT. Not only what we have right now, but also to celebrate what has been in the past, and obviously what's coming with some cyber action, maybe.
But what a smart choice to be able to get, okay, and maybe a little lucky that you ended up reforging it to get the Zephyr, but when there were so many strong backline carries, to be able to have that additional support item, it gave you a really great fighting chance against everybody.
It became the win con, right? Because the Smeech was continually getting focused by the Lee, so maybe there could have been a positioning difference, but realistically, stopping that damage was so impactful.
We talk about the reforge, you could say it's high roll, but I would actually argue there's a lot of different outs that you can get. I think it's a heads-up play from Liluo, recognizing that whatever support item he got originally wasn't enough, and maybe you find a Zeke's, you find a Banshees, you find a Zephyr, all of a sudden, or even Aegis as well. There's a lot of different picks that can enable that ambusher's comp. So I think it's heads-up play from Liluo. Again, if you don't know already, Liluo, previous world champion of set 6, back again at the Arcane set, found a second place at the Macau Open, and now, with the second place finish, yeah, you didn't win the lobby, but I think you're feeling pretty good.
It's the plot armor buff from all of the storylines that have been drafted by our script writers for Liluo.
The master of Arcane.
Right.
Also to recognize, he was actually contested. Situren was against Prestiven that also had the +1 of Zork. So actually not the best spot for him, and he could perform. So actually that flexibility of playing again with the Elise, then trying to see what the game's evil. He didn't even have the LeBlanc 2. So actually late into the game, and it just was enough. The setup was ready, and obviously good front line that made the difference.
I'm glad you brought up Prestiven, because I forgot there were 6 other players in this lobby. We were playing on the Warwick Hunger encounter, which snowballed the game so fast. The effect of that, Wage and Iverson fell before the anomaly. 6 of the 8 players, they fell over a full stage before the last 2 players remaining. We had a full stage of a 1v1, and it goes to show the power of some of these encounters, that it alters the way that you have to be able to play the game. And if you know how to pilot that, when the high roll is presented from you, or when you have a really cool angle, like Liluo, who actually was playing against the grain, playing for that win out, recognizing that I think this is still enough to allow me to slingshot when I hit, you can find success.
Let's take a look at our standings, because this is where we make our very first cut of our competition.
Oh, wow.
And it is bonkers. We're sending out in our first top 8 today 2 previous Tacticians Crown champions.
My pick'ems are doomed.
I thought that first from double was going to
too.
do enough to kind of make him safe, but the 7th was too little at the end.
I was
horrible.
thinking the same thing. Like, we didn't even talk about that in the game, because we said, oh, you know, with double getting that first place, like, it'll be okay. Like,
yeah, we were thinking more
34,
35, maybe 34 as the cutoff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
losing here, last representative for Latam for America Species here, memes.
Yeah, Dank Beams got the first. He bounced back like you would say, oh, he needs to.
Yeah.
And it's not enough. The 7th was way too much at the start of the day.
Yeah, I don't actually know exactly what happened in the standings here. This feels like we must be sandwiched pretty tight here. Look, that's why.
There you go. Tie breaks all the way up to 20.
Tiebreaker.
So that's what, I mean, yeah.
6 tied for 20th place, and double 61 is the one player of the 6 tied at 35 points who gets eliminated. Heartbreaking
Citoren,
finish.
that first saves him.
Wow.
Coming from 27 points up there.
1 by 1 Zephyr. That is
Wow.
crazy. A lot of APAC bringing it back here, though, after APAC had a pretty rough first day. Staying alive right now in the tournament. We're seeing Prestiven and Spencer from the Americas representing us in the top 16. And a pretty nice spread. Look at this. We got a bunch of APAC. We got CN, EMEA, and Americas all on the precipice of the top 8.
And on the first page, it's going to be Bio that stays on top, but we can really start to see some of our competitors that are pulling away with these 41 plus points. Dishsoap finally finds himself in the top 8 after several games as well.
We lost 2 crown winners, but we still have 2 crown winners here with the possibility of a second D-Shop and Lilo from the CN server. So it's making popping off, and they actually in the great position. They're the favorites to advance to day 3, but obviously a lot of games still to come. 7 games today.
And things really might start to shake up, because when you look at that top 8 as well, you see Nandere actually taking 2 8th places back to back, as well as Boomhey taking 2 6th places back to back. And so it's not even that the players that are within our top 8 actually are maintaining a top 8 because they're continuing to do well. So much more action ahead of us as we are going to take a short break. But when we come back, we'll have reseated lobbies and we will start our next phase of our competition for day 2. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Into the Arcane Tacticians Crown. I'm Casanova, joined by Impetuous Panda, Alan ZQ, and Clement here on the desk now. How you guys feeling after those first 2 games? I know we had some rough eliminations.
Pretty crazy ones. We thought double was safe for sure at 35 points. All of a sudden, 6-way tiebreaker, and just hadn't done enough on day 1 to win that tiebreaker.
That has to definitely hurt, given that you are going on the last one. And it was looking pretty close, because we were all thinking 33, 34 at most, and then boom, 35 and being out on the day 2. Brutal.
Looking at the top of the scoreboard, on the other hand, we do have 3 Western players and 2 EMEA players. I know you're going to be very happy about this up there. Meanwhile, following up with that is the 2 CM players, but a tale of 2 different stories. Nandida, the first place from yesterday, now taking 2/8, still within that top 8, but his stock's falling really off fast.
Well, we're going to be jumping into even more of that soon enough, but we've got another reveal from Cyber City, this time for Zeri's origin, and she was revealed yesterday, so let's check out Exotech.
Cyber City is crawling with different factions, all vying for power, territory, and in Exotech's case, patented bio-upgrades and exo-weaponware, unique items only their members can use. Exotech is one of the bigger traits in corporations in Cyber City. It's not like our other item-bound traits. There'll be specific users in the trait that are best with each item. Add more Exotechies to your crew to gather the full arsenal, including the life-saving Repulsor Lantern, which grants defensive stats and shields while reflecting damage back at attackers. Or you can use the Flux Capacitor, which charges up as you attack until maxing out and blasting your target. There's also my personal favorite, Hyperfangs, which grants AD and Omnivamp and releases shockwaves of damage.
All right, how cool. We actually are starting to see some of those traits pan out. We saw the Zeri creating the images, which looked so cool previously, but now we get to see special items once again.
I just love the term exotechies. I think it sounds so good. I'm ready for set 14.
Hey, I'm all for it when you get some extra items. We have now Academy, then we're gonna have Exo, some more fun action, and we'll see if those items are randomized or they're always the same.
Mm-hmm. I really like those trait trees that let you customize with emblems. You get the special weapons, and then everyone has to figure out which is that +1 best on to kind of fit with those special items.
Yeah, trying to find the sneaky one, because we saw one that was like an AD item with some extra shred. It was on, actually, some units were gonna get in this world there, where they saw Nefiri playing that in the front line, and I wonder if there will be some other, frontline bruisers or melee assassins that can actually really abuse it.
No melee assassins allowed anymore. Relax.
You don't like Smeech?
You're done Smeeching around here, or what?
I have bad news for you, Alan. Next game's loaded up.
We're gonna have plenty of Smeech to go around.
Considering yesterday's play rate on the stats, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, the highest play rate while maintaining such a high average is pretty much, I don't want to say unmet, because it is, but given a cash out comp, like the loss streak comp being that high, and players who might be just going into that, given how easy it's to force.
I think it's a great thing to kind of discuss which are your outs. What can you find when you're playing that lose streak? Outside of the Smeech, it's been the Quick Striker traditionally, and that's been kind of going down a little bit. But other than that, Alan, do you think there's another life raft we can have the players cling on to when they don't have a clear direction on 2-1 and they're in a bad spot?
Oh, we've seen players lean towards some sort of farm swappers, given the line can be played either from the AD or AP after all those buffs to Elise, and AD items can go just towards the Jace. The main problem with the comp is you need to build 2 type of shreds if you try to go for the mixed type of damage. However, we've seen plenty of picks of arguments like Piercing Lotus, which solves that issue.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the form swappers, maybe the other issue sometimes when you are playing from behind is actually getting there. Since everyone's rolling for it, you're sort of kind of putting your hands in Mort Dog on your roll down to see if you can actually hit.
I mean, you can have just Mordok on the speed dial, right?
That's a special privilege that I think not many players have been able to accrue the last 2 sets.
I haven't been able to get through to him. I'm just putting that out there.
You've been put on hold, right?
Yeah. All right, well, what are some of the other lines that we want to talk about here? Because, we had the ambushers popping off. We had visionaries starting to slow down, and that would have been another one that you'd maybe look at out of Chem Baron, but now it's been struggling, and maybe players are going to start to stray away.
I think especially Morgana Visionaries, we saw a lot at EMEA Regionals. You need to have much more specific conditions to play for it. You need to have the blue buff components ready from 2-1 onwards to guarantee the blue buff at stage 3. You need to have Morgana copies. There's a lot that has to go right, but when you're able to find the spot, yesterday the stats were insane. Only 5 games, small sample size, but 2.20 AVP, which is pretty damn insane, actually. I'm hoping that some of the players who need to go for these first, if they see some of these conditions being met, maybe take that risk, go for that roll down.
And that on top of how Visionary were contested, we've seen plenty of Heimer and Malzahar being across the boards contested, and Reni, Nunu, those units were taken off, and we've seen players like even Dish Soap go AFE because he couldn't just find that Heimer 2 to stabilize eventually of the argument such as strong as Ghost of the Friends Past, scaling that AP and HP for the Visionaries.
Yeah, what we've seen is that the tempo Visionary line going straight 8 without the basis of that 3-star 1 cost, Morgana, just didn't work out very well. The other tempo line was actually a 5.6 AVP. Another line I'm really liking is actually going to be the Tristana line. We've actually seen this as being something of an America's special. They had the most played on that one, and it has a very, very high first place rate. So if you're gunning with it, you have the good spot, especially on stage 1. I think it's one of the higher options.
It was well liked in the Americas, and also sometimes they'll find the early Tristana 2, get the items, and then if they're not seeing enough Tristanas, instead push levels, put it on an Ezreal instead, and actually play around that for the mid to late game. And so there's options to go into the line when it looks really good, and options to bail out when it doesn't.
Do you guys know the Tristana tech? You can get a 3 triple shot on 1-4.
No.
Yeah, you
the
two backlaners to the right. And
it only
the
works with the double Amumu, and with the placement for that is you put the Tristana on A3, and then you have the Amumu on C4 and D7, and then you get the triple shot. Really cool to see.
All right, well, this will be the lobby we're going to jump into here. Couple of players who are at the top of the tables, with Day6 still holding strong at 48 points. And Dish Soap has made quite a resurgence, coming up to 41 points right now.
I'm curious about Nandade, a player that his mental, especially for this game, is going to be really interesting to analyze, because coming into day 1, 40 points, the most one-trick player out of the entire field, 4 games of Ambusher, comes into this day, doesn't play any Ambusher, 8th into 8th. Does he try and go back to Ambusher? Does he force that comfort comp that he found so many great results on yesterday? Does he continue playing a more flex plan and turn things around regardless? That's my big question coming to this game 3.
We've seen that he's pretty much aware of the strongest lines to be linked towards, because a part of the ambushers, he had a small touch on the Rebels, he had a small touch on the Emissary Sorks, so he's aware of what lines are good. He's not clearly the only one trick, but lean towards the strongest comps, which we clearly have seen was an ambusher line.
On the other hand, we have Kian and Shizoran coming in exactly on the cut with 35 points. This does mean to go over, they probably have 3 or 4 points they need to make up in just 2 games. So it has to be a first type of composition for them. Again, the Smeech seems to be the most obvious answer right here. Looking for them to go into it.
What if it's exactly a bait you don't want to go into? Because given how many players needs to go for that second, third, or even first place, and there will be more contested Smeeches around.
And we don't want to get too comfortable either, even if they get a first, because we made that mistake last time and we lost some people we didn't expect. So definitely going to need 2 big games if you are at the very bottom of the tables to actually feel comfortable whatsoever.
And for Kian, he's a player who feels most comfortable playing rerolls. Yesterday, only played 1 game of reroll. We saw it on broadcast. It was the Tristana where he got a first. I think his AVP on Rebels was 6.5 across 3 games. I don't think it's something he's touching any longer, but I'm curious to see if he really tries to force into those rerolls, play more for his comfort, try and maximize those points in these remaining few games.
And he was one of our players we were looking at as a big 1st or 8th player, right, Clement? This was somebody who, coming in, we expected to be able to swing for the fences, and now might be the time we really get to see that.
Now he's forced to go into that playstyle. Like, going to top 4s is not really going to work out for him here. And in terms of like the Kian lines or like the first place lines we've seen a lot outside of the Smeech, I think it's, of course, kind of like the form swappers. That is the more macro cap that we can kind of expect a lot of these players going for.
We've seen the fair balance between, in the best doing players, going between the reroll lines and there's some sort of tempo into fast 8, fast 9 compositions like Daisy. Played 3 rerolls, 3 tempo comps, and it's been working out great for him so far.
We can talk about the most stable composition as well, and that's going to be the Emissary Sork line. It's a very, very stable top 3, top 4 type of composition that I expect the top of this lobby to be able to go for. Not a great top 1st comp necessarily, but it will get the job done.
Yeah, and plenty of these players, even top 5 is phenomenal. That's great points to just continue to rack up as you're making your way towards the end of this tournament.
Curious for Dishup as well. Started off the day really hot with a second and a third in these first 2 games. Has a chance to continue moving forward with that great momentum. Played a lot of reroll regionals, mostly maybe off of that Vi encounter coming up so often in the North America Golden Spatula. But I'm curious to see if we see him still on reroll today or if he goes more with the 4-cost flex like yesterday.
Yeah, we've seen Dishup known for his great line recognition. Day 1 started from only 1 reroll and playing 5 tempo lines, going fast 8, which had one big bump on the way, but besides that, pretty good results overall.
I do want to point out someone that's on a hot streak, and that's going to be Lee Tu-Chuan, 8873 in terms of points, not placements.
Oh, yeah.
points. Sorry. In terms of points, in his last 4 games, he's actually the most points out of just those past 4. And, we expected him to be the carry for CN. Guan was kind of the breakthrough player, the new player on the block, but Lee Tu-Chuan holding the highest expectations. He was able to come back on compositions. I believe it was Smeech. As you expect, 2 Canberran games to get him back to this spot.
And for viewers at home, the mental math around cutoffs, we have 2 more games than a cutoff, and the cutoff for the end of the day tends to be around 65, 66 points. So you can already look at your favorite player, see how far he is from reaching that tally, and cross your fingers. Hopes he can maybe high roll this game 3 and have that positive momentum.
All right, well, we are going to be jumping into this game 3, starting off on Experience board here. Don't see the anomaly or the encounter just yet.
It was not a Jin encounter. There was
it did look like a Jin encounter, didn't it, right? Experience standing in the middle.
While we're on the Experience topic, there might be some players that are leaning towards more rerolls, more tempo. Experience one of those players that day 1, he didn't touch any rerolls. He just played tempo, worked out decently. We'll see if he sticks to his guns, or perhaps the players have some sort of stats on each other already being fed by the teammates, by the observers, and if they know there is less of the rerolls in the lobby, they might go for it.
Alan, I have a question for you. If you have to go for a first place, does that change what champions you hold on stage 1?
Absolutely. You don't hold units like family, because it's not a comp that you can win out without specific case like Trenchcoat with perhaps Radiant Sterak. It needs a quite specific setup to being able to win out, unless it's some sort of +1 family spot, but then you are playing it off like some sort of wandering trainer.
Here are some potential units you do hold when you're looking for win out, which would be looking for Canberran units. Of course, Tristana. We don't have a 3 cost yet. Tristana as well, right? So Experian may be in a position for that.
One, I think, important note to make, Runons is an Academy-sponsored item in the top right, which completely opens up the line of going for an Ezreal reroll, of Category 5 potentially being an option as well. And Quick Strikers and Smeech on the menu here, it looks like.
A quick note on the Academy item. One great item, Hurricane, but on the other, Death Cup, which is really bad. But yeah, for Nandada, double Smeech.
Back in business, baby.
Also want to just quickly call out, and while it did look like a Jin encounter, it is in fact a no encounter at all. We did not have a single one, which is why we didn't see anything at the start.
We see a hover for the Experion.
Yeah, it's not going to be Nanda today, unfortunately.
That would scare me. 180 stacks on stage 2? It seems like he's guaranteed to go to the final.
I mean, Nanda did have the pair of Smeeches, though, so still looking pretty happy about that.
Let's not forget about playing defense in the lobby. It's not auto win. With, obviously, the players could be saving the lobby, given it's a gold. There could be some what doesn't kill you spot that players try to defend the rest of the players.
I just think Nandada getting those 2 Smeeches is so much pressure on the bottom of the lobby that need points, because it means that lose streak option is pretty much gone.
And it will be Canberran for Experian. War for the Undercity, 38 points, so maybe needs to make a bit of a comeback to try and dodge that next big cutoff in 2 games' time.
And you called out Sorks being a great way to play for top 4s and just placements in general. Dish Soap immediately grabbing that Sork crest to start things off.
We see on the Litus one pretty much having 4 Conqueror opener, that Swain from the box, getting Amumu with the Rel and the Draven early, will be able to pretty much, looks like a 5-streak board once he finds a Darius to go with that Amumu with the BT on top.
I really like playing Conquerors. I know this patch, the buff was a little bit of a placebo, but just knowing the extra things you can play towards, having the Reforger, knowing all the loot tables, I feel like it's a tree that really rewards you for knowing the line well.
Very interesting idea from the Citoran. Going into the Torn plated without a single upgrade. Maybe he was just based on the Ezreal from the box, try to go for it, but this spot looks horrendous without having that Leona too.
Yeah, he's got a lot of pairs here, right? The Ezreal pair, Leona pair, but without those upgrades, he's going to be lost streaking for a little while. If he finds them, he should be able to slingshot a win streak from there.
And the carousel could be very impactful. 2 hits there, Leona or Ezreal could really swing that, late win streak in his favor.
Yeah, we see that Kian is already playing defense since 2-2 because he's been trying to open against Xperion, and we know that how strong Renny of a unit is on the stage 2, and it should pretty much guarantee him getting a loss against Xperion, griefing Xperion, that is trying to play that 5 loss streak on the stage 2.
On the other hand, Dasic also going to go for also going to be starting with the Rebel start. A really, really strong start, but looking to, not slamming any items. Doesn't only have 2. Looking to still go for that loss streak, and I feel like the loss streak lobby line here is so contested.
I'm really curious because we see Caretaker favor. So what that means, we'll be having 4 component anvils. With their Hurricane being a sponsored item, we might see triple Hurricane from the Dasic just playing for the Academy line, being able to select those items.
Could also be a duo carry if he has stacks on Tristana. He can really snowball that as well for stage 3, and then have Ezreal come in stage 4 and do a lot of that damage. We saw it yesterday, game 6, the very last game that won was a Tristana Ezreal duo carry with both being 3-starred.
Yep. We've also seen just the 2-star Ezreal with the Radiant Hurricane be able to carry all the way into level 9. The Academy version of Runans is another way to juice up just the 2-star Ezreal.
This carousel is going to be huge. Ezreal, Smeech, and Gangplank pairs across the board.
There's a GP.
There's a Gangplank, 1 out of 3.
Sway not too shabby with it here.
Xperion is going to grab that Swain with the tier and get
probably
that
wants
out of
a
there.
bow or the cloak, I would assume, if that's the line he's thinking about. There you go, the bow. Maybe might be Rage Blade Tristana. It'll depend on the most likely Cracks drops, and then he'll determine if he wants to go towards reroll. If Tristana is contested, uncontested, he might be a bit too low HP to try to go into the 8, but if he drops like a bunch of Hurricane type of items, he might just stay there. But he skipped Singed in the shop, which might lead into thinking it might be more of a Rebel game.
No tier, unfortunately, for this Morgana. Could still move into the Morgana reroll. We talked about being a comp that in the stats performed really, really highly yesterday.
And is Starry Knight, so I think the reroll angle is looking quite good for this position from Kian.
Oh, we're already starting things off hot. Double Runans onto this Ezreal with the Academy online. One of the strongest traits in stage 2 because of that extra item on just the perfect synergy Ezreal already.
And this is one of Iron Bog's best spots. He loves to go early combat augment to play all full win streak into stage 4. And honestly, in the Golden Spatula, this is what we've seen twice. Getting those 4 costs on level 5, just the 2% chance. He was only 1 out of 2 players that was level 5 on 2-3.
That is a very interesting point, given combat arguments usually are not something that you would see when trying to go for win streak. You usually look for the item type of arguments. However, mentorship is one of those rare cases where it actually provides so much power, it might outpower the item kind of argument.
Especially the high roll via Bessa, right? Being able to get the mentorship value right away, which is a rare thing in stage 2. So just everything going to plan for Ironbog here. We can see a little dance accordingly.
And he's been able to use it 2 full win streak right now. He and Dish Soap are going to be our full streakers going into Krugs right now. We'll see if they run into each other and who would actually be able to pick up the win.
Does look like Ironbog to me, considering that he has an extra unit here.
They're fighting.
Face.
Will Magician GP be strong enough?
Magician frontline GP? Gangly smiling in the green room.
I have vague memories from set 1 with the Sorg GP.
But it doesn't look particularly close. It feels like Ironbog just so much stronger than anyone else. Yeah, the mentorship just popping off.
So strong. With the Sion on top of that, and Sion is just... It's pretty much 2-star 2-cost unit on the stage 2.
And look at the loss streaks. Xperion up against Kian. We'll see what the outcome is of that fight. Who has a 5 loss streak? Who has a Ken Baron streak online for stage 3?
And Kian was planning to grief that, so really expecting this to be an Xperion win and really hurting his game plan for the game, but maybe he was able to get around it, and he was!
And that's a good
loss.
loss.
That's a huge loss for Xperion.
Yeah, it's... Wow. such a low HP, a high HP given the 5 loss streak. It's big dub for the Experion. Kian probably just pivoted into a bit stronger board, tried to kill a bit too many units instead of playing defense throughout the whole stage, which might punish him in the long run.
And having the other loose streaker out of your matchmaking pool for the next few rounds is really big in terms of preserving HP for the start of stage 3 as well. So continue to maximize or minimize the HP loss coming forward.
Last one to watch out for, Nandida, right? And we're not sure exactly how weak that board is, but coming out of Krugs, a little easier to try and power down your board and escape other lost streakers.
This feels like a very high cap lobby already. We have both of the Ken Baron players on full loss streaks going forward into stage 3.
Some big Krugs here, the components for maybe a second rune on with the Anvil already.
I think Daisy, given the Rage Blade Slam early, when there was no streak, he opted to go for that early, leads into thinking that it's kind of Rebel line, but going Rebel without necessarily a good start might be a bit off. However, that Hurricane mid-game throughout stage 3 might stabilize him enough where it will allow him to pivot later on.
Day6 actually, the best performing comp from him in the EMEA Golden Spatula was Academy. So I think this is a line he maybe is more comfortable on for stage 4.
Yeah, big roll down from Kian, looking at those Starry Nights, seeing what he can actually pick up from it. Nearly hits the Singe 3 already, but not much else as far as his comp goes. Not the biggest roll down ever, but still only on the 3 Morganas.
Yeah, I really would have liked to have that Singe just on 3-star and able to turn the corner into win streak from here. Taking that loss from Zyperion, taking that win, excuse me, really hurts his chances here. Remember, Kian, 35 points. He needs to go all the way, basically double top finals to make it in.
I have to continue loose streaking ideally to have first pick probably on the carousel to guarantee the blue buff.
Experion got griefed here by Nandida, not able to continue the loss streak, and that's going to hurt quite a bit.
The full sell from the player who is on patient study. Second augment's coming around. Blazing Soul, immediate pickup. Most of these AP lines are happy to have just a really good generic combat augment for their backline carries. Uh-oh.
I mean, we've already
Tracker.
+1 Sork. I doubt it's a trade tracker angle. And yeah, Experion picks up the Spirit Link. Great augment to pair it up with the Lost Streak augment, but a bit unfortunate that he got griefed. So we'll see if he's gonna lean towards playing the Visionary lines, because we have double tier. The defensive items are looking pretty okay. We have the half Gunblade as well, so yeah, might be Heimer angle.
Shitoran finally does get that Ezreal 2 online with the Academy +1, and just a reminder, the Academy itself does count as a sponsored item, so very good frontline right now. He probably has the strongest board we've seen so far.
We're seeing the impact of a sponsored item right away because of the Runons too. Maybe 3 players trying to go down this line in stage 4.
I would love to see that Death Capader on the Set or Leona. Like on looks, it doesn't do much here, and Set actually could output a bit more damage, get a bit more HP from just having the sponsored item.
Yeah, the other big thing, just having that Ezreal 2. We saw the pair earlier on, but now that he's got the Leona upgrade, the Ezreal upgrade, this is the slingshot we were looking for from this board, and it's going to happen here on stage 3. It's going to be impossible to beat this board.
I mean, this board could even go in fast 9 from this spot.
Nice shop.
Oh my god.
Okay. Not too bad.
Right.
Not too bad.
Hey,
it's
that's
okay,
a decent shop. I mean, reasonable.
I mean,
maybe stage 2 would have been better, but
I think he
no, it could be actually worse because
You're right.
it would
There's
kill
too much
Econ.
gold.
Now it's perfect. Just make 50, get all the units.
Very true.
Well then. Oh, but Academy not only low is also kind of like I get it more damage a bit, but
early Silco as well for Ironbog here with the 3 Black Rose online.
with the Blazing Soul as
oh,
well.
Goodness. Some big high rolls coming through, which means that most of these players looking at their boards and thinking, what's going wrong here? Why am I losing every fight in stage 3?
I mean, we've seen the day 1 Blazing Silk, I want to say. The Black Rose Dominators who have been performing very poorly, one of the worst comps to be played, but when you get it from this spot, it might be actually one of the lines worth consideration.
Absolutely, and there's so many ways to flex this line as well, as we've seen a lot of players with the Shojins that can go into 4 form swappers, and a big find here for a lot of these players is going to be that Elise.
The tier for Kian, really big, racing towards it, trying to finalize that blue buff, the 3rd item on his Morgana. We'll see how that'll go for the rest of his stage 3. At least pick up the race was there, but Experion just a little bit faster.
I just noticed that Nandida sold his Smitches and leaned towards Quick Strikers instead.
Trying to save the lobby. Had to sell everything, basically, when he opened for it for Experion.
I mean, that you said
Hey,
that was
that's
me.
the TFT. I'm complaining if Experience the one that's on the losing end there. Most lobby heroes tend to be from CN when it comes to situations like these. I'm just saying that much.
What are you implying,
I'm implying they know the importance of stopping a Canberra player.
Of playing the defense?
Of course.
From EMEA players. Okay, fair enough.
Or else Experience will take over this lobby.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I think especially the importance of checkmate in CN is what really hones these players' skills in terms of trying to stop and playing defense, as you're saying, Alan. It's really important.
Yeah. Jumping on board with Disrupt, finding the early Zoe to go alongside with these Sorks. Decent items already as well, and he's still anchoring on that frontline Mage GP.
Everybody getting focus for their comps. It's just like some merchant arrived with all the forecasts.
All the correct ones as well, which is kind of crazy. And taking a look here, Nanda, of course, with the Mbessa, I'm really curious if he really doesn't have any gold left in the tank. This seems like a pretty massive roll down for him.
Patient study into reroll quick strikers.
I'm not sure about this.
A bit unmet of the line.
I think it was a 3-5, level to 7, roll it down to stabilize. And I mean, I've been there before. If you hit, it looks good. You can stabilize and win most of these rounds coming to stage 4. But if you low roll just a tiny bit, your game is essentially over. It's very hard to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up the first win, but yeah, the board not looking like it's going to stand toe-to-toe with some of our other, high roll boards that we were looking at earlier on.
Normally not the most exciting unit to see from the forecasts, the Mundo. However, again, pretty good spot, getting all the forecasts that actually you can utilize. A bit unfortunate having that mentorship. We are getting less and less value.
I do want to point out that Ironbog did roll quite a bit on 3-5. He wants to continue that win streak here.
And it looked like he might have been able to get to that against Disrupt. Disrupt not having a ton of upgrades, even though having the 4 cost in the Sorks. Strong board, but Ironbog feeling like it has a lot more beefiness. This is really one of those extremely terrifying boards with Dasik having the Ezreal 2 online and that sponsored Runan's Hurricane.
Just wanted to quickly highlight Ironbog heads up play, giving the bow to the Circle to force Blazing Soul on him. Otherwise, he would be waiting in the queue to get the Blazing Soul buff after all the units that have more attack speed than him by default.
And looking at Dasik, has the Heimer online, had the heroic grab back to try and go for the high tempo Ezreal play to win streak most of his stage. That panned out for now. 5 win streak for Dasik. So what his game plan and his approach to this tournament has been really good in terms of preserving HP and being very healthy the early stages to then finish with consistent top 3s, top 4s.
And I just want to point out the Ezreals are holding hands right now. Dasik and Shitoran, 14 win streak without running into each other.
No surprise.
Hurricane Academy item, baby. With
if you know, you know.
I mean, Dasik understand that he doesn't need to be winning those lobbies. All he needs to do is just stay consistent.
Corki 2 on 4-1 already.
Such a big hit.
So just taking this game the same way he left off the last one, a winning game 2, now coming to this game 3, completely dominating the lobby.
Yeah, and Satoran was the one who needed the big game last time around. The first barely saves him. He was in the 35s for that tiebreak, which still leaves him at the bottom of this next split. And once again, looking to try and find another first. He has to swing big, and the Corki is coming to help a lot of that.
To be fair, things like Loris 2, Eloy 2 even would be a bit more helpful than the Corki. It's nice touch, but again, it's a support unit in this case. It's just red buff, Last Whisper. Corki 1 would be perfectly fine. However, getting that Eloy 2 or at least Loris 2 would be a lot handier given the Ezreal items.
And a big find here for Keon, has 3 3-starred units already, able to crush Dasik's win streak on the right side.
Yeah, the Starry Knight really coming through for Keon on that last roll down, able to find the Morgana, find the Renata, and also find that Rel to stabilize the front line.
Big roll downs across the board. I'm looking at the 4-2 macro player, Ironbog, 37 points. He needs a big win here.
We need to take an eye for the Litu Swanson, given that he was playing the Conquerors early on, and he's still...
He looks very far behind.
This is
the crucial point of the game where if you are not snowballing right now, your game is going to start falling apart in stage 4 if you're playing directly into this Conqueror line.
I mean, it was hard to snowball in this lobby, given all the Ezreals with Hurricanes, given all the upgrades.
Like very high tempo start.
Yeah. It was not like there was 3 open fortresses, and then one of them just rolled down, got stronger. And there was only 2 players open forting pretty much.
6 Chem Baron, 340 stacks. How far are we going to go for Experian?
Yeah, and not uncommon, but the entire lobby on 4-2 did essentially spend all their gold. The highest amount of gold remaining in this lobby was someone with 20. So everybody really looking to cap out here, and that's going to be hard for Experian because there might be some big hits coming through, and we see the item slams on Elise to try and mitigate this.
He's only 2 losses away from a 500 cash out, so just have to hang in there.
HP because the extra you get from our under city, pretty much guaranteed.
It's going to require a fast transition though, and a fast roll down once he does get the cash out.
Yeah, certainly going to be 1 life.
We can see that he's going towards the visionary kind of line, so he has all the units, just needs to upgrade them and get that cash out.
And Heimer Visionaries, not great stats yesterday for this very reason. You're playing it from a very high risk spot. I think it was a 25% 8th rate directly off of this spot, because if you don't hit, if you don't stabilize, you're in big trouble.
And I do want to point out that there are 2 Heimer players and also another Visionary player in Kian in this lobby, so that Heimer too is not guaranteed.
If we get like Shimmer Bloom or Piltover Armor, I think it won't be a big problem, because the Rennie 2 with those items will be such a menace throughout the stage 4. It might be just enough to stabilize him.
Items removed again for Experian, trying to play it very safe, knows that if he wins a round, his game is over. But he is going to be taking yet another huge hit, this time from Iron Box.
We see the pretty much beast items waiting for the Heimer on the bench.
Yeah.
Just needs some sort of little touch for the front lane. 9 HP. Gonna go up by another 4. So pretty much 2 lives.
Carousel could be impactful here as well. No Heimer, unfortunately.
Oh no, sorry. I was like, oh, he's gonna save. Go 600. I'm like,
he's at 9.
Would have to be a very good loss. Maybe too good.
I mean...
Oh, a LeBlanc here for Lead 2-1 who already had a LeBlanc.
Getting to pair that unit, try and look for the LeBlanc 2. Can potentially play around that as the pivot out point.
Okay, this is the script. He goes 200, another LeBlanc drops, stabilizes, 330, and then Mordekaiser. Okay, that's it.
There
I'm
you
just
go.
leaving that out there.
I think you should have back off with the script.
I'm revealing too much.
Perfected Shimmer Bloom and a Savika.
Ooh, Perfected Shimmer Bloom is really good for the Visionaries. Should be able to stabilize him off.
And we'll have to see Experian, how he's able to stabilize in this moment on 1 life. Massive cash out.
He's rolling down extremely heavily right now, too. He's down to 8 gold already. Absolutely sent it. We'll see where he ended up with that board.
I mean, if there is justice, now like the Experian meets Undead who griefed him on the
yeah,
send him Ape.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Not quite.
Instead, no, it's
the lobby leader.
This is the strongest person in the lobby. At least it seems to be that way. This might spell doom for Experian, because it looks like the roll down didn't hit everything, but he does have the upgraded Elise and the Silco to anchor the backline, and Rennie is itemized. So it is enough to hold on for this round.
And it's a good test of how strong you are if you're able to beat the lobby leader right now. We'll have to see how many resources Saturn spent, if he has still a lot of gold to work with, if he's trying to go maybe more of a greedy playstyle into the anomaly.
And Nandita will take the 8th just as we reach our anomaly, as we start to see what these players pick up.
It did seem a little too much to kind of grief Experian for Nandoto's spot there. We're going to have to look at the other CM player to see if they have a way out of this this cash out.
We've just seen a hive mind on Experian perspective, and we know there's another player playing around the Rennie main tank, and he's 2 of Rennie, which could lead into him hitting, if he would pick that for his Silco or the Elise, into getting exactly that, Rennie 3-star of that.
Oh, mini-me's on Ezreal? Does that go to 3-star, please? Please, no.
Well, he only needs 3 more, so yeah, there you go.
Still missing on that Eloy too is kind of hurtful. A bit surprised that Storen went dead deep on the roll down, just trying to get that Eloy instead of trying to push for the 9, going for the win out. But there is probably a bit another plan points-wise, but given that he's slightly behind, I would love to see a bit riskier line, like line selection, like decision making in terms of going that 9, going for that win out.
One off the last Rennie upgrade. He needs deep roots on this Rennie as well. This fight could be the most important for Experian. If he makes it past this, gets a little bit of extra gold rejuice on the PvE round, maybe he's able to hit the upgrade. Ooh. And we see a very big singed. All of the upgrades have been hit. Will that be enough? A Chem Baron battle between Kian and Experian here.
Would be massive to get the Rennie as the first kill for that hive mind, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
Keep in mind, this is a 6 Chem Baron, right? It's with the Spirit Link at minimum HP with Epitaph. Those combat arguments with the situation that Experion put himself at, making it pretty safe spot. And it's just one Reni off. There will be 100 cash out, and it's pretty much guaranteeing a Nico or the one Reni. The odds of not getting either one are extremely small.
Lituchuan also a loss, so not really able to snowball his game plan with these Conquerors. Needs to find a way to get to that 7th stack cash out for the 2-star 5 cost.
And still our top 2 are the Ezreal players, Dasik and Sitoran. They've been able to hold on these win streaks still deep into stage 4. They're still finding wins and saving that HP, just showing the power when you get that Runons as one of the sponsored items.
Kion and Lituchuan, I have to be honest, their game plans do not look like they're going to take them much further here. Pretty much the only out for Lituchuan is to get that LeBlanc 2 from the 200, 4, and 5 cost cash out. If that doesn't happen, I don't see how he can do it.
We're playing GP main carry at 5-1. This is not looking too good. No Jace for Form Swapper just yet.
Kion, hard levels for the 6 Visionary to finally get in, is going to get the lifesteal.
Get another item on Singed. Able to finally get the 3 items on this frontliner. Actually swapping out some items for this Morgana as well. Fully itemized 3 stars on the backline, fully itemized 3-star on the front line. But is it enough to take down just a wee little Ezreal?
Faces Sitoran against that kind of board. Morgana should be fine, giving all the sustain Gunblade, given the healing that comes off the Visionaries. But like that Singed is melting. We'll see if the Corki takes it down, and Morgana is just trying to get it a bit more. And
Blast cast from the Heimer nearly takes out the Renata, but it is enough for Kion to hang on just a little bit longer. Really, at this point, he's just looking at Lituchuan saying, please go out before me.
And this win is the Glass Cannon Renata Glass synergy. That's what made her win there.
How long have you been thinking on that?
He's been waiting this entire time.
There was a patch on, I don't know if you remember, where Renata was kind of strong, so that might be why.
Did you have that one in Macau? I'm not sure. I don't think this is the first time for me.
Yeah, I was loading it up. It's been a few months.
We're ramping up. On the other side, Sitoran finds ML. Pretty good with having already 2 items. Can finally utilize that dev cap that comes off the Academy. I believe there was this small thought process, maybe putting Academy on that Mel, but end up with just 3 solid items.
The Academy showdown here between Dasik and Sitoran. We'll see who comes out ahead.
Yeah, there was the upgraded Illaoi on that other side being able to help keep safe, but now we've got the Reni online for Experion. It's going to help quite a bit. The Moonlight to actually itemize around the Zyra for Dish Soap wasn't hitting the higher cost units, so finding a way to just try and get some power on the board.
Dish Soap clearly understood the lobby. He's not winning now lobby, and he's just going to try to bleed out to 2nd, 3rd perhaps, because Experion, if the players did the math, was cashing out 500. And unless something odd would have happened, he is winning out the lobby.
And a really tough game 3 for CN, for one of the rising stars from CN all the way back in Inkborn Fables. Lituchuan now on his last life was not able to snowball this Conqueror start. It's a risk all the way from 2-1. You are committing to this line and you're saying, if I at any point in time lose some of the tempo, lose that snowballing effect, it's GG.
Yeah, only
I really dislike playing Victor over 4 Form Swapper here. It's just straight up weaker. Like you need that extra damage that comes of it, because like so what that you're gonna CC, you do not have damage output on this board.
Yeah, especially with just the Mordekaiser being 1-star. The items are reasonable on the Mordekaiser. He would do plenty of damage, but just not an upgraded unit just yet, and maybe just not having enough gas in the tank to get through these 3 stars on the other side.
Yeah, we see that Singed alone can just tank, and we've seen a little item swap, putting the damage, what's the name? It reduces the damage incoming, and given after all the buffs in some matchups, it's often better than regular items.
The only concern for Kion here is that he's on 10 HP. The moment he faces Experion again, he is probably out. So it's a ticking time bomb in terms of having lost so much HP early in the game, trying to go for these 3 stars with the Morgana.
Big find here for Dish Soap as he finds the LeBlanc plus a Black Rose emblem on there. Shitoran with another Ezreal. I believe he was on 7 already. That's going to take him even closer.
The Rebel +1 for Dasik is interesting with the Ezreal board he has currently with Academy.
At this point, we're going to have some matchmaking galore. Whoever can dodge Experion's
the Grim
board.
Reaper.
the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, Dishsoap is really hoping Keon can find experience soon enough because Dish was struggling to find wins. He did win this last round, so it's not like he's completely out of it, but he was really on salvage mode with the Moonlight Zyra just trying to have any carry.
I mean, the board is not looking too bad. Like, we have a good, decent augments, we have the upgrades, but it's nothing too fancy in the retrospect of the whole board.
It's also, I mean, Sorks with no Zoe, right? You're just playing around the Zyra instead. It certainly has the frontline upgrades, which is definitely salvaging everything here. But yeah, the damage was lacking, and maybe the LeBlanc can help stabilize this even more.
Look at the Zyra sniping Morgana twice.
It's huge! Being able to pick up that kill, and because of that, I mean, that should just be Dishsoap doing his own dirty work, sending Keon out of here and grabbing himself another placement.
He doesn't need people to be doing dirty job for him. He can take out them himself.
Yeah, Keon not being on the right side. He had a solo tank in the Singe, so the right side completely open for that.
Yeah, who needs Zoe to snipe backlane? We have Zyra. Zoe at home.
And the HP really evening out here.
Yeah.
The preservation of HP early in the game is going to be so impactful in terms of if you're facing Experience, you know you're losing. It's pretty likely the board is just really, really strong after the huge cash out and the setup he currently has.
Dishsoap and Ironbog, the two kind of middle of the route players in this lobby, now on top with 38 HP, just looking to outlast everyone. Hopefully claw a little bit further.
And basically a win here would be really big, sitting on 50 gold. If he can go 9, preserve a little bit of HP off a win here against Dishsoap, this match could be so impactful for the top 4.
Look at the Zyra again on the side with the Ezreal. Potential to reach once again. Not seeing it from the initial cast, but she's getting plenty of damage out. Does get stuck on the Crystal a little bit, wasting quite a few casts from that Zyra. The Jace paying dividends as it keeps spawning in front of her. But this Garen is just invincible. It cannot be dealt with by the spread damage of the Ezreal as we get down to the very end. One more cast, but it's too late.
God.
And Dish ends up taking the loss. Just so many crystal spawns eating Zyra casts, making all the difference.
And considering Dasig was sitting on so much gold, that is just a massive win for his chances of placing highly in this game.
I mean, that Ezreal was working overtime, just taking one by one units with those Hurricane procs. Absolutely crazy. Like, this unit is not a free cost when you hand it Hurricane or 2.
Experion still having a good time so far. He's going to be heading over to level 9, and I think it's undoubted that he's just going to be winning this lobby at this point. Don't really see Dishsoap, even with his good win there, contesting. I'm wondering if Shitoron has found that Ezreal 3. I think that's the other big monster of the lobby, but considering he's already on a 3-loss streak, probably not. Oh!
Well, there it is. I guess so. It's just not finding the wins, yeah.
I mean, just get contested Ezreal, no big deal.
Look at the HP totals. The Mel being online for Shitoron is also going to be really big. That extra life, buying one more round potentially, saving himself from a Grim Reaper loss to the Experian. Could be really impactful here.
Well, and this was maybe the missing piece with the 3-star Ezreal was the upgraded front line, and finally finding that Alawi, getting that online. It might make the difference against anyone who's not named Experian in this lobby.
Another mirror match.
Not quite a common board. 6 Sentinel, 5 Rebel. We usually see 6 Sentinel paired with some rerolls or Academy, but with Rebel it's more of a rare outcome. But we see that Ezreal double Hurricane 3-star is just a bit too much for the Daisy.
Yeah, and the difference earlier was that Dasik had the Alawi 2 and Satoran did not, but now the difference is the 3-star Ezreal versus not, and it makes it up at the end of the day.
And Dasik is not happy. If he has Experience in his matchmaking pool, he could be in trouble now. 12 HP, just 1 life, and no Mel on his board. The +1s, you mentioned Rebel and the Sentinel board, is because of those extra +1s as well, which really allow us to happen.
I really think Shitoran is going to go 2nd place here. If you can reach level 9, you get the 6 Academy in, a massive buff to all the items, especially with the sponsored Hurricane. If they want to take him lower, they have to kill him before 9.
Dasik does run into the Grim Reaper here.
Oh, the train came!
For the world. Get out of the way, Dasik! Get out of the way!
There is no one to perform get down Mr. President moment.
That's Experience going 9 as well, pumping all his gold onto his board. All the upgrades have been hit. Jace is down. It's just Ezreal that's alive. He's a hero, but he can't do that much. Experience very happy to guarantee the top 4 after a very risky Kenburn start. Dasik, despite the high tempo stage 2 and 3, not able to secure the top 4 here.
Dishsoap going to be the other player losing out in that spot. And I don't think he's run into Esperion very recently, so he may also be just waiting for his appointment with the Reaper.
Fun composition here. We do have the calling card on the Silco and a 6 cost with mentorship, which means that all the 5 costs can be buffed along as well.
So we've seen that on the around the box board there was Sitoren and Dishsoap appearing, which leads into thinking that both of them are in the matchmaking right now.
And the Reaper has once again found its target. Dishsoap is going to be running into Esperion, so it looks like we may find our placements right here, as long as we see if Sitoren can take out Iron Bog, but also there's the Mel, so there's always that additional life.
That's Mel should guarantee pretty much Sitoren second place here, given that he's also able to beat Iron Bog.
Oh, 1 HP, we're still alive. Only 4 units on Shitoren's board. 1 HP in a dream. Iron Bog inches forward.
And there we go, Dishsoap likely completely evaporated by Esperion, and we do see that happen there. So just 3 people making it to this last carousel of the game as Esperion continues his march towards this first place. And because of that Mel, it feels like we kind of see our placements already. And is there any way that Iron Bog can even attempt to try and turn this around and hold out? You have to dodge Esperion for quite a while.
I mean, maybe Warwick 2-star?
Or beat him.
Which is maybe more unlikely.
That feels like more cope than dodging him for like 3 rounds.
It's a really interesting call here where Iron Bog actually went for the experiment +1. I wonder if he's looking for the stun potential.
There was a Warwick on the board, so it's pretty easy to pair.
Mundo, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I just blanked a while there. You're right.
I don't blame you, it's Mundo.
I just forget about that unit. It's like, oh, Blitzcrank itemized, right? So
yeah, I'm not familiar, actually.
I mean, hey, we could there could be like a quick Warwick 2 just for the save. I don't know if that would be even enough against Esperion's board.
True.
Well, it's not going to be the case. Just the Warwick 1, and Esperion has found Iron Bog. Looks like this might just be doomed for him as we just watch these final moments between these boards, and this is just what you get with the 500 cash out. So much power, already having the start, and then finding the war for the Undercity.
I mean, finding that Elise 2 Silco 2 after the cashing out was just pretty much a smooth walk. Esperion at this point was locked in, getting a pretty good cash out, and it's just a matter of time. And who he is gonna run over.
And high risk, but as we see here, really high reward. Have to pay respects to the 2 potential heroes of the lobby. Nandade trying to save the game. Kian in stage 2. Both stages Esperion was attempted to be griefed, survived both of those onslaughts, made it to this point in time, and now by far and away the strongest player in this lobby.
Shitoren has 37 gold. He needs to go levels 9 to have a chance with that 6 Academy and the 9% for sponsored item damage amp, but this may be the last chance he gets.
Yeah, creative positioning to just try and get around the front line, but instead the Rennie is right there, and so it is not going to work one bit. Instead, Esperion just going to be able to take this down. We still are going to have an additional fight due to the Mel keeping Sitoren alive. However, this was big. Sitoren in the last game, first place, keeps him alive in the tournament at 35 points, gets away from those tiebreakers, and now a top 2 to try and inch his way away from that bottom 8. He can't escape the Reaper Esperion, but maybe the Reaper of bottom 8 in this tournament.
Esperion and Sitoren being 2 players who didn't reroll single time during the day 1, and Sitoren, again, once you mentioned that he did win out last time, and we see a masterclass of playing pretty much for tempo and just finding this high caps. Like in this case, you can't win out because it's just too much for you, but showcasing the masterclass.
And the power of Ezreal. We saw it there. Daisic, unfortunate, bought 4, but all in all, if you see Rune as a sponsored item, you have to be considering going down this line, trying to play for Ezreal carry in stage 3 and 4 especially.
We're just waiting for
Mordekaiser 2.
Finding more upgrades, hey!
As if he needed anything else to help this board win this next round.
Yep.
Shitoren has to sell his Rumble.
TG on the Jace is not really ideal for Esperion, as if that matters either. Vow Redemption maybe could have fronted the Jace, but maybe we're missing some damage.
Still talking about this like he has a chance.
Listen, I don't know, giving the viewers some copium, okay? Our CN English broadcast viewers need some help.
Building some narrative for the poor Sitoren, okay? Maybe there is a chance because Experian lower on PG, big on the back.
So happy, hydrating himself, ready for the next game. And locking himself in 38 points plus 8 now, 46 coming into game number 4. A pretty good spot for the French player.
Just needs 4 top 4s in a row to kind of make it. We still have 4 games left, of course. And on the other side, I do want to mention we have another streak going on, which is Nanda. 40 points in day 1, 3 points so far in day 2.
He's running out of buffer, right? I mean, he still has a little bit to be fair. I mean, even at 43, he's still kind of in the running to make it. That's just how much of a lead he bought himself. But this can't continue, and that's why just griefing a spot and introducing that risk when you really just need to play for top 5 seems...
I mean, we've seen that even though it was griefed Cambaron, it didn't stop Experion from going for the 500. It still was recoverable spot.
And the open for from Nandade, moving off of your comfort comp, which you were able to get 40 points in day 1, dropping a 40 bomb with 4 games of ambushers, you had 2 Smeeches at 2-1. Gave all that up to take the responsibility of trying to save the entire lobby, and even then it didn't work. A huge risk on his own part as well, and just backfired completely.
And I do want to point out how lucky was that Savika right there, actually making the turns over to 2. He could still have made it to 500 on 3, but of course the 2 rounds gives him a little bit more buffer, and Experion a huge win now with 46 points.
Hey, it was manifested. Relax. It was always planned.
We'll mention as well, I think, we talked about Morgana Visionaries, the reroll version with Morgana 3. You have to have very good conditions to play into it. We didn't see the blue buff made until after the stage 3 carousel. We didn't see that many copies of Morgana early on. Kion still pulled the trigger on it, and it didn't work out. Ended up on 10 HP at 4-1 and losing eventually to some of these stronger players. So it's a combat that's very good, but you have to play it from those high roll angles in stage 2.
Put his faith in Starry Night and just didn't hit on time. And I think the blue buff was actually the biggest catalyst of not being able to save HP early. So he didn't have enough time to actually come back.
And the Singe main carry instead of the Rel.
There is interesting dynamic that we can see sometimes on day 2 when players look at the day 1 stats and they're like, oh wow, Morgana 2.x. Hey, I'm gonna load up some Morgana gameplay. But hey, not every spot is the right spot to go for it.
I feel targeted. This is exactly what I would do. Like, oh,
Speed
5
Morgana?
games, 2.2, say no more.
In Kion's spot, he had to go for that one, and it looks like Vian having a really rough tournament with Maris already being eliminated. That pretty much leaves Milo on the board for the big win for the region, our second largest region across the globe.
I mean, I think the big thing to look at for Kion is once again needing to swing for the fences. I mean, this wasn't an 8th. This wasn't even a 7th, right? He was able to grab that 6th place. So trying to take maybe a 1st or a 2nd in this next game might still evade that bottom 8 spot. But with that, let's take a look at the standings and see exactly where he falls and kind of try and guess how much he's going to need to escape.
Oh no, I said Milo and Vian's hopes dash there as they're both in 22nd and 23rd.
Yeah.
Wajan as well, really rocky last 2 games, double 8ths for the Americas player. Tartman as well, had a pretty good start in day 1, not able to find a top 4 in these first 3 games.
Yeah, it's a rough go for some of these players at the bottom. I mean, we said, oh, they'll need a 1st to maybe get there, but it's possible some of them won't even be able to get there with the 1st as we see how these scores are increasing. And this middle table, I mean, 46 to 43 from 9th to 16th.
Coco with a wind up, pretty much going into day 2. We see solid 3rd, 5th, 3rd, getting back in there, straight to the top 8.
And the cutoff looks like it's going to be 46. Boomhay now falling out of the top 8. Our biggest hope of APAC. Now here, I wonder if someone can take his place up there.
Two of the underdogs though, both Boomhay and Fallhub being some of the best performers from the APAC region. Not too surprising. I think every single set championship we see APAC bring in some of these underdogs that really perform at a high level internationally.
Hey, sometimes you struggle playing in the weaker lobbies, but when you put certain players into the strong lobbies, when they can read properly what's going on, they perform.
Wait, what happened to the Eastern TFT, CN, APAC?
Do we shake
they were the best
hands?
regions, right?
Do we shake hands right now, David?
I can't reach past them,
Wait,
it's fine.
I'll link us with Alan.
shake.
He's got to link us. We've got the shake because that's 4 Americas.
The celebration.
That's 3 EMEA.
I'm sorry, Clement.
Clement,
Stop PB for the win.
7.
Stop PB for the win.
Let's go.
We're doing it. We're doing it. As we got BO at the top spot. I guess it is still too early to celebrate, but what a beautiful sight.
Wait a minute. I just hear the producer. He's telling me to get unmiked. I'm leaving the table right now.
He's like, yeah, Clement, get out of here. This is the America's EMEA show. No more rivalry. We can all succeed.
I will say, shout out to Brazil especially.
Yes.
Both Lucas and Bio in this top 8 right now, coming into game 4. Not really, I think, an expectation. Maybe more for Bio, who has been ramping quite, in a legendary way since set 10 onward, since Remix Rumble. It's his 3rd set championship now, almost in a row, and 55 points at this point in time is pretty insane with still so many games left to stay.
Yeah, and we got Golden Spatula Lucas here instead of our regular season Lucas, which doesn't always happen when we get to the TAC Crown, but it just shows how much he is capable of, because this is a player who you never look at the stats for him because they're never going to tell you how good he actually is.
It's been 10 sets. I think Brazil is due. One of our earliest regions to ever play, ever since Flooper hasn't found that entry into the finals. I know there's a lot of passionate fans out there. I'm willing to cheer with them, especially seeing Sidera at Macau. That was such a great moment for the region. I hope they can finally get their wish complete.
All right, well, we're going to get back to the action soon enough, but how about another exclusive reveal from Cyber City behind the scenes at the TFT office in LA? Let's take a look at Elise.
It wouldn't be Cyber City without summoning giant robots. Nitro champs gather Chrome for their robot based on their star level. Chrome empowers their summoned robot and eventually transforms it. Welcome back, T-Hex. We missed you. And if you're wanting more Nitro robots, there's even an augment that grants a laser-firing turret from your backline. Nitro is a splashable summon trait with only 4 units, allowing you to flex any which way after activating the trait. You'll want to get into it early to keep upgrading your robot into the late game.
Look at that, another one of the units. We kind of got the sneak peek out yesterday. Now we get the trait, Nitro. Welcome back to the T-Hex. I don't know if anybody missed Piltover.
You had me at Summon Trait. I just love him all the way back since Innovators. Hopefully this T-Hex stays on the board this time around. I think he's always just so cool to see these summons doing their thing in stage 4 and 5.
The more iconic duo, Panda just putting summoning units on the planner and then screaming, baby, I'm locked in, like me reroll.
I can't help myself.
I really like summon traits where they don't require you to put a lot of units on the board. This is very different from things like Kale that we saw earlier or the ethereal monsters coming on the board from Inkwar Fables. This is more like the elementals from set 1.
I was
you
about
don't have
to
a
say,
big commitment. Yeah.
I was about to say, you want to feel old? How about we go back to set 1 and look at elementalists? Clement was already there.
Do you guys even remember what was summoned in set 1?
Yeah, it's Golem.
Daisy.
Yeah, it's Daisy.
Good old Daisy.
Oh,
I miss her.
Beautiful. Miss her already. That looks very exciting, but let's get back on track because we've got another lobby coming up. And this is going to be trying to set up for elimination. We're going to lose another 8 players after this next game. So what do these players have to focus up when you're on that bubble? Who feels safe at this point? Because we felt like some of the players who went first should feel safe, but I don't even know where that point cutoff is going to land.
I felt safe with double earlier today, and that wasn't the case. So it's really just a lot of surprises. I think we're going to see a lot more Chem Baron once again. That should be the flavor of this next game. Players going for those high risk. Maybe Smeech once again trying to find an angle into a first place.
Will we see much defense again coming from some players?
I don't think you should. I think you need to play for your own placements.
If you learned some lessons on this last game, defense is not the way to go.
I mean, maybe
full offense.
Maybe there was some jackpot opportunity, triple eighth in a row.
Offense is the best defense in my opinion
I'm
here.
with you, Kasa.
Just score as many points as you can. Who cares if that guy goes first? Get what you get.
I just want to say, I feel bad for Smeech because Smeech actually took Nandota into that first place. And even with a Smeech pair on 1-2, he still decided to play defense. I think that's just disrespectful to our most beautiful Chem Baron.
I don't even
maybe there was
just say,
respect. It's just saying, oh, Experium can have all of them. I'm good. I'll just stay away.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder in this case for you, Clement.
Well, let's take a look at our next lobby. This is a much more beautiful lobby than Smeech is a beautiful unit. As we take a look here, and we've got a couple players towards the bottom. Is going to be Tartman and Bintum, 42 and 39 respectively. I mean, Tartman is definitely the one who's going to really need a big performance.
One consideration, 4 French players still left alive with Experian. We just saw him and these 3 here, Jedizor, Lekoko, and Tartman. Jedizor and Lekoko on the same team, Gentlemates, but all 4 of these French players are in the same prep group. They have very similar meta reads. I'm curious to see how this lobby is affected by that if these 3 players are trying to go down the same lines at 2-1.
Yeah, we've seen them pretty much understanding the strongest line. Form swappers reverses their default tempo with some, whenever there is less resources, it's being Sorks. Understanding if you go for rerolls, which rerolls you want to go for. I'm looking at Wink Wink that Tristana. Or whenever there is a spot, just play that Chem Baron, whenever you are given opportunity to do.
And speaking of the Sorks, Prestovant in this lobby has been someone who leans very heavily towards that direction. He was actually able to grab first in the last game. I'm not sure if he was on Sorks, but he did grab first in this lobby just previously in the last game, and he'll see if he can repeat that success, because it skyrocketed him into the current top 8 standings and should have made him pretty safe from this next elimination round.
We see the players are very close to each other on points. This lobby will be a bloodbath decider between the players can either make it all the way to the crown or just drop off right here.
And I would say some players that need to be extremely careful in a lobby like this, Bintum and Spencer. They're relatively safe-looking points, but that's kind of the slot we saw double in, where maybe an 8th or a 7th ends up taking you from a position that feels pretty good suddenly to the bottom 8.
I have to look at Bintum right here. If you look at his past history, 2 finals appearance, 1 9th place, it would be a big shock if he finally comes back to TAC Crown and drops out here. Bintum is always one of those players I worry about because he believes the game is perfectly balanced and he plays whatever the game gives him. So he's not exactly a player that likes to force himself into those first place positions. He's going to have to change it up.
You know what they say, 6 times the charm.
Oh, okay.
I've heard Alan say that just now, actually. So yeah, I mean, I guess they do say it.
Both players that have been on their 6th time in this TAC Crown are already gone. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
We do have one past set champion in this lobby as well with Liluo, who's sitting on 44 points, relatively safe. But Clement, how much confidence do you have in your fate angle that you sold to us on day 1 in terms of Liluo Arcane set? Is it really his time? Is he going back into that top 8?
The master of Arcane.
Well, I gotta say, I'm a person that believes in fairy tales. I think that there's a higher plan for all of us. And if I look at Liluo and how lucky he's been recently in the last few games, I believe one of his games, he was able to get a 3-star Mbessa on the board and just dominate through everyone. So, luck is with him. He's not a top 1 player, but he doesn't need to be right now.
One more interesting consideration for this lobby is the fact that 2 of the players here were top 8 at Macau. Jeduzor and Liluo, 2 players who have already felt what it feels like to be in a high pressure, really stacked lobby in this set, and they still performed at a very high level. Jeduzor finishing 4th. Liluo, of course, oh so close to glory.
And it's not the first time we've seen success at that LAN lead to success at the set championship at the end. Malala, when he won Vegas, then won the TAC Crown. Yeah, neither of them won, but top 8 is huge, and the fact that they're continuing that success throughout the entire set is amazing to watch once again.
Let's look at the Tarte, because he is kind of struggling on the points, but he was already, this is not his first performance at the Tactician Crown, he was already here at set 11 and he ended up 9th. He's just looking to beat that score and then not end up below the top 8.
If you like a dark horse story, though, you have to look at Fallhelp. He is the first time here at TAC Crown and already within the top 10, breaking a lot of our expectations. If you look at his split, nothing special. He averaged 120th in terms of cups, able to make it through leaderboards. Can he go further?
All right, let's jump into game 4 here. It's going to be Jinx as our encounter.
Jealous. Well, without the Crab Rave music, maybe not so jealous.
True. Will we see some raving from the crabs here? We do see some raving. Oh, let's go, baby. I'm eager to see some eliminations on stage 5.
Yeah, see if anyone gets eliminated from the entire tournament by a crab.
Okay, that would be traumatic.
Alan already knows if it was me playing, I'd be eliminated for sure. I have a personal vendetta against this crab.
I wonder if the crab eliminates you, does the crab get to go into the finals? I think that makes sense, right?
I think we should make an exception.
Just take your placements. Take your prize pool.
-1 spot in final lobby.
Yeah,
unlucky.
the crab gets it instead.
Tarman has to fight for extra placements now.
-1 spot plus crab rave in every lobby.
But whenever you're going into these kind of like Crab Rave lobbies, you're looking at high sustain options here. The melee carries are usually the most stable ones to not get eliminated. Some of the backline options that you're seeing, Visionaries are probably fine, but things like Sorks, they can have these little mishaps on stage 5.
Twitch as well could be problematic. Building Redemption makes a lot of sense later into the game to try and mitigate some of that crab damage. Especially the extra econ as well is going to be relevant here in terms of what players go for and what 2-1 augment to pick up as well. If they can pick up an econ augment there as well, that's have to have a very clear plan, because if you have all this extra econ and you don't have a very clear idea of what you're playing in stage 4 and 5, maybe something like Rebels, you could be in big trouble.
Yeah, easy to get lost in the sauce when you're drowning in gold with no direction. So I definitely can see trying to find some of that can help out quite a bit, especially if you end up in a spot where you have to make that decision so swiftly.
Panda, what's that? I see Tristana on board.
And I also see Rebels. Jedusor played 2 games of Rebels yesterday, had a lot of success in that day 1, trying to maybe go down that same path, knowing that he's going to have the extra econ to maybe guarantee a Jinx 2 in stage 5.
Call the combat medic insta rerolled on the
no
Galaxy.
Today. No step.
I'm looking for late game specialist in this lobby. I think that would be one of the better options to secure a high placement.
We can see also component buffer, given it's a portal encounter where we see more components, so you can control that various a bit, but we'll see. Oh my god, that's a Zeri from the Caretaker? Did I just see right?
That seems like a condition where you could play Zeri reroll and feel okay about it.
I will
I'd
say
be more than okay with it.
The only player who played a game of Zeri reroll yesterday and made it into day 2 is in this lobby. It is Bintum. He managed to find some success. It was played 3 times in total. The other 2 players were cut off in that bottom 8 coming into day 2.
I want to note Zeri looked very powerful at the America's Golden Spatula, but statistically didn't do well over the course of the tournament. It was great on our streamed lobbies, and it feels like finding the perfect circumstances for Zeri, it still can be incredibly strong. And when you're getting them for free, that's a pretty great way to do it.
We have talked a lot about Zeri's shortcomings, and it's just the fact that she doesn't have good single target damage in the meta. A lot of smeeches just run onto her, and of course you can't deal with the visionaries very well.
Yeah, but the upside of having Caretaker Zeris, you can go actually 8. You don't have to reroll her. You can finish her off on 8, maybe get it even of 9, given its extra resources Crab Rave, and going for some sort of 4 sniper board with that Caitlyn, with that Twitch as a secondary or third ARI carry.
And Bintum right away locked into Quick Striker with a +1 off of branching out. We've seen a lot of players playing Quick Strikers from low roll spots, not really able to make it work. I think Quick Strikers needs very specific conditions in terms of econ or artifacts to really get the best out of this comp.
And the econ will be there at the very least, right, with the Crab Rave helping it out quite a bit. And the Emblem, it's another way to get into there, so we'll see if that ends up being enough for Bintum to have this line work out.
I do want to soothe the nervousness of a lot of our Korean viewers out there. The points are not updated. Bintum is at 42. Yeah, he still has a little bit of leverage.
Okay, when you see the Quick Striker emblem, I'm just thinking, oh, that's a Mordon 7/6 Conqueror and play around 2 Quick Striker instead. That sounds a bit better than
I mean, if he can plot out his entire game, sure, I'm down.
Hey, you don't like it?
We think alike. I like it. I like it. Yeah, it's one of the best emblems to
I'm just reaching my hand, so we have some APAC players in the top 8.
All right, we've got our other branching out, going to be Artillerists for Lakoko.
This could be Tristana. If it is, that maybe gives Tristana a little bit of an extra cap. We saw, I think it was Ironbog last game yesterday, pick up Artillerist +1. He was pushed off of Tristana, played a very flexible Ironbog-esque game, and went 8th in stage 4. Did not have that work at all, and fell out of that top 8 because of it. So we'll see if Lakoko can make this work.
Decides to playing defense. Tries to go probably for the component he wants to lose to get the prio and get that free loss streak early on, and faces Jedusor with to get that Zeri 2 of the Caretaker.
One of the ways this can go crazy for Coco is another +1 Artillerist. We saw this from Bio in the Americas, playing around an Urgot 3-star and ended up with the 6 Artillerist. You don't have to do the Urgot side of that, but 6 Artillerist itself is just so much AD that actually has a way for you to cap out very high.
Looking if there's extra bows here for Jedusor, because he is looking for that Guinsoo's Rage Blade. Oh, there is
a bow on a Zeri. Doesn't make it that far.
Aha, yeah, for sure.
Does his own teammate grief him? Like Coco picks up the Zeri and says, no, no, no.
Don't frame the teammate.
Wait, there's one more bow. We're good.
This is a really good carousel.
Right, Spencer? We're good?
Oh yeah, Coco should have picked the 1-cost bow just to leave it open, perhaps for the last pick, right?
Jedusor gets a bow regardless. Rage Blade can be slammed on his Zeri to carry.
I mean, last pick bow.
Not bad.
Are you not very pleased?
Not bad at all.
Are you not entertained?
I love the reference.
Pass me in stage 4.
Okay.
Especially with so many rods open across the board, it felt like if anyone else wanted a Ginsu, I mean, those bows were right for the taking.
What is with these EMEA carousels? What?
Very strong
GP2
setup
on stage
right
2?
away.
This is a classic
GP2.
handshake. Everybody gets what they need.
And we'll see Tarman is the player who really has to play for a first this game. 39 points, 3 points under that next lowest point total in this lobby. And we're seeing someone else who is also maybe considering playing for a first. Prestivan loaded in with the Chemburns already online.
Yep, once again, not updated.
Yeah, he was able to get a first in that last game, so in fact he's at 46 at a more comfortable position. But another first here for Prestivan actually puts him in great striking distance to try and finish this out and make a top 8.
Especially on his debut on the international stage. He's been around and performing at a high level all the way back since Dragonlands, but just barely missed making it this far for so many sets in a row. So happy to see him finally here.
And first time we're going to be taking a look at Fallhabspor. Does look like it's the Rebel and Academy mix. Not a line that he's typically known for, but we know that Rebel has been a very strong performer in the past 2 days.
The Macau special coming into this last fight of stage 2. Both Liluo and Jedusor facing off, trying to go for the 5 win streak, and on the flip side, Prestivan trying not to get grief like Experian was attempted to last game.
Let's see if we're gonna see some defense. I'm expecting at least Coco to be playing, and perhaps maybe Bintel.
Well, Bintel just went 5.
Maybe not.
I mean, that's also defense. If you smorg them hard.
Well, yeah, I mean, and then he's going to get that chance here, right? Of course, being level 5 should be even a 5-unit loss. Doesn't look like any kills are coming through there, so Prestivan is going to take a big amount of damage from Bintum.
Absolutely.
Jedu
And we also see Lilu.
100 streaking.
And there is no problem for the Lilu to take down the board. 2-item Darius is just such a menace.
Yeah, he's a beast. Able to hold on to that win streak. Jedu still a great spot with having the items for the Zeri coming through the caretakers, and we'll see how that continues to develop. But Lilo is going to be the one with the win streak through Krugs, and then the loss streak going to Prestivan. And it looks like Coco as well able to hold on to it.
And this start from Coco is reminding me of the start yesterday in day 1. Lose streak start, low roll stage 2 and 3, chance for high cap with the +1 emblem. What is he going to be able to cook up in stage 4 to make it work and fight for that top 4 yet again? He finished 2nd and 4th last time around in day 1. We'll see if he can do the same here.
He is setting himself up for a very good finish. If he goes level 9, you can get the 4 Emissary for Warden and 4 Artillerist. You don't need to luck out on the double Artillerist +1 necessarily. On the other hand, for Lilo, this was very worrying for Bintum. We saw Bintum with a troubled face as he's not selling these quick strikers.
A lot of gold coming in at Krugs here.
Ambessa while playing 3 quick strikers. That's pretty handy. With good slams as well.
Yep.
Yeah, great pickup available for Lilo. It's going to be contested in that line with Bintum, but you don't have to stick with it. Could just use it for tempo for now.
We might just find a player that has a Morton speed dial today.
Well, he is the chosen one for the Arcane set, right?
If someone has to have him on speed dial, it has to be Lilo.
Yep. On the other side, Tarte rocking with the GP2 since stage 2. 3 items, looking pretty strong. And he loaded up TG from the augment.
It looks like he is very close to getting Trait Tracker online. 7 traits already from the previous screen that it showed. Or maybe I was mistaken, sorry.
Yeah, you're going to be fighting against Lilo. They're both the ones streaking at this point. Tartman on a 4 streak, only lost the first round. This gangplank is massive. If anyone's going to take down Lilo, it should be the 2-star gangplank, but not having a front line to get it done.
Came off.
Oh, wait a minute.
Up.
Wait a minute. Barrel?
No,
Barrel!
Oh my god! The gangplank that was promised.
Oh, that was so close. I mean, maybe if the items from the Darius to the Ambessa would have changed them off.
And Tartman needs a win. Maybe this is the round. This is the win streak. This is a little bit of extra econ that allows him to get into a strong position going to stage 4.
I love this unit. I know it's not really good enough right now to realistically play reroll Gangplank, but I've enjoyed it in some kind of meme games where I find one early and some good items. And so I've played around the 2-star Gangplank a lot, and it is so fun to watch.
This is bad news for Bintum because the powered shields most likely means that Lilo is going to stick to this line.
We said instead of defense, play offense. This is very offensive from Lilo.
Yeah. Level 7.
I mean, Bintum doesn't have to commit to the 4 quick striker. Usually, you want to cut like a Nocturne to utilize that emblem. However, you can just play around any comp that can utilize that Ambessa as emissary unit, and then just put it on any random unit, to be fair.
I don't want to sound harsh to Bintum, but this is my favorite spot to observe him in bad situations where he needs to pivot somewhere. That's when you knew the true merit of a player.
Presteven, big loss. I'm going to have to imagine we'll be trying to look for a Silco on the carousel, trying to get the 5 Chem Baron online, maybe even go to 7 on 3-5 and roll for a Silco or a Savika to try and go for a bigger cash out.
GP trying to clutch it out again this time.
Surely not.
It's not able to get it done.
Back-to-back TF 1v1s as well.
Able to find the win there.
You can only pull that many barrels out of the sleeves.
Especially at the speed at which GP takes the cast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The initial patch that came off GP would have won that.
Bintum seems to be rolling. It's going to be a very interesting 1v1 matchup here between Bintum and Lilo.
Very much looking to commit into
The
the
tempo rolls are paying off. 4 win streak for now for Bintum.
Yeah, and the Loris upgrade is just going to add on to that.
Bintum currently in the standings is 1 point behind
TF
the
left
cut.
behind.
Uh-oh. And it's Lilo, so once again finding a very strong board that he has to play against. However, the Akali might sneak right into the back line.
Yeah, she's locked in. Will take down that TF with one more cast. Yeah, that looks like that Akali should be wrapping that with all the shielding that comes of the Quick Striker takedowns. I don't like that Lilo is holding on the Darius items given there is 4 Quick Strikers. That cannot be possibly correct.
Looking at Presteven now, 38 HP already at this stage. Silco not going to be here on the carousel, so no free 5 Chem Baron for Presteven. He's going to have to work for it at 3-5. Lekoko, though, picks up the Corki. Huge for the Artillerist +1 player.
Yeah, already having
Second
one Corki on bench, so that is going to be the pair, at the very least.
Yeah, now just looks for either +1 Artillerist from the Augment or perhaps a calling card on Tristan to just guarantee it.
And taking a look at Fall Help, he does get the Rebel +1, so there is a chance for a very, very high cap out here. He also, I believe that is a trait tracker being selected there. I'm not 100% sure, but it does seem like a very high cap out angle for him with the spare spatula.
See, is Coco able to find Urgot 2, has the 4 Artillerists online. That Corki pair going to help out so much, and because the lobby's pretty accelerated due to the Crab Rave, already nearly level 8 to try and actually find that 3rd Corki and get fully online.
Has a great argument on top of the branching out, having the Noble Sacrifice, providing that extra just to resist, so eventually the 6 Artillerists hopefully can ramp up.
Nedishore, 4 now, 2 Sniper, has an open slot with a double Vander. Has his Area 3 already, as you mentioned, Alan, not having to stay on 6, re-rolling instead, can push levels, and adding in more Snipers along the way.
Yeah, having Glitch already, you can go for that 4 Sniper ASAP. Is definitely a handful, and the Crabbery will provide, so he should be able to go on Care 4 too.
Just quickly got the confirmation that Fall Halt is on that trade tracker, so we'll have to keep our eyes to see it when that pops.
Did we see 5 Chem Baron for Presteven is the big question. Did he roll for a Silco at all after this carousel? 9 loss streak now.
He must have. Because it's just
he rolled. Did he hit is the question.
Oh.
And the answer is going to be no. 4 Chem Baron still on 70 gold level 7, so didn't even consider rolling for it at this point in time.
I just wanted to say that Coco might be worried if Presteven cashes out that 500, but now we are looking at the board and he's like, if he's going to cash out 400, he'll be quite pleased.
You have 1 Heimer already at least.
Yeah, does not have the HP to go 5 rounds at all. This is looking pretty dicey.
Yeah, slams the items on the Heimer, try and get a couple of kills here, but it is going to be that gangplank now with some actual frontline to work with as well. Does seem like the Heimer is getting the job done, and in fact, this fight is relatively close. Might be a perfect loss, but maybe even a win.
1v3?
Really? No, the GP's got it. That is very fortunate for Presteven. That would have been
calculated.
A disaster.
Is this GP unit the most entertaining unit in the game in Stage 3? Every single fight comes down to
There's
a 1v1
a reason I like
here.
playing this unit, David, even though I know it's not that good. It's just very fun.
You want to feel something while playing TFT.
I do.
Ooh, the best pretty much item for the Visionaries. And on top of that, with the 2-star Rennie, that's the best cash out Presteven could have hoped for 300.
And will that be enough? I think we're going to really decide that off of the Heimer 2 coming in and how much gold has to be rolled to get there.
Already rolling. Found Savika, but a bit too late.
Yeah. A lot of gold still for Presteven, so does have plenty to work with, plus a lot of gold coming from PvE rounds.
I would have held on to the Kali maybe, just to, try and mess with the chances of Lilo.
No defense.
Look at
no
the defense.
defense.
You have so many
I'm just
components.
saying.
There is no chance you have slots for that.
Look,
He has to roll.
one little free slot. One little Akali just chilling there.
Roll. So much to do because the component buffer providing all the components, so they are taking up the slots, and we need to find
Rel.
Two off the Rennie.
2 off Rennie.
Already got the roll. Okay.
The Heimer as well is going to be big here.
2 off Rennie, 2 off Nunu.
Malzahar. Rennie.
One more Rennie. So much to
Enough
hit.
time.
He's
We're
going
on
pretty
28
fast,
P.
but
We are still on 2 lives.
That's... I don't know if that's one of Nuno or...
yeah, shop a bit delayed here, so we're catching up and we'll see. But it's 1 off the Rennie, looks like 2 off the Nunu after it's all said and done. But that is a huge spike. Just the Rennie 2 with the items might be enough. The problem is the damage being a little bit low from just Heimer.
Sonic Cast comes through.
It's so close, but he takes the loss.
The Corki barely wins it, and Pressman is now down to 1 life. Lococo rolled all his gold as well, down to 10.
He can lose. I mean, okay. Prestiven rolling like 80 gold, fighting 0 Heimers in this 80 gold rolls.
And Lilo, he did pivot off of the Quick Strikers into 6 Enforcer now. Prismatic Augment coming through at 4-2.
Another good use of the powered shields as Enforcers does give you that extra juice.
Egg,
at the start.
is it time?
Extra BFs, Blazing Soul for Prestiven.
Really
Good pickup.
He sold out of the Nunu to try and find the
no
Rennie.
gold.
Oh.
This is it. The matchmaking pool here is going to matter so much. He's facing off against the 2 strongest players in the lobby, Jeduzor and Lilo, and also Bintum, who I imagine had to have had a pretty deep roll to try and hit all of his upgrades, playing the Quick Strikers reroll.
I do want to mention, I think he was 5 Visionary with 2 Rennies on board in the previous round, which was...
And look at
slightly unoptimized
Akali 3, Radiant Crown Guard.
Oh, that looks like a problematic unit to deal with.
I don't know that he has enough damage to kill it, even if it takes out the rest of the board. It's just so tanky.
She's kind of stuck.
Yeah, she got stuck on the Rennie enough. That's good for Prestiven. Bintum able to find the hit, but still on level 6.
Interesting choice by Bintum, going for that Refractor to put it on the Akali and upgrading the Crown Guard. But might not be just quite it.
And Jeduzor really making that Zeri work. Still streaking 87 HP. Fall Hulp falling a tiny bit in the HP totals now. 26 HP for him. Has the Rebel +1 on the Mbessa, but no Zoe. 1 singular copy of Alawi here.
The trade tracker cash out here.
Yeah.
Break it down for me, Alan.
He does have
I mean, I don't know why are we on Rebel. I'm just constantly thinking, how did we not end up in some scrub? Because the only reason people usually play the trade tracker is to go for the scrub, because no matter what you hit, you can just utilize the scrub shield, even if you miss.
Big reforge there, which actually got a bunch of very good ones for scrap and no additional Rebel +1.
And like there is no way we can pivot here. Ambusher is okay, Ambusher, Rebel are nice, Sork is nice, and Sentinel is nice. Firelight is also nice.
Yeah,
but like we need to find Echo.
Secondary carry.
And even Bintum is being able to take down Fall Hulp another HP. However, Prestiven stays alive.
There's no time, there's no gold. There's Echo on the carousel. First pick for Fall Hulp right in front of him as well. Goes for the LeBlanc instead.
Yep. Big pickup for the Prestiven. We don't know yet if it will combine into the Heimer too, but definitely big pickup.
Meanwhile, Jedusor just streaking very comfortably right now, like 87 HP and still burning through the entire lobby at this point.
Has the 4 Sniper, has the Kog'Maw already online, the Garen. Still 1-star, so there is still a bit of a spike.
So the thing is, Jedusor has the Calculate Enhancement, which is a great tool for the final cap out, but he does need to find extra damage items for the Twitch, for the Caitlyn. That's a shop!
Heimer on the carousel finds the Rennie 3. This is exactly what Prestiven needs to try and hold on, because when you look at the HP discrepancy, he has a long way to go to try and climb placements.
Has Jedusor in his rotation as well. That's going to be the tough one compared to Spencer and Fall Help.
The problem with the Jedusor is this board pretty much counters him. Given all the sustain, like, this Rennie is not dying, let's be honest. And like also this board does have absolutely 0 damage in comparison to this Heimer. So like I can't see a possible scenario where Prestiven is losing this kind of fights.
Yeah, and this is big. Prestiven going to be potentially just taking down Fall Hulp here, putting himself in a really big position.
16 HP.
I think is that lethal?
All the way down.
Oh,
from
wow.
1 HP on stage 4, right
get to
before
see
Anomaly.
Yay!
That's the spirit! APAC cheers.
Comeback story, of course.
Oh, giant size.
That's a reasonable
I
take.
think it
play
has to be
Rennie.
Heimer. Oh, you calling card for the Coco.
It's time.
Oh, this is what we were talking about.
Artillerist.
This is the exact way it happened for BO as well. It was calling card on the Tristana, get the Artillerist for free, and go up to 6 Artillerists, and he was able to win out with it.
This is
But
very...
where's Urgot?
No Urgot 3 this time, though. That's the difference.
There's no Urgot 1. That's the problem.
The hunger for power was just too high. Sold all the Urgots to make it this far into
He
stage
did have
4.
Urgot earlier. He had an Urgot 2 on the board.
Just no respect.
Some Keeping had to go off the board for the Heimer to get Academy item. However, now looks for the dear Urgot to come back.
And very far off going 9 to have that extra slot to fit everything.
Just have to gonna sacrifice probably that Heimer for now. And Valhalla will most likely go down.
The Zoe mirror match here. Kill streak on Spencer Zoe. How much in this
Unless I'm
swing
putting
hang
some
on
more.
for?
Yeah, Spencer Zoe is 2-star though versus the 1-star on the side.
Uh-oh,
but
Zoe's killed off.
Zoe gets the bounce and it goes in the favor of Valhalla instead.
I spoke too soon. Valhalla just staying alive to see another crops.
Coco's gonna need to find that Urgot fast, down to 21 HP. I think the 6 Artillerist could be enough to keep him around, but before you get that spike, the calling card is actually worthless.
Jedusor finding some losses at the end of the stage 4. Understandable, given calculated enhancement, buffing only pretty much 1 unit. Oh, he did find that set of items for that witch, but needs slightly more. Needs to find that Caitlyn for the final board cup.
Is going to be taking deep roots on the Garen here. Has enough damage in the back line. Just needs more tankiness in front.
Drops for all Rageblade for the Twitch.
Ooh. Can you get the
Garen too.
That's a really big upgrade.
Now we just need Caitlyn. Red buff is a consideration. With 4 sniper, it might be better, but like it just needs a bit more probably tank items at this point.
The Gangplank has been rewarded. 3-star Gangplank comes online for Tartman.
I mentioned this build exists. I didn't expect him to actually commit to it. I really enjoy this way. 4 Form Swapper, 4 Emissary probably is the strongest way to play it unless you have like Pit Fighter emblems and you can go very vertical there. That can also be a strong way to play around the Gangplank.
Is the Tartman gonna be a wall for the fall home?
I think he could be. I mean, he did just hit the 3-star Gangplank and his front
Could be
line
a
is quite
onto the Zoe. Almost killed her
What
off.
is Zoe?
Is there a barrel going that
There's no
way?
barrel.
It did just get there.
Can the
There's the
Gangplank
cast.
clear?
Gangplank gets it done. Fallhall taken down.
And Fallhop hits with the car.
And Prestivan still streaking, had a very dicey position earlier in stage 4. Has made it work for now. Coco also a big win. Maybe found that Urgot finally to fit in the 6 Artillerist.
Gotta say, for Fallhop, that's gotta be scary. He was at 45 points going in, which feels relatively okay, but 46 doesn't feel like it's guaranteed to make it to the next stage.
Prestivan managed to stabilize, push to even level 9 of his board. Very impressive.
The board for Tartman as well, we didn't mention it, had the Band of Thieves into Lucky Gloves at 4-2. 4 TGs have been built. Really fits perfectly into Form Swappers especially.
Did you see the 3-star Twisted Fate picked up by Bintum as well? So the rerolls fully coming online. Had the Akali earlier. Able to upgrade another carry.
Will Gangplank claim another?
The battle of the emissaries here, but on one side, it's a very scary setup from Tartman.
Yeah, I love to see it. This is going to be the Form Swapper version, so it's a lot of upfront damage. Not having that much true damage, but if he does have the 2 Pit Fighter and he still gets that true damage to get through the front lines as well.
So much damage.
Like Coco as well, takes a loss. 7 HP for the French player. Both Spencer and Coco now on the chopping block.
We don't know if the Coco managed to find that Urgot. There might be still missing the crucial piece, but I believe like with uncontested units such as it should be.
Spencer sitting at 41 points, so if we were already kind of worried about Fallhall just taking an 8th here, Spencer really cannot afford this 7th. He really needs to climb an extra placement or 2 to feel even remotely okay about trying to make the next round.
And Lilo, we saw on the side, 2 big upgrades, both the Vaitu and the Elise to stabilize him on 38 HP. It will be Coco up against Spencer, EMEA versus America to stay alive in this game number 4. Can the Garen hold on? Triple Warmogs up against so many death blades on the side of these artillerists.
It's so much AD.
They need to burst through this front line. The Garen is still holding on. Has he bought enough time? The battle of the birds.
They're on the Zoe.
The cast comes through, and Lecoco's able to win the fight. Spencer taken down in what looks like 7th place. Bintum now also down to 1 life.
What will likely end Spencer's run here. He had a great run last set as well, but couldn't quite crack that top 8. Was hoping for something different and not able to get
Big
there.
pickup for Lecoco with so many death blades. Finds the Runons and the Jace too.
Huge pickups there. Bintum gonna grab just a giant Slayer as we see Prestivant picking up that static Shiv.
Really want to see that backline Artillerist Jace 2 going into that one. That's going to be a fun sighting. You can make it fit somehow.
Is there even a slot? I mean, we have to start cutting on those. Yep.
That's
There's
one
a
way
slot.
to do it.
There's a slot.
There we go.
Crab Brave had no gold ending stage 4, but all of a sudden the massive injection that comes through.
Artillery's gonna come over the...
If you hit a wall, make a door.
And a quick warning to our viewers at home, get ready. The crab is coming. We're getting closer and closer.
And we have multiple players that would be eliminated by the crab if they lose.
I hope they built a redemption.
I'm afraid for Prestivant.
I'm a little bit afraid too.
I'm not sure if that Heimer can scale fast enough.
Jedusor might also take a loss, considering his comp.
Sniper should be able to deal with it. With calculated enhancement.
That's true.
Oh my god.
This TF is in big trouble. The Vi dishing out the damage. And the Akali cannot
Bro, the Sakali cannot kill even Rumble 1! Like, please!
Coco on the wrong side.
Maybe that's part of Liluo holding so many of those quick strikers in stage 3, making it that much harder for Brinton to play into his econ, having to roll so much extra gold. Taken down now in 6th.
Another player we have to be worried for here. The 3 points, that's just going to put Bintum at 45.
Seen a Reforger
even
coming
lower
from the
than
Coco.
Paul.
Reforged once again, finds IE!
for Chase! What a hit for Coco.
Well, if you can't hit once, let's try again. That was a pretty spicy one. We have 6 artillery's carry. That could be actually a win out.
It's the Irelia doing most of the work here.
She's doing the pew-pewing. And he will face Lilu. He's actually clamped on the backline against the Caitlyn. That actually might end up in the tragic way.
If the shots actually go through.
Just the Caitlyn one, but the items are
Look at this stun!
Hexcore, come on, pop up.
There's a wrap here from the Vi if she doesn't go down from this barrage. The Hexcore pops up and saves it. Cast for Caitlyn!
Caitlyn!
Caitlyn! Not quite enough. The Corki holds on.
This was way too close. I got sweaty.
And Prestivant still streaking, 11 HP. The crab
Okay, we need to see Prestivant. Okay, this board is always beating crab. We need to see the Prestivant fighting the crab.
Yeah, stuck with just a Heimer. Not much sustain for any of the backline members. It's really all up to Rennie, but...
Redemption check?
Redemption check, there you go.
Okay, it's something.
All right. We have some emissary.
Has the Gunblade on the Heimer as well, which can at least mitigate a little bit.
Okay. I mean, there is Malzahar also with Infinite Peak. Okay, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, the Rennie's holding on here.
Yeah, the Blazing Soul helping. Yeah, this...
Okay.
Oh, wait, crab? No, there's...
No, we're good.
Not as close as we thought it would be, but it's still a little scary.
Yeah.
Lecoco cleared. Jedusor.
Lilu clears.
Jedusor,
you got
Jedu?
Oh!
I did tell you.
Oh, no!
Whoops.
No cake too. No luck.
Well, Jedu now goes from maybe 2 lives on, just a 1-2 unit loss to...
That's not even a single... Maybe Sunfire 1 compo... Oh, there you go. 1 anvil at least.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
It's still dicey though.
I mean, is he even beating anybody?
Oh, this bot 4 would be tragic considering how good his spot looked at the start of stage 4 with how much HP he had.
Lilo just hit the Caitlyn 2, and we already saw it looking quite strong at Caitlyn 1.
I mean, glad that Coco didn't find him when it was Caitlyn 2.
Prestivant also just picking up Mal's 2.
And not really any great spots to fit this last item. Not going to be as impactful as it could be for other players who have that 3rd spot open on one of their carries or tanks.
I mean, Jeduso is definitely the weakest player in the lobby, so whoever he faces...
Lecoco and Liluo, 2 very strong players.
Gets the Coco. Actually, good news for Coco, because he could have faced someone stronger like Prestivant.
Tragic that 2 teammates face off against each other at this point in the game.
6 artillerists versus the 4 snipers. Looks like the damage is on the side of the artillerists, and the front line is stronger there as well. And Jedu is going to go down. May have just gone down there anyway, even if he hadn't lost the crab, but...
Lilu with the Caitlyn 2 will also go down. probably taken down by Prest Event, given he does look like the strongest person now.
I mean, and the spot Prest Event was in, did we really expect he was going to be able to claw it all the way back? Hitting that Heimer and the Rennie when he did was paramount to this actually working out.
I will say Lotus into Blazing Soul, into the cash out that he had for 300 was maybe the best he could have hoped for. It looked dire a little bit, you know, halfway through stage 3, but at 4-2 specifically, it all looked a lot better for Prest Event.
Now he has guaranteed in the matchmaking Tartman.
The French sandwich here for Prest Event.
One could say Le Baguette.
One could.
Are there any wraps possible for this composition?
Wait, the
Like-
20 is looking kind of dead.
Ooh.
Hold up. Is GP cooking?
The flamethrower.
GP?
On the
Ah,
The
not
damage is
quite.
still there.
Coco
Comeback
will...
story GP, he's even stronger now.
Yeah, scaling.
I
Not
was
much
looking
left.
for this the Vika luck to kind of take out that Rennie in the middle.
Now we'll see if the Coco actually fades the Tartman.
And has the Rumble too as well, but doesn't have the gold to upgrade, doesn't have a unit to swap and sell.
We knew that Coco already faced the Ghost last fight, so this is a guaranteed fight between those two players, so one of them will go down and Prest Event will get a Ghost.
This is huge for Tartman. He was at 39 points coming in, so even 6 points here, a third, might not be enough. 45 is looking a little scary from what we've seen so far. And so this fight is massive for Tartman against Coco. You have to watch the GP. Where do the barrels land? Can they deal with the artillerists? The front line on both sides disappearing, but Gangplank Cast comes through
Corky's targeted.
and takes them down. And Tartman's gonna at least get one more point. Keep him one more point ahead of maybe that cutoff.
That being said, Prest Event is just looking too strong. The streak has continued throughout 2 stages at this point in time. Is there anything on this carousel that could swing things? Well, Lilo is dead, so the Enforcer Emblem does not matter here.
Maybe Declo for the Tartman, given it's just all IP, just a bit more front lane, but there is just a bunch of TGs. I don't know if there's even a place to fit it in.
Just so many tank items, especially on that carousel.
That would be so poetic if a GP manages a win.
I love it. I mean, I'm so happy right now because I was really not expecting to see any all weekend. But we actually get one from Tartman here. It's possible the true damage from Pit Fighter does kind of let you get through the Rennie. It is kind of the build when you can go the vertical Pit Fighter that you could get through a board like this. I'm not sure. The Form Swapper is more damage, but less true damage. And we'll see if it's still enough, though, to get through this Rennie. The first would make Tartman feel a hell of a lot safer. And we're going to see those first barrels coming down. Can it deal with the Rennie? There's the cast. Not
It
quite.
doesn't. The GP's target already.
But
Rennie's still
got the back line.
but everything
He
else got
got the
blown
back
up. Prest Event
Look
taken
at
down.
And that's the difference of the form swappers. The base damage, the comeback story fully stacked. The barrels, who cares about the Rennie? We pop the board.
Look how chill he looks. He's just zero emotions. Zero emotions. He knew.
Listen, Tartman got eliminated in 9th place in Inkborn Fables. He's not celebrating yet. He wants to make sure he can get maybe a few more first.
Puts him up to 47. That I will
safer.
feel pretty safe about. And I feel so validated, but even so, I didn't think the comp was good enough that we'd see it. And the fact that we get to see it in its full glory was really just amazing to watch.
That was a nail biter all the way. 4 units in the last second, gone in a flash. And we could see that there was a lot of positioning things right there where the Rennie solo, they were trying to position it with 3 other units to prevent perhaps a Jace coming in through or a side wrap or something like that one. But in the end, the Gangplank 3, enough just with the stacking, whew, that was close.
Think about all of the 1v1s that Gangplank won in stage 3. That was the extra HP you preserved to make it into this fight in the end.
Absolutely. And that GP, that comeback story was just a bit of the inch he needed to push it through.
Yeah, that one loss actually taking him to 10 is it's maxed out comeback story. You get every little piece of damage. You get that with the Form Swapper bonus. And now we've seen yet another way for Form Swapper to dominate in this tournament.
I will say a great game from Coco as well. The Artillery's +1. Same exact story we saw in the very first game of the tournament yesterday on day 1 on the broadcast. Low roll spot, loose streak start, but then makes it work with a 6 Artillerists, knowing the Carlin card. Great pickup there for the last emblem.
Yeah, on the other side of the board, a little bit unlucky for the APAC players, right? They're contested quick strikers for Bintum and for Fall Help. Really got his the trade tracker online pretty late and didn't have that one round where he was able to slam everything, had to wait a while, and also just playing the Rebel line was a little bit weird. I feel like he was trying to gamble high roll a little bit too much on the Rebel +2.
And the cash out for Trade Tracker post roll down makes it very hard to actually make the best use out of those emblems like we've seen in the past.
I mean, it was more dictated by the tempo slams he made, and that's what led him to going into Rebel, even with the trade tracker, relying on getting this at least +2, +3 emblems. And we know that on the Crab Rave, the Rebels can actually pop off if you get to hit the Jinx with the extra resources.
Funny enough, a lot of scrap units were getting contested out of the pool anyway. There was early Corkies on a board, and then also just a ton of Gangplanks missing that you normally would be able to easily find.
And for Deduzor, the fact that he picked up the Zeri off of his first augment, had to play into that in Crab Rave, which I think you just don't have a good matchup against the Crab. That loss to the Crab is what maybe dictated the bottom 4 as well, so really unfortunate for the French player.
All right, well, the thing we've been dreading but also the most excited about is seeing who we are going to be losing here. Let's check out the standings to see as we make this cut from 24 to 16.
It's gonna be a brutal... Ooh. 2 America players, Spencer and Wajan, going down.
And Fallhop 46, that 8th, we were saying maybe that would be the doom for Fallhop, and it was. And also Bintum not able to make it happen, but one surprise overall, Nandita, another 7th, went from 1st to eliminated before the top 16.
Not just that, but Li Tuchuan as well, one of the rising stars from the CN region. A lot of expectations on this player to perform at a high level, to maybe make final lobby. Not going to be the case in this day 2.
On top of that, Milo and Kian not making it. Great performance.
VN is out.
Yeah.
But hey, I don't see particular region on this list.
Which one, Alan?
EMEA, baby!
Oh, are we back? Is it finally time? Tartman clutches up with a GP3, finds himself 15th with still a very big chance to make that final 8.
Notably needing that first 47 points, right? 46, not enough for Fall Help. I don't know how the tiebreakers would have gone, but you don't want to be playing into tiebreakers. You just want to be there. Sitoren, I want to call it as well, was on the bubble, could have gone out easily the first time around, has made it all the way to the top 16.
At the top of the page there, Dish Double and Coco, 2 of the favorites from EMEA in America, still fighting to make that final lobby as well. But Americas and EMEA dominating this first page. Ironbach finds himself once again in that top 8 after a great streak of 3 games. And Salpimi, also CN representative in this top 8.
Yeah, it's been really surprising for Salpimi to be the top one. I don't think a lot of people saw the JOC veteran being here in this position, but so far, only Salpimi and Lilo as the only 2 for the largest region in TFT.
The Brazilian wave continues on. I'm so happy to see Vio and Lucas. I thought I might have cursed him bringing it up too early, but this is so big for the region. Since Slooper, they have not really found purchase, finding that top 8, finding those high placements, and so now having 2 members potentially knocking on the door is incredible.
With 3 games left and 57 and 54 points respectively, they are very close to almost guaranteeing their position in that day 3.
Oh, you are hating them that much?
It's over.
Just cursing right away? Oh, it's over for
well,
them.
I guess with EMEA trying to curse the Americas, hopefully it doesn't happen. We can still hold hands together. We will go into a break. We have 3 more games to go, so don't go anywhere. Into the Arcane Tactician's Crown. Return right after this.
I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with day 2 of competition for Into the Arcane, the Tactician's Crown, where we celebrate the best of the best at the end of this fantastic Teamfight Tactics set. My name is Nekra, and for this game, I'm going to be joined by Hupesan and Alan. But we've got a good next couple of segments ahead of us as we look towards trying to figure out who our top 8 are going to be at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I love day 2 because the pressure, the excitement, and I think the set is something that recognizes this. We are like in Arcane Season 2, so we have like the green shadow and all that suspense, the suspense that is actually happening. So once again, just a huge shout out to everyone that made this possible. It looks just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. The preparation and everything, the decorations, you guys don't feel that, but this is such a vibe to be here and doing this with everybody.
Well, I'm excited not just to be here with the two of you, but we also have another special guest joining us on the broadcast for this next game. We've got Losher. Welcome in. How are you doing? How have the games been for you on the alternative lobbies?
Doing great. Had a lot of fun talking there with Barry and now Tamara. Being a bit like nerdy there, very detail-oriented. And I think we saw a lot of very cool games, some very cool lines. We saw Ghost of Friends Past Twitch bot win out in the last game, very exciting stuff. So hopefully we will see the same or similar stuff this game.
Yeah, I know when we talked to Barry at the beginning of the day, Barry was saying, oh, wow, like ambushers have really won out the day. Is that a trend that you've continued to see as we've had day 2 of competition?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Personally, I don't like these. I don't like these cash-out trades. The adrenaline is not for me. But most certainly, it is a let's say difficult line to maneuver, and I think players prepared really well. And I think we've seen a lot of very well thought out game plans for these Canberran lines. So it's very exciting to follow, at least.
Tell us a little bit about something cool that you saw in one of your previous games that maybe we didn't get a chance to see on the broadcast here.
Oh, I think, well, the Ghost of Fence Past game I just mentioned was really cool. But also we had two branching outs contested into both Rebel Emblem. So that was quite exciting. And then Fallhelp decided to just contest Rebel out of 100 HP win streak as well to kind of kill the guys off, and I think that was really cool to see. Just like leveraging the HP to make sure you get a good placement, since there was a 600 cash out in the lobby as well in the form of press event. You can't play for first anyway, so secure the second this way.
Second game of the Canberrans thing from the press event.
Yeah.
From one spot, as Lesher mentioned, going for 600 cash out. In opposite here, seeing the perfect spot to go for the cash out with the singular tank item with the Rainy too.
Yeah, Lusher, I also wanted to ask you maybe more your style of game, or maybe not. Smitch obviously dominating, but then on the other hand, we have like the standard comps. Fast 8, going more tempo-ish. How are you seeing that line? Is not making success every time. Needs obviously to have a spot. So how you been looking at it? Visionary, maybe a default also Twitch, we're seeing some of it?
I think the biggest difference were regions, at least from what I experienced. We saw Quick Strikers have abysmal spots, but Dishsoap, for example, is a player that plays Quick Striker then in no econ regions, when like with a lot of tempo from ahead, and that works out well for him. While other players we saw faltering, having these loose streak Quick Strikers in econ regions, just going fast 8th. So I think there's still a lot of skill expressions in bringing together the region and the tempo of the lobby together with the distribution of augments to make like the winning board. And personally, I'm very glad to see that in a lot of econ regions, we had a lot of Scuttle Puddle, a lot of gold subscription. This high flex tempo playstyle that I myself prefer works out quite well to round out these tier 4, tier 5 boards.
We have a thing here on the analyst desk that we guess what the next portal will be. Do you want to guess the next one?
The encounter?
The encounter, yes.
Knowing my luck, we will probably see Jace.
Oh, Jace. We haven't seen artifacts. That's nice.
Good reroll.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We just saw Jinx. You wanted to see the Scuttle, the
well,
Crab
we got
Rave.
Crab Rave
That
already,
was great.
so
yeah.
I wasn't here for it, but we already saw it. So I think I'll be okay with Jace. Maybe we'll see what happens. Yeah, but I think when we get ready for this next game, Lusha, let's talk about these players a little bit, because I think when you take a look at this lobby, it's hard not to see some of the tournament favorites here, and maybe there's a lot of underdogs as well.
Yeah, personally, I'm in a prep group with Day6, so I really love seeing him performing this strong, especially after everyone rated him very lowly. I saw the betting odds were also quite stacked against him, so my 1k I invested into Day6 winning will now net me a fortune. But yeah, I think Day6 especially quite surprising, but he has a very unique approach to TFT. He thinks about the game differently, I would say, from most other players I talk with, and that really pays off. But also I think Dishsoap really shows great like consistency in the approaches he take, as well as Jedusor, who really shows tempo supremacy so far in this tournament. I really love to see that.
Lusher, can you go in a little more on Day6? Because I also think about him as an innovator, and you're saying that he's approached the game differently. Now, obviously, more in a team environment, planning with other people. Can you say a little more about how he thinks about the game, or what makes him different, and why is he performing so well today and also yesterday?
I think he has a very holistic approach to the game, where he considers like the whole circumstances of the lobby, and he makes his decision on which lines he can play in specific spots very dependent on that holistic view. And I think he does really well with that. This set, previous sets, he himself also said he made the mistake of just looking for winning spots all the time. But I think now he kind of accepted that you can't win every game, and he moves on to like taking some safe placements as well. And I think this consistency really shows in the scores he got. So yeah, I think he identified his flaws and then worked on it and really got rewarded so far.
Nice.
Do you think being in such a much wider study group than the usual benefits that kind of approach to the game?
For sure, but I think the better benefit of going wide in the study group is that a lot of the times people will be on and off depending on whether they're in the tournaments or how busy they are with other stuff in their lives right now. So just having someone there that can always fill in with you on a high level and provide an additional view that you may not have before is just very valuable, especially if you're looking to squeeze out the last percentages to compete at the top.
Absolutely. Do you think any of the players you see right now on the screen surprised you the most in terms of play style or perhaps the lines selection?
I was not an experienced believer, so I'm surprised in that. But also Prestevent, I didn't expect to perform this solid, showing a great variety between very risky game plans, but also just very solid TFT. So I love to see that.
I can completely get behind on the Experion, given how emotional of a player he also is, and being able to maintain a proper being calm, is definitely something that was needed from him.
Yeah, also to recognize 3 games pending. So this is game 11. We'll have 11, 12, and 13. And this is important because for 3 games, there will not be a cutoff, and this will be the final cutoff. Top 16 now in play. All of their so it's like a breather. This is like the calm before the storm, Alan. So actually, players, we see them preparing, day 6 laughing. So a little of the pressure is out. They already made it into the top 16, and now obviously go to Arcane, ensure they get the day 3 for tomorrow.
Absolutely. The interesting spot Daisy is he could even decide to play some sort of defense if he would not like to have the strongest players in top 8, and perhaps if he has a spot to just hold the units or 2 there and to just grief the strongest players in the lobby that he finds.
Yeah, that makes
also
total
triple
sense.
contesting Rebel.
Oh yeah, on that note, that might have hurt Folhub going into their top 16, but hey, if it worked, it worked.
We saw Kansum John there and starting the game. He was meditating. I love that. Always love to see this, especially from Korean players. And now we have Echo, so prismatic.
Lesha, are you excited to see triple prismatic lobbies?
Well, it's the perfect timeline, it says, right? So why wouldn't I be excited?
What's your favorite argument to see on the 2-1? If you are trying to play for win out?
Probably Wandering Trainer or Ghost of Friends Past then. Both of them can finish really high, especially Wandering Trainer. If you get this Rebel or this Scrap Emblem or maybe even Pit Fighter, you get an easy chase trade with only another +1. So I think then... And also in Triple Prismatic, the pool will be quite diluted by 4-2. So it's quite easy to tailor.
We know that the Ghost of Friends Pass usually the default line. If you play AD, it's some sort of Corki Emissary line or a Form Swapper with the Jace GP main carry, versus AP line is usually just some sort of Visionaries where we stack 40-50 AP and a bunch of HP and go from there. Hooper, what's your favorite approach? If you can choose one line, would you like to go?
I mean, I love the Necro approach. Since the start of the set, I love Conquerors. And they haven't been predominant, and I actually expected that in the tournament today, or even yesterday, we will see it more. So we got a good Conqueror game last game, but I haven't seen the full potential. I haven't seen the full lineup 9 Conqueror making it happen. So I really think, or I wish that we have a possibility to get it. So fun to be played, and obviously not easy because you need to maintain that tempo and the pressure every time.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, there it is. Lush's favorite. In the middle, Ghost of Friends Pass.
Experience doesn't need the points, though. He doesn't need to greet.
I kind of like Buried Treasures then. I think that's just a kind of standardly quite good prismatic. You just get a bunch of item components and then you're rich in that way.
I think it's a very good moment to talk about risk versus reward, because we know, like, when you have a Chem Baron type of game, you take it, especially if you see that you would be uncontested. So, Lesher, how do you feel the risk versus reward on the Ghost is?
I think it's it's quite alright. Like you can kind of, if it gets too risky, you say like I don't need the first specifically. You can kind of stop sacking earlier, so you have a lot more control over it. But like if you decide to commit for it, you really need to hit in that matter.
So that's kind of opposite to the Chem Baron, where you have to hit specific marks or a specific cash out to actually get significant stronger, where Ghost can keep stacking, not in the same capacity as when you full stack, but you still get significant value.
Yes, but be informed or be warned, right? That if you do go like halfway, don't expect to get a lot of value. It's still like a prismatic, so you do wanna stack it as much as you can.
You didn't guess the encounter, but you guessed both prismatic, and now we have Wandering Trainer here for this top. He has played amazing, good tempo in the early game, no matter what they gives to him, and now with an angle for obviously Ambusher, probably the most important here, but also the possibility of Enforcers that we already saw with the +1, also a possibility.
I think the main approach with this dummy is either Scrap or Ambushers, depending how the lobby looks like, depends how your components look alike. So far we have only Spark Slam and Open Chain. Those type of components are not screaming, oh, Miss Mitch, baby!
True.
Very good for the Echo though. With the Firelight already enabled, there was a niche period in time where you played like these ambusher lines focusing on rolling 2 Echoes on level 8 and just playing around that. Maybe that's an angle, and with so really favoring this consistent top 4 tempo playstyle, I can see him ending up there, maybe picking up a Smeech along the way, or maybe even just pivoting Scrap.
So it depends on what you hit, right?
Yes.
So Jedusor goes for the Void Swarm, has a tier open, has the already Morgana, doesn't push levels, finds even a 4th one. And there was an option to make 10 last round, however did hold on the potential upgrades, holds on the looks quite yet. We'll see if he opts here for that Morgana that was rocking a solid 2.x average during day 1.
Yeah, he could go look for the other tier. The problem, maybe Kansum Jong, we saw him also with the rolling augment, and also he had the possibility of going Morgana. So a comp that we haven't seen that much, and when we see it, it's amazing. It's outperforming the rest, but obviously you need those conditions. You need to have the blue buff early. You need to itemize the Morgana. It's not easy. Now both of them with the possibility of getting that angle, that is amazing.
Lesher, how do you feel about the quality over quantity when you don't have some components that lead into either like Shiv or Sunfire, those premium items? Do you feel like the quality over quantity is still good enough to be considered a top tier pick?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised Daisik decides to slam the Whisper here. Will no streak here, so definitely not the optimal setup for it. But should still be fine. A lot of your power can also come from stage 3 onwards when you get like 3-4 items online. And with this emissary line, it feels more like a safe, get me anything between a 3rd and a 6th and get me out. And I think that's exactly what Daisik needs with the amount of points he has right now.
Great point. We've seen just the Smeech and the Reni on the carousel, providing into that potential 3 or even 4 Chem Barons early on. And yeah, Disto picks up a glove here, so still open towards the Ambushers or Echo.
Okay, comes again Jedusor, and now little of the possibilities here. Doesn't find the additional tier, so looks like maybe more tempo-ish comp. He's still holding on to the Lux to have more chances. We don't have the Academy items. We will have them promptly there on the overlay to also have the chance of going that line, not getting it early. And here it is. Experian also open.
Yeah, stacking the AP, so clearly the Visionary line. We'll see if most likely it's the just Heimer line, because of the you need to get more units to stack faster. It's not sort of a board where you want to play reroll, but perhaps Xperion has some aces hidden up to his sleeves.
But how do we feel about the fact that it looks like Visionaries are being contested by several players in this lobby?
The Visionaries might be just played off tempo. It doesn't have to be necessarily contested. And going for fast 8 kind of board, like now that Xperion picking the Ghost and stacking AP, he's pretty much locked into one particular comp. That's like picking no scout, no pivot essentially, because if you try to play anything else, it's not gonna be as strong that will offset the amount of the HP you lost during the stage 2 and stage 3.
Yeah, interesting that Kang Sun-young also had the blue buff, and that was my pick to go for the Morgana 3. But now it looks like everyone is just going tempo.
Yeah.
Everyone's just going fast. No one will do the reroll for the Visionary, so that will be also interesting. Disho wants to lose here, try to maintain a 3-loss win streak, and now going up against Kang Sun-young. Should be a loss. Good time.
Yeah, and
so good.
really nice flexibility there between the lines. Like, doesn't necessarily have to follow this tempo game plan, just decides to go with the very proven Cambaron line here. This dummy really is perfect for it. I don't think he needs a very high cash out on this, because the Echo will be able to pick up the slack if Smeech is not as powerful as we have seen him before. So still quite flexible spot. I do like it.
Yeah, especially when you're playing towards Smeech, you look more towards the Nico, the Cambaron Nico, or just the Smeech as a unit. You don't care particularly about the items due to them usually being weaker just than regular items for the Smeech.
Well, we get confirmation of one Academy item. It's going to be Giant Slayer is at least part of that trio. And it's kind of interesting to see Jedusor just use the Academy early, having that Ezreal, and just get an additional item. Ezreal's been such a good champion this entire tournament.
Yeah, full tempo. Academy also has been outperforming, at least versus expectation, and also a great tempo comp. Normally you lack a little defense. You need to go for that Sentinel line to be able to be consistently strong. And now with this CC Rod, he's actually looking good. So good tempo play for him, and he could maintain in that line. So just go vertical Academy. That will be initially the plan.
On the defense part, what can provide you even more front lane than a bunch of bugs buffed up by the Sentinels?
Really one of the favorites here, especially going into scrims for both regionals and worlds. I know that the French players really like their academy, visionaries, and family setups. So both what we see from Experian and Jedusor here is just in line with that.
Split screen round, Lilo on the right and Jedusor here on the left. Both winning, both pretty strong. We've seen Kog'Maw here holding items, trying to ramp up as much gold as he can with the item.
Blade. But you know, he actually took Living Forge, so the Gambler's Blade is just first of several artifacts that are going to pop out at some point within the game. And I like that he's already holding on to the what's it called? The Nocturne.
Yeah.
There we go.
And now with the belt, perfect. More time to ramp up, more time for the tank.
Just having Watchers.
Jedusor picks up Coronation, where he kind of needed a bit more damage, and that only will not provide more damage towards that Ezreal, but also provide an extra unit to play on the board, especially when you're leaning towards that kind of Academy board. Already found the Corki as well. Definitely the board struggles with the space because you want to fit so many units, even like Elise, which you usually can't for the Form Swapper. And here we're just gonna have absolutely insane amount of the units, because we're gonna have 2, potentially 3 bugs. We have Coronation, which will lead then to another unit. There will be like 15 units at some point on this board.
Yeah, already having the Corki here. Lusher looks amazing for him, and now Kang Sun-young with an interesting board. So far only getting the holder here on the Twisted Fate, but obviously going for that Visionary line.
Oh man, with how many people this are contesting these visionary units, this is looking like disaster in the making. One of them will have to miss at least, and for Kang Sun-young now, the board is not strong enough to survive here in stage 3 necessarily, so I think this spot is a bit dire.
Also, the Academy player could only for fun play the Heimerdinger, try to play defense. What would that be, Alan? It's defense, but it's also offense because you use it. So it's like middle ground, maybe?
I mean, in this case, it also depends on the arguments you find, because if you are trying to play Visionaries without a good combat, it will not end up well. You need to have a proper, usually damage scaling, which will further scale, in this regard, your defense, because how the Visionaries work, they provide a sustain for your front lane, so the more damage you have, the more front lane you have. So what Kang Sun-young has, he has the bulky bodies that will allow Heimer to ramp up farther if he hits there.
Bishop now already with the 4 ambusher on place. Pretty strong, obviously, and maybe with the possibility of going big. And now, this is what you were saying, Alan. Scrap Plus, the Randuin's is perfect. Remember, the shield also scales with resistances, so this will be a massive shield with massive resistances, so a great win-out possibility here for this show.
Given that the scrubs are a bit, the Corki is a bit contested, and he has 0 Corki items, I think it's a bit too risky to lean towards the scrub. It'll be more type of the echo board, and remember, like Randuin, yeah, it's amazing item for the scrubs given the shield values, but also what's amazing, oh, we have the echo and Corki as well on the board.
Very important, so many could try to play defense here. Citorin is one of them.
And this also picks up echo, absolutely massive with Rod the Rod, has already the AP slumps as well for it.
Dishsoap actually just picked up a cloak and a Loris.
Wait, was it the Dishsoap?
No, Citorin picked the echo.
Oh, that's a good defense.
Yeah, but Dishsoap with that passing on the Corki, I think that's pretty committed to the ambushes here. Has the Shimmer duplicator from the 100 cash in the back as well.
Okay.
So I think this is looking to stabilize quite early and then play for tempo. The resistances together with 5 ambusher, which he will be able to fit with just the echo, should be good enough to carry him here for quite a while.
And also worth noting, the resist type of augments are usually way better with the ambushers due to the nature of the draining HP. So the flat HP doesn't benefit them as much as just some sort of resistances wise and or durability augments.
Now we're watching Prestiven here, already with the Twitch. Has a great Radiant Winsus here. And now just trying to establish a front line. Normally Twitch is not performing when we don't have the +1 either of Experiment or Cruiser, so maybe this is just tempo for now and it will be very difficult to pop up dependent on the last augment to get something good.
And Lilu holding on that cog pretty long and being very healthy, but the Jedusor is significantly stronger with that coronation, just way too many units to work through for the cog. And we'll find another item from Living Forge. There is a tech you can utilize, pop it after the creeps to avoid getting any econ type of items. And there was a gold collector as one of them.
So I am surprised, right? Because I think you would have liked to just have an additional choice, but you pick up the Trickster's Glass so you can at least have another tank unit.
I mean, it's not guaranteed. How do you feel about the Trickster Glass, Lesher? What's your favorite unit to put it on later on into the game?
Well, I think the best is if you can put it on the Garen to get the emissary bonus twice, especially in this line. Probably the best pickup he had in there. Still would have preferred the second Kog'Maw artifact, I would assume. Especially with like the overflow of belts he had there, but still should put him in a position where the Kog'Maw can safely scale up. Not a big believer of that composition being able to win out in late game, but who knows, with the last artifact coming in the middle of stage 5, there is still hope to get something unfair.
How do you feel about pivoting there into the Sorks? Those items are not bad, just completely dropping out Cog, and I feel like Trickster Glass is amazing on LeBlanc. It's probably her best item, given how her debuff doesn't scale necessarily with items, but having extra LeBlancs is amazing on the board.
I do like keeping options open here, especially because your board might just be strong enough so you can go fast 9. Going 9 on Gambler's Blade Kog'Maw was like a thing way back into the beginning of the set. And I would love to see it come out here. The HP total is perfectly fine to do that. And then just going 9 and looking which legendaries you find certainly can be a winning recipe.
This is Citorin being a bit behind on the points, but does find Elise, which while having very good combat arguments. But the problem is Econ.
Yeah, he's very behind. So now he decides to do the 4-1. He has to. And try to get the units as soon as possible here. Trying to go for the Emissary. Emissary's
Ooh, finds every Jace.
That's a big hit.
And Mulan.
Ooh. That's a very good roll down. That looks like a form swapper, for Emissary kind of line, given the roll down so far.
Yeah, this is Swain. Lacking the Elise still. I know there is.
It might be actually not a 4 Emissary, it might be just a Sork type of Emissary board with just a Garen.
Oh no. But this roll down, like you got all the components you want, but you got none of the upgrades. So you will have to stay alive here on this unupgraded get bored until you can pick up these upgrades, and you're very far away. Elise and Garrison will be very contested, so I think this is still looking very rough, but certainly doable if you high roll a bit.
Yeah, great skeleton, but lacking even pairs. Not even having the pairs of the important units, but obviously looks good for now, but by the middle of stage 4, it will totally back out. No economy for him, so very difficult to ramp up from here, but at least he has the direction. He has the 4-form swapper, and with the Zorks, good damage also.
Maybe something out of this next augment choice.
Okay.
Ooh, the
Zeeks.
Interesting
picked up, no?
choice. Yeah. A bit even more power. Really good in the Zorks, especially when you have already the JG Slam. We'll see if it is gonna pay off him, given that he went for 1 and the econ might be again the issue because he leveled with just 30 gold.
Yeah,
He has Lotus, so this is as strong as you can get in terms of like combat augments.
Nice.
Just needs the upgrades. Has a potential to win out, but not with the current setup.
Experience with the Visionary Crown also to go in more easily, and Prestiven with the Am the carry now. He was lacking frontline. He was using the Twitch, so he needed that defense. So it will be a good flash here.
No, there is one Heimer, but I don't know if that's Experience shop. Missing on the playing the Morgana carry at 4-2 might be just not good enough. Did find the tank item from the cash out.
Yeah, and like Visionary Jace normally being like the best cap you can have, especially if you're playing not Chem Baron Visionaries. However, as you stack the AP with Ghosts of Friends Past, Jace not as much of a high roll as he usually has.
Kansun John, I'm not sure if that's like Max Cup or Coronation. It looks like Coronation, in fact. So we'll have another combat
Kansun is
argument.
Coronation.
Yeah. For this soap, it's Final Polish. Prestiven has a I Am Your Carry, Blazing Soul for Dejik, Gritter, Moonlight for the Lilu, and Jedusor goes for the Giga Cup, Bronze for Life. Yeah.
This is what I wanted to call out because, like, you've got Bronze for Life on top of the fact that you have Coronation, so you have additional units on your board. And so I feel like this is going to be one of the strongest boards in the lobby, right? Because there's so many 4 and 5 costs you can hit to put in.
Yeah, and clearly Jedusor is utilizing that power of the overtuned Ezreal, and just even if well, it's not Hurricane Ezreal as strong as we've seen.
Furia just dead here?
There is Heimer.
He might be, yeah.
No, I think he should be fine. It's a lot of damage scaling, and Jedusor looks like he wants to go 9, just utilize some HP. If Jedusor rolled down here to 0 and got 3 upgrades, he would be probably dead, but...
Taking a hit now, and now we start seeing legendaries. So the J is very important in a few comps. We saw Foam Swapper, Jedusor also going for the Academy, and obviously this Bronze for Life more horizontally. Citure is the one that once again gets it.
Oh no,
he already had a Jace.
He misses all his options per experience.
Interesting Lilu choice, because he went for Gritter Moonlight for Amumu while playing Cog reroll. Cog reroll? He's level 8? No, not sure if he's rerolling Cog. We'll see that in just a bit. But Moonlight for Amumu is not something we would usually see.
Okay, now Prestiven on screen. No, what's the here it is. Here's the Kog'Maw, so probably just...
Yeah, it looks like a reroll.
Yeah, he's still level 7, and now he's pushing the throat. There's a Kog'Maw, but he's very, very far. Only 5 copies.
Oh, well, that is
that
nice.
Still very far off on Cog. Lesher, how do you feel about just going for tempo from the spot, given that you are kinda shy on the Cogs? Or do you try to get and finish it off?
The issue here is that you are now very committed to at least his front line, and with the items you have, I don't think anything you can hit on level 9 will stabilize you to a degree where you will be fine. Like Malza on these items is absolutely abysmal. So I think you can wait and see how your next 1-2 fights are going and then decide based on that. But since with this econ now you already rolled so much, I don't think 9 is that feasible anymore. Really just is a matter of whether you try and compete for top 2, top 3, or where you say I just want to avoid the bottom 3 placements at all costs.
Do you feel like those items on Cog actually can carry even if it's 3-star? I feel like it's just lacking a bit of some sort of scaling for him.
Experience,
Yeah.
we just lost him in the last round, so he didn't even got to the anomaly. Bad position there, but obviously still with a chance. Open Visionary, even with the Visionary +1, so we have confirmed 8th place for him.
And I was saying earlier, right, Experian with the points, yes, doesn't need to go for the risk of taking this augment there. This flippy game plan gets punished here, so unfortunate to see. We'll have to find or fight back in the next 2 games.
Still at least some room there in terms of there being 2 more games left for our players.
Yep.
But as we come back to this lobby and we get a chance to see kind of where players have landed, Dishdope does finally have this Meech online. You've got this extra Aegis as well, as on top of the fact you've got the Randuins here.
I want to move on the point of Experion yet and going for the win-out augment. Essentially, you mentioned at the start like how Daisy improved and he stopped going for like essentially always the win-out spot. Sometimes he recognizes it might not be worth enough. So this might be the case of just Experion and maybe lacking a bit and deciding that I have a win-out spot, I'll go for it, even though he didn't necessarily have to.
Yeah, 100%. Now Dishop here going up against Liluo, so the Smitch doing damage is being taken down. So actually the combat doing good work here, but still alive. The Echo should be able to clean
Echo
up.
takes out the Cog there with the cast. So close actually for the Cog too to being able to out-carry the Smitch with the comeback story.
C2 now dual welding, getting additional items here for the rest. And 4 Form Swapper, 5 Zorks, Black Rose. Looking decent, but obviously only 1 life for him, 8 HP. So also in a die position, let's see if it's enough. Still lacking his carry 2-star, not the Soy 2-star, not even the Elise 2-star here. So holding some pairs, but still not in that. We saw him very fighting here for the Econ. So now this will be the roll down to 0 and try to hit.
Lesher, how do you feel like players who usually play on their regions, they usually get away with more, like here triple combat, no econ, and just getting sometimes punished for playing too greedy in terms of power, and often just trying to go fast tight without a proper tempo opener. Do you feel like that has been the case so far in the Tactician Crown?
I feel like this is like one of the pitfalls that you will just have of like competing at a high level, but not the highest level, because the higher you go, the less you get away with. And I feel like the players that are more experienced in this, they know better of how much they can allow themselves to kind of like play suboptimal spots, even if their opponents are like very good and like deny them as they go. I think Nandide was quite a good example today, where he was kind of figured out and then unfortunately fell a bit short. Even the Tactician's Crown, right? This setting is something we as like competitive players don't experience very often. So I think playing in this specific setting and playing in optimal in this specific setting is quite challenging.
C2 now here has to sell the LeBlanc just to have a carry 2-star here, try to avoid the loss or at least ramp up a few positions.
Yeah, but he did actually get the Jace too, and so that'll help at least stabilize that front line as we get a chance to check in on Liluo's board. Finally hit that Kog'Maw 3, and so that definitely feels good heading into the later stages of this game.
Liluo is very close to spiking to the 4th sniper. The Twitch is sitting on the bench. There is also potential of Zerfree. So Liluo could be strong. I don't know if it's strong enough to win out or like even guarantee top 4, but that's something to watch out for.
He also has this random spatula that's been on his bench since he picked it up from the carousel, and I'm kind of wondering what is he going to do with that, because we're in stage 5 already.
I mean, you can put it on Garen.
Maybe he was looking for Automata emblem here. Or maybe was just focusing on denying because he knows his cap is probably quite low considering the lobby, so it's more important to make sure someone else dies. That did not work out so far, so these next 2 fights will be crucial.
Hey, he gets the Seri here.
Yeah. Like, I immediately sold that extra Caitlyn just to be able to get the Zeri 3. Like, that's so smart.
And now actually looking good. Lacking a little front line maybe, but actually having this Amumu, having it looks great. Only lacking maybe Garen 2-star. Looking
I mean, he
so
made
good.
the experiment emblem too, I think, just for the extra HP for the Garen.
I mean, look at the board he's facing. He's facing Bronze for Life, Coronation, Void Swarm board. I don't know if this cog will be enough to take it down. Look at this damage that comes down for Corki, and it will be just enough to pretty much obliterate whole board by Jedusor.
Raw power from Jedusor here, taking the win. So Lilo, one of the ones who have a chance of getting a second crown here on Into the Arcane, takes the loss. Still, remember, all of these players were good in points, so no one is eliminated. They just need to ramp up. After this game, 2 more games to decide who gets until tomorrow to the final 8 and try to achieve a crown.
Dishlope actually got the Ambusher emblem. I saw Cituran trying to go and actually snipe it away from him, but that is really big for Dishlope's board.
A bit indecisive part on the Cituran if he wants to play defense. Like if you commit ASAP. You cannot be hesitant. But he found eventually upgrades, found that Elise 2, found Zoe 2, found Jace, found Swain, and actually those triple combat might eventually pay off.
Kamsun Young now, Visionary on board. Very good, also with the Rumble 2. So pretty strong, but only 13 HP here, Loshore. So important route for him. D-Shop, the only one with a win streak.
Yeah, certainly came together now, all of the expensive units here. However, the big upgrades on the legendaries are not there yet, so I think especially with Dish Soap here, this is like where he can die potentially. So quite unlucky matchmaking.
Okay, let's check the damage. Echo, obviously, with damage to the backline, can be a threat. So far, so good for Kamsun Young. And now the Smitch cleaning out the rest. So it's a win here, and Kamsun Young should be thrown out here. No, stays alive, 1 HP.
Goodness.
So still alive to tell the story.
Finds a upgrade for the Rumble, and while we are looking at the Dish Soap board, it's pretty good chunk of upgrades. Looks for another Echo on the board after picking up that Ambusher emblem. Puts down Jinx, given that without items, without Rebel, she's just lacking a bit of the power. It's too slow for the board. It's just better to play double Echo on it.
100% makes more sense. And now open up against 5 win streak. So in dire position here, only Kamsun Young, Dishok with 20 HP, and goes up against Daisy with a big Garen on the other side, playing quantity over quality. So again, also big threats in a lot of units. But it's too much. Look at this, totally obliterating
You can kind of see that it's outscaled by this point in the game, especially against the monstrosity that Dish Soap has put on the board there.
Yeah.
Daisy is even hands off.
Calm down, buddy. Come on.
Also, the problem with quality over quantity against Smitches, like all your units are equally itemized, and once the Smitch gets to the back lane, he just keeps getting resets because, like, even when he jumps back to the front, those units just don't have enough tankiness usually to just withstand before he resets off.
Okay, now a rest. Looking for the final items here, so very important for all. Maybe Jedusor here with the Bronze for Life. A lot of possibilities here, so he's the one who can cap out more. Daisy still with quantity over quantity, so the additional resources are not helping him right now.
What is the point that you give up on the quality over quantity, though? And do you decide to just put 3 items onto a champion?
Yeah, you could. Even the Garen, maybe you can put more HP. Now or simply level up and try to get another unit. Now he gets the Mel, so trying to get something to generate mana here. Could be the red buff.
So usually the Radiant item is equal to the value of 2 items. So once you have an opportunity that all your units are itemized, or you want to empower one particular unit, so when you can put 3 items on a unit, it's gonna already be stronger than having only 1 Radiant offensive item at most. Usually avoid itemizing with the 3 tank items, given that quality over quantity provide some extra HP to the units that already have it. But like we see that Daisy already did his job, he already played for placements, and he'll be very happily bleeding out slowly.
Ooh.
Precedent also dropping very low, yeah.
Yeah, Dishsoap able to get another win there. And so I think everybody else in the lobby kind of hoping that Dishsoap and Jedusor maybe play each other. But I don't know how the matchmaking pools are going to look now for this upcoming fight.
So Daisy even placed here Mel to just get that extra placement potentially from Banished Mage. Unfortunately, if he gets pressed event, he's not gonna be strong enough to take it down. So the HP will pop and Daisy will go forth. However, he can hope.
Yeah, less now that he gets the Kaelin. He had to sell, so he doesn't have the additional unit here to get a level 9, but he doesn't need it. The comp is still in place, and now is the placement here. So pressed event against Daisy, one of them will fall down and take the fourth.
And between Jedusor and Dishsoap, somebody gets to keep their win streak, but for Prestivant and Dasik, who are both sitting at 53 and 59 points apiece, every placement is going to matter.
Oh wow, it was enough.
It just absolutely destroys Prestivant's board.
I absolutely misread that. I was sure that after that Caitlyn too, Prestivant is quite strong, but nothing more wrong. While Daisy was able to dismantle pretty much Prestivant board. Maybe there is even potential for second.
Yeah, he had the blessing from Mel, so actually not the Dark Perceiver. But I think also Daisy was agreeing with you. He thought he was going to activate the Mel's blessing, so he was actually laughing, clapping to himself, and simply taking the win here. Third place, amazing, and now Disho with only 6 HP could be the next to fall down.
I mean, maybe
I think
Daisy
he
just
did great positioning there, truthfully. Like he had focus fire on the front line. The Corki was just annihilating the tanks, while also the Caitlyn and the Twitch were not really getting huge DPS on the carries off. So in the end, by an inch, he manages to win that fight. So quite lucky matchmaking RNG, but also positioning to enable that.
Also seems like Mel may have had enough casts now to actually activate. So going up against Dishsoap, I think you're pretty happy about that. Gives you another chance for Jedusor to maybe knock out one or the other.
Basic's laughing. He's just, come on, man.
I mean, he knows that if he gets a ghost...
It didn't catch the Mel there.
Oh, it might be like one of Melkas, perhaps. That had to be very close. But like Daisy will take a third with a kiss in a hand here from this spot, honestly. Where Dishsoap has a giga board with the arguments, and Jedusor's spot is just abysmal. Like, look at this board, look at this amount of the units there. He's running out of the space. More hexes needed.
I'm gonna say he's also right. Yeah, I'm like, there's 3 Voidlings here. They're huge now.
Oh, it's just throw in Scion. Why not? Boom.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Scion, you got 3 Voidlings. You also have the Hex.
I'm having the vibes from Heavenly Void Swarm with all the bugs getting buffed.
Yeah.
Oof.
I loved that comp.
We'll see how and also the great part about those Void Spawn is they take aggro from Smitch. So the Smitch has so much work to do to even start working on those carries.
Yeah, Smitch now in the backline, but goes once again. Great position for Jedusor, making sure that the units without items are on the left, so the rest of their units are protected.
1 HP is real, still alive, just to finish off the Echo there.
Smitch, full HP, trying to
comeback
kill
story, Twitch, but he walks away from the Corki. And Jedusor will take him down, winning out yet another lobby.
And this is great, showing emotions. Jedusor, in the previous round when he won, he was actually calm. So now this win, good mental for him, feeling good. Lusher, what do you think? Even the expression here, and a great game for him. Actually looking for the win out.
Always glad to see my EMEA boys doing great. And I do think Jedusor, he's really great at playing like these flexible tempo spots, and seeing him play towards his strength. Really nice to see. For me personally, he was I rated him the highest out of our EMEA players before the tournament, and really great to see that he's very close now to snatching this top 8. Had a great start to the set, I think, with Macau, where he made the final lobby as well, and hopefully he can continue that.
Absolutely, Jedusor stocks are just going up, so make sure you don't miss on them.
Yeah. Creative gameplay, right?
So nice to see. I mean, I think especially when you take a look at the very beginning of that, just taking the Void Swarm, I think it was a little directionless, leaving himself open to being able to find a very creative line. And then we see the Bronze for Life get taken after you even had just a quick Academy start there. So, Losha, did you see this happening, or was it kind of okay, you see Bronze for Life, you take it any day of the week because you've set yourself up for that?
I'm pretty sure I've never seen that so far. And I think it's a great solution. It makes sense, right, from the spot he was in. So I think there may actually be other players that go for that line, but it's not guaranteed. And going into that line and then executing it properly really demands high respect, in my opinion.
It shows how cool TFT is when you see boards you've never seen before.
Oh yeah.
After like we are approaching thousands of games seen already, and like we keep seeing pretty much new things happening in the tournament where the players would lean towards tried out, tested things, not new stuff.
Yeah, test or even go back to comps that we haven't seen before. The vanilla Kog'Maw reroll was amazing to see from Lilo, and these are the types of things that happens when we have triple prismatic. More volatility, and you have to adapt. Some will get the high cap and will play amazingly like Jedusor just did, and some will fall down, and obviously it will not be enough. So I really want to congratulate the play from Daisy. He was playing full tempo. I think he will be totally glad with a fourth, even a fifth, and actually getting a third was amazing.
Yeah, especially after that start. I mean, looking at when he actually decided to take the quality over quantity, I know Alan, Losher, I think you were both sort of questioning, well, maybe this isn't the most easily recognizable spot to actually take the quality over quantity, but ended up getting a third with it in the end.
Yeah, I would say objective achieved. That put him at like, I think, 65 points now. So like really, like the next two games are day 6 games to lose. And I think it just shows how really like concentrated and on point he is in his decision making the last 2 days, knowing exactly what he can and has to play for.
I was mostly impressed by the Daisy so far, how well he played, and his line recognition is absolutely impeccable so far.
Yeah, this show once again is also with the Smitch. We know he's strong. Smitch has been the most we talk about the Smitching that we have done in TACRAN, but also the Echo and the access to the backline, the having the double Echo to ensure that maybe you have that possibility to burst damage also into the backline. Play amazing, play the way he's supposed to be, and also showing versatility. That was not a comp that Disho had played so far, I believe, in the data, and now obviously great comp, and you have to get what the game is giving you.
I mean, also you have to have a confidence when you are playing day 2, you are playing for top 8 in such a tournament as Tactician Crown, picking Wandering Trainer where you just let the wheel go and let the Mort hold it for you.
He heard Losher, so he was like, he was hearing the transmission, and Losher is saying Wandering Trainer, let's get Wandering Trainer.
True. Yeah, we had a couple of those big artifacts also coming through. I feel like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I full-heartedly believe in the Kog'Maw reroll. I really thought maybe you go Quick Strikers or you go Automata.
I mean, he didn't hit early. It was actually a tough position. I don't know, Losher, if you agree.
Like he was in this spot where he has several options between pushing tempo or going for the reroll, which is probably on average the safer placement. Committed to the reroll, didn't hit great, and then just didn't have the tempo left over. Also, I think he picked up the spat, maybe wanted to go deeper into Automata, because with he didn't have Archangels, so the Kog'Maw will never have damage if you don't have deep Automata trade. At the end of the day, didn't get that, and then the Zoe with the IE, not enough damage to keep himself alive there. So a bit unfortunate for Lilu, but I respect the decision, completely understandable, but no, it doesn't work out every time.
Yeah, well, Losher, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast to lend us a hand with the expert analysis as well. Before we let you go, are you backing EMEA in this one? You think they got it for the TAC Crown?
Yeah, I think we're looking good. It looks a bit like the America's EMEA showdown we've all waited for so long, at least for us Western viewers and fans. And I think we are looking great so far. We have good players that are fighting for the top spots, and I believe in them. So yeah, let's go and win, boys.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, Losher, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you soon.
Yeah, see ya. Great being here.
Let's take a look now at our standings as we have finished up our first game of 3 to round out the day. And so right now, we still have a little bit of ways to go here for our final games, but you can see here that the points, they're starting to get a little bit slim here, Jupe.
Yeah, Experience was amazing previously to this, and now getting the 8th, now in the dire spot. Remember, 2 more games after this. Taro also with a good placement here and is in the cutoff to get to obviously that top 8 that you want to go and ensure day 3, that is the most important, and fight it tomorrow for the crown.
Yeah, we've got a lot of APAC that's on this page, and I think Losher's right. When you turn to the next one, we've got a lot of EMEA and a lot of Americas that are battling it out here. Cannot believe it, honestly, that this is where we are, especially after the beginning of the set. We said maybe it's going to be CN that comes back in, tries to create that second, that second coming, essentially, with that CN dynasty we used to have, but it's America's on top, Gangly.
Yep, it's me. I'm here. Hi, everybody. America's on top. I was surprised, to be honest, to see 4 Americas in the top 6 coming out of the last game. To see both Dishsoap and Prestivan find their way into that top 4, I mean, listen, you don't need the top 1 anymore. You don't need the top 2. Right now, the goal is to not bomb out. Get enough points to get yourself into that. We're saying 66 is the estimated threshold based on how it was last set. Not a guaranteed number by any means. That threshold can move up or down, but that's a good number to aim for. So for these players, just play for your placements.
Well, as we get ready for our next game, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome in another special guest to join us on the broadcast. We've got Dobbs coming in from Brazil. Dobbs, how are you? How's it going? How have your lobbies been?
I'm pretty good. Just saw Lucas crashing out the lobby, taking the first amazing play, getting into the double corky carry. I love it the way he played the game. Both Brazilians are doing quite well into the tournament, representing America so well. And we have plenty of players capable of getting into that final day. And I'm super excited to watch the last 2 games. And I hope they can actually make it to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, Dobbs, talk to us a little bit about what it means. I mean, the last time we saw a Brazilian player in our top 8, it was Slooper quite a bit ago. And so, where has this Brazilian magic come from, and how much do you believe in it to take it all the way?
I was saying earlier today that we are actually into a lose cash out, lose streak, out of a lose streak. And then we're gonna cash out both players into the final today.
Whoa.
And maybe that can be a winning time for either or Lucas or Bio. So it would mean a lot for our region. Of course, as we joined Americas, the pro region of Americas actually have plenty of players that are doing quite well, and we already have Tacticians World winners like Dishsoap and We Replay and also Milala, but having somebody playing from Brazil itself will mean a lot for Brazilian players and the Brazilian community that are so passionate into the TFT actually, and I'm really excited to see if they can actually get into the top 8 finish.
Can I just say that a 10-set loss streak cash out sounds absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's massive.
I have a question for Dobbs real quick, because one of the things about the Brazilians showing up here, I feel, to me, it's the I don't even know the word, the personality of the players, the showmanship in a way. So we have Bio and Lucas, who I feel kind of represent 2 different types of play, but both kind of encompass that Brazilian magic. I want to talk to you about Lucas in particular, though, because you and I, we got to cast Lucas a lot during the Golden Spatula, and one thing that we saw for sure was that Lucas sometimes plays lines that feel really weird when you're just watching it. But when it does work, it seems to be working out. I guess I'm just kind of curious from your perspective, based on what you've seen from this Tactician's Crown, do you think that Lucas is bringing something different than what we saw from the day 3 of the Golden Spatula where he struggled? Or do you feel like he's cooking all the same and it just happens to be working a little bit better this time around?
It should be working just as the first 2 days of the Golden Spatula, that he had such a great performance. Of course, Dishsoap was with the greatest performance of all time in the America scene, and Lucas was just at the second, and we didn't talk much about that. Of course, we talked, but we were so hyped by Dishsoap doing that. But Lucas actually did a great job on the first 2 days. Of course, he didn't manage to get a great finish at the end of the day 3. But if we go and see the Golden Spatula as a whole, he did an amazing job, and he's repeating that. And I use it to say that Lucas is a player that he is really good at recognizing a line and playing that flexible. And if the game is giving him something, he can actually pop off things that is not so common. And of course, Corki is a great unit, you know that, but it's hard to fit in the world that you do not have like a Heimer and a great Azure in the mid game, but instead he went into he could find a way into Sentinel double Corki and Jace, of course, to ramp up the damage, and he secures a win into a really good finish, and it's really important for his momentum as he actually got 2 secured wins in the last 2 games, and having 2 games left, I feel that he has the tools to secure into the top finish, at the top 8 finish.
Dobbs, 11 games into the Tactician crown, and we have seen a lot of comps. Obviously, Smitch is the priority. I wanted to pitch your brain a little regarding the meta. You had like a huge run in your Brazilian Sheriff running for that rank 1, so I really congratulate you for that. How are you seeing the meta? Do you see something additional from the Smitch that actually could be a priority?
I mean, the thing that I was talking into counterfeit and the alternative lobbies is like the meta right now. It seems to be like you have to pick your line well, because if you do so, we have the strengths of multiple compositions, and there are like so many ways to win the game. But instead, if you're sitting on a bad spot, you can be punished by a player that have like huge cash out, and then maybe something can turn things around. Like the quick strikers are really good, but if you miss into the mid and early in the late game, you will fall apart. And family as well. There are so many lines that you can actually pop off in the game, but you need to recognize the good spots of each composition. So I feel the way the meta should be played is more likely into okay, I have a good setup for this composition. I can get the best out of it. So it's much more about execution, and I feel that are doing that well are actually succeeding into this round.
I think we need to take a second to talk about the lobby that we're about to get into, because
I thought you were going to say Bio's water bottle, but
we'll see more of that, I'm sure, as we see Bio. I look at these 8 players, and each one feels like they have such a strong story coming right out of the gate. Bio, the fastest rising stock in the Americas since set 10. Lucas, the veteran at the Tactician's crown who never gets the respect he deserves. Ironbog, the hot commodity, the back-to-back winner of the APAC region. Saupimi, the last hope for CN. Lekoko, the king of EMEA, who finally has a chance at top 8. Taro, the Japanese threat, who's been standing in the shadow of title. Boomhei, the rising star of that SEA region, or from that the APAC region.
Wait, I stop you. Boomhei also has a call to action. Boom!
Hey!
Boom!
Hey!
Continue, guys.
And of course, Tardaman, who narrowly missed out on that top 8 finish, was in the top half the last time he made a splash at Worlds. A rising stock since we saw him at the Vegas Open, all of which are contending for those final 8 spots.
couldn't have even said it better myself. I couldn't even get words out at that point. But you give so much hype to this lobby, and I think for such a good reason. I mean, Dobbs, these are also all players that I think have come onto the international radar as all players that deserve that recognition now.
Dobbs, you're with us? Okay, we can continue here a little. Saupi Min also important to recognize they're on the stage in the CN like stage that they have there.
Yeah.
So obviously maybe that they're also accustomed. So most of the events are being held face to face in the CN region. So that could be also a possibility. The rest of the players, most of them playing from home, and now we're going into the convergence. And to start with this game 12, and we have beautiful Heimerdinger.
So we have a guaranteed prismatic augment. We'll figure out exactly where in just a moment. But for now, I think we get a chance to look at, greatness, I think, being fostered here in this game.
Yeah, a lot of these players, I would say, are possibly the last hope for some people's pick'ems.
Looking at you, actually?
Yeah,
I think we're looking at you.
certainly at me. Yeah, I mean, Ironbog and Lekoko, two players that I definitely have in my crystal ball. I think that may not be a unique thing to me. Saupi Mi, I think, represent a lot for the CN region coming out of the JOC. One of the players that many people didn't have super high expectations for coming into this event. JOC at large, I would say, is oftentimes overlooked when we head into the Tactician's Crown, but we saw Nandita do so fantastic yesterday. Saupi Mi now representing the region here. on the precipice of a top 8 finish.
Yeah, Dobbs, welcome back. Now we have here a Tristana from Ironbog, and he's not using it. You agree with this? Not trying to cap it out, obviously with the Sentinel line open up.
Yeah, it's really not to put the Tristana. It's so, I mean, when you see a Tristana early, we just want to put that to open the line, but maybe he found that somebody else is actually already doing so.
Sure.
Let's see if he keeps that on the bench. And here we see a couple Renatas. And, actually, a Renata 2 already.
Yeah.
4 Renatas.
Where did that come from? I'm sitting here like, I'm disgusted, Boomhey. What is this?
How good is Renata 3 if you hit it really, really fast?
Really, really good, I think is the answer to that.
We'll see.
Not a fan, but obviously if you get it early, you should do
Why
damage.
not?
After the nerf, I think the priority has to be lowered so much on that Renata. You're looking, even the Vex 3-star can be better, especially in the game. We saw it from Euso Lucas, something that is not normally seen. Okay, Wandering Trainer here. For Salpimin will be interesting to see and check out if he has an angle. Conquerors, Visionary, and I believe Watchers, maybe.
Ooh, there's a Living Forge taken from Taro, and we can see the Prowler's Claw taken. There's a handful of different lines that could utilize this. You could play it with Ambushers on things like Camille or the Smeech. You could play it with Family, playing it on the Violet. He has it on the Nocturne right now. I don't know exactly how strong it is on the Quick Striker line. I imagine that it would still have the same problems that any melee Nocturne build would have, which is that he either, if he doesn't have QSS, he's going to get stuck on the front line. And with Prowler's Claw in particular, you really want to be able to make sure that you're killing units. I think Ambushers is probably the strongest line for that item.
Dobbs, can you give us your take on Renata and the rest, yeah?
I mean, the Renata, I would say, it's not even that good to have a Renata 2 on 2-1, right? It's so hard to pop off. Yeah, not even a high roll. You actually lost 1 gold if you yeah, that would be my opinion. But of course, let's see if he can cook up something out of this. And I would say that the Prowler Claw actually is so good at the Ambusher line, as Gangly said. And this is a line that's been a little bit contested, as the players having like so much success into to that right now. And we also saw Tristana 2-star already.
Yeah, from Ironbog on the side. Both both Boomhey and Ironbog were playing the investment strategy line. So there's always this question here, you get the increased interest cap up to 70. Do you actually need to be playing slow rolling over 70? If you do, you're kind of accepting that your board's going to be weaker. I think it's actually very difficult for me when I play these lines to understand how much value you need to get out of your augment versus how much tempo do you need to have in the mid game. Dobbs, I'm curious, when you play this line, is it something that you're looking to actually get slow rolling on 70, full value of your augment each turn?
I mean, when you're playing Tristana, you cannot be that greedy because you need to recognize that your spot into the mid game means a lot. So you can actually roll down a little bit and try to ramp up your economy, and then maybe roll down everything like again in order to have a great front line and then maybe a Tristana 3 early on. Because having the Tristana 3 actually means a lot to get those stacks. Also, the front line for having like a good mid game, it will mean a lot. And let's see, Ironbog is actually a player that has so many different tools into the game. I love watching his POV. So let's see how he's going to put his playstyle on the augment.
Lucas here, a little creative with the Mitch, with the Last Whisper, also with the Tristana, but obviously not in a position to contest here. Very difficult to be, but we know Lucas. He can do anything from this spot, so he's in comfort zone.
The Caretaker's Augment is something that used to be way more popular with the 4-cost lines on 8, but they changed it so that you get your Radiant item on level 7 instead. And I've seen a lot of people play this line into 3-cost reroll. The Last Whisper Slam does tell me it's probably not going to be any of the 3-cost lines. It may still just be something along level 8.
Yeah, he actually played Academy line with this augment. I don't know if you're in that lobby. But he played the same augment, and he played Academy line with Azrael, and then he changed his Radiant item to the Jace later on. I like the play. It seems to be an out from here as he's starting with the Last Whisper, also with some Sentinels. Let's see if it's actually what he's aiming for.
Takes the Ezreal off carousel as well, so it looks like that might be the line.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, Taro now Going in, probably maintaining, at least for a while here, looking for the reroll. Has the Akali here also for an additional tempo-ish play.
Nocturne too.
Yeah.
Is this actually going to be a melee Nocturne with QSS Prowler's Claw? It looks like it to me.
Living Forge with another good item, maybe. Yeah, he could get.
What happens with Rapid Fire Cannon Prowler's Claw?
I don't know if we're going to find out.
I mean, you know TFT, right? Sometimes Mordog just press the button and give Noct 3 long items, and then game just changes around. So it's still possible.
Wow. I mean, we're seeing the value that you get. I mean, this was the fight against the other 100 streaker, right? Up against Alpi Me. That Nocturne 2 was able to just crank through the enemy team. I think it's starting to give us a hint of what is to come in Stage 3, though. If you aren't able to get the lifesteal, we have the cloak on there, so a Bloodthirster could be really nice. But that Nocturne did take a lot of damage, and I imagine that if things become upgraded on Stage 3, that Nocturne could be in a bit of danger.
Taro here with the Elise. First time I'm seeing an Elise in the shop that is not being taken.
Oh my gosh, I feel like it's in every comp.
What do you think about the Elise meta, the Elise, the new sexy unit that is now played so much? Dubs, do you like it?
Yeah, I mean, Alice should, before the buffs on Alice backline, Alice was already one of the most played units, if not the most played unit in the entire game. And that just turned that unit even better, because you either can play her on backline, and of course, even though she's played like a lot already, I really like the way that she works right now, because sometimes you use it to have like, okay, I got an Alice, I just have to put her on the front line. But having the way that Form Swappers actually works, and having a carry that carries a lot of AP items so well, it actually opens some Form Swapper lines, and maybe you can play her on Sorks or play her on Black Rose. I actually think open up a lot of lines and create, it gives some creative ways to play the game. So it's nice to watch.
And what do you guys think of this? So get confirmation of the Wandering Trainer to be the Visionary with the Watcher and Conquerors, but we're playing an experiment board. Thoughts?
I mean, there's the bridge there. You have the Nunu, right, who is a Visionary. You have some AP sort of stuff already on your Zyra already, so the shape, it kind of still exists within the experiment package.
I'm going to do a hard 180 because Bio is playing Expected Unexpectedness, and so we'll get a chance to see what he actually gets out of his role, and it's an artifact anvil after having gotten a completed item anvil from the first roll.
I mean, Lichbane on Morgana sounds quite good to me, especially it's flat damage, so on Stage 3, it doesn't matter how much AP you have, it's still going to do a lot.
Oh, Seekers.
Ooh.
I think I wasn't expecting that.
Me either.
It was expectedness.
Okay, so once again, getting good tempo here. So level 6, it will be a tempo-ish play here. Once again, the Morgana priority, but obviously the game has to give it to you. We saw these dubs, Morgana being amazing, but being played very few in very few moments, because you actually need so many conditions to make it happen, like the blue buff. So that's the reason why Visionary is being so contested right now.
Yeah, looks like this might just be a bridge to the Dominators later, right? Just with the current Morgana items, because I don't think you can make the blue buff now unless you get another completed item anvil out of your rolls. So that's also a stage later. And so for our second augment, we've got a silver, not quite as exciting as the Heimerdinger, but
yeah, slows it down a little bit.
Yeah, okay, we'll take our foot off the gas for a second.
There's always a world where someone had some 2-star 3 cost because they had prismatic resources, and then they get Recombob, and who knows? Maybe we'll see something crazy like that.
Renny 2 there for Tarman, Ironbog getting a natural Vladimir also, and now we're seeing Bio trying to get, Coco, trying to go here with the reroll, Family trying to be on place, but still very far, even though he has the Pandora's Bench. Well, he just received it right now. Yeah, he wasn't hitting, so this is his how to ensure that he gets.
So we actually have 3 investment strategy players, right?
Yeah.
So that means that in general, the tempo of Stage 3 I would expect to be slightly slower than the average game, despite the fact that we have this prismatic augment on 2-1. If we have 3 players all greeting their gold over 70 in order to ensure that they hit, that means there's less gold being invested into the board strength of any given player.
This is so interesting from Tartaman, if we can actually talk about this. He has Exalted Adventure, and he has to deal with Urgot, Renata, and Zeri.
Ooh.
And has the Chem Baron start for this as well. Dobbs, where do you see this going? Do you like this Chem Baron angle from that Exalted Adventure?
Well, what's the setup? It was Urgot, Zeri, Renata?
Yeah.
Urgot, Zeri, Renata. Urgot, Zeri, Renata. The more I say it, the less I understand how to make that work. This might actually just be one of those lines in which you have to just roll. You play around one of the 2-star, 3-star 2 costs,
so
and
like
you
Renata
and you
or something.
make the other one on bench, and then you just don't play around it. It might need to be that you 3-star Renata, you 3-star either the Zeri or the Urgot. You don't necessarily need to play around it. Whatever happens, happens, and then you play around the cash out that you actually get, and play something like the Visionaries or Vertical Chem Baron from there.
Okay, so this is interesting here from Taro. He didn't find the Nocturnes, but he found many Cogmogs here. So that could be also a chance for him. Maybe he gets the item. Interesting that he's actually holding them. Normally that's not the archetype you want, but obviously if you're using the Nocturne, getting some automatas in makes sense.
Whoa, just barely able to maintain that win streak too. That's a pretty cool line that you're calling out there, Hope. It feels a little old school for this set to see the vertical automata.
Back to back vintage Kog'Maw.
Yeah, we saw last game.
No,
with
that's
Lilo.
what I thought we would see from Lilo, is the vertical, and then he never got to the spat or the Malzahar.
Just checking.
I was hoping that was the case.
Dobbs, are you still Sephard?
Yeah, there he is.
Welcome back.
Speaking about the Kog'Maw. Yep. Sorry, guys. Speaking about the Kog'Maw, we can see in here, like, there were a couple players that actually played that line today. I see Daisy playing that with Watchers. And then we saw Weijian cooking into pushing levels into the 6 automata. But the Kog'Maw with the Nocturne, not seen so far on the Tactician Crown. Let's see if it's going to be enough.
Taro at large is one of those players who is really good at avoiding 8th places. One thing that we haven't really seen from him during set 13 is his ability to convert high roll into first place finishes. At 55 points, I believe is where he's at. He really needs to find some of those high placements if he wants to secure his spot in the top 8, sitting at 9th right now, just outside looking in. So I want to see Taro take this high roll opener and be able to find the line in which he can convert this into a top 2 or a top 3.
Lucas now still maintaining here the Ezreal 2 very strong, especially now in the midsection of the game. Not the normal items that we used to see in him, but good units here already with the Elise. Not looking for the crowd control, just looking for that additional damage, and going up against Ironbog, where he has a few very much stacks from the Tristana, not enough. So a good win here for Lucas, and trying to get a ramp up, maybe 3 win streak coming up into Wolf.
I don't think this looks like an Ezreal keep, though, because the Academy items are pretty off. They're not my favorite Academy items if you're going to try to go for the Ezreal reroll, so I feel like this is just a placeholder for something.
No, I think you're probably still going to be leaning into that kind of traditional Sentinel front line, the Corki and the Ezreal duo carry in the back line. Your itemization where it's at right now, you have Last Whisper, Guard Breaker, and an Open Glove. To me, those 3 items on something like the Corki are super strong, and then you have the Rage Blade, so you can fill out the Ezreal with the additional components that you'll get. I think we're probably just going to see Lucas play around tempo, go level 8, try and play this kind of standard duo carry.
Okay, second artifact here for Taro. He didn't like the option, so he paused. Just to have a chance here.
Give me a second, guys.
We have time here, Dobbs. Any possibilities that you like here from the options?
He still have a reporter, so he can try the magic, but of course it's a little bit risky. But yeah, maybe it's too much, but sometimes it's the last resort. And speaking about Lucas, I would add that he's actually a player that plays TFT since the beginning. I already played like multiple regional finals, and this is the first time that he's playing the World Tactician Crown and Championship. And then he actually probably just going to play for the safe way, and the Ezreal 2 already can lead him into a good mid game. securing the middle spots into the game should be enough for him to secure his way into the top 8. And here we can see the Renata. So I'm curious how this is going to work out.
Okay, so I see the angle here, right?
Okay.
We have the small cash outs to get the lesser champion duplicator for the Shimmer, for the Cambaran unit. So you are technically only how many units off? Because you have 2 little duplicators and you're 4 Urgots off, and then you have another Cambaran duplicator and you are 5 Renatas off. We're kind of far still, but keep in mind.
I thought you were going to send me the exact number.
Nope. Oh no. No. But keep in mind.
I mean, it's not that far because he already have the 3 duplicators.
Yep.
And he'll get another one.
Exactly.
Yeah. In the next round, and another one in the next round. So he's pretty close.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
There is the question though of exactly where do you go from there, because it kind of feels like his angle is cash out and then we'll figure it out later. So we'll see where he goes.
It's a little bit weird, yeah, so let's see.
Okay, so Taro decides to go for the mirror, so additional defense, always good. And goes into a big unit here. Blitzcrank 2-star, best tank, especially in the middle of the game.
And maybe relatively uncontested outside of the other Dominator angle we might have been seeing. So that could be just an easy 3-star Blitzcrank at some point. But this comp is so expensive. But I wonder maybe if you have bought yourself time just because of the augment choices and everybody else also playing a slower game.
I think the cool tech that he's doing right now is that he's playing rigged shop, but he's rolling on 6. So he's giving himself highest odds for Nocturne while also guaranteeing the 3 cost shots.
Nice.
Every
Sweet spot.
Yeah. So you get to roll for Blitzcrank and the what's his name? The sniper. What's his name?
Cogma?
Cogma. Thank you. Blitzcrank and the Cogma while also rolling for the Nocturne on 6. I mean, it's a good line. It's a good setup.
Well, here
I like the way he's actually going to for. And we can still here look that he is holding like 6 Rennies. So maybe a couple of the duplicators will go for the Rennie later. Let's see.
Okay, here's a cash out. We saw some gold coming through. We're seeing Radiant item.
A Radiant, yeah.
Oh, an
artifact, pretty good.
Okay. Hey, honestly, pretty good setup. A Rennie 2 at stage 4 with a Renata 3 and a Heimer, 6 Visionary, excuse me. This is a pretty good setup. You've got a decent front line. This should be stable for at least a little bit. Oh, Moonstone Renewer as well.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it seems that he is going to push into that Rennie with the Heimerdinger into the late game. And the Renata will be just another unit that will give him extra shield. So it should be pretty decent. I guess he has the tools to come back into this game.
The one who is in a difficult spot here is Taro. Trying not to go up against casted 3-star Kog'Maw, but no items for him. So items went another place, and he's still far here, lacking 2 Nocturne.
Yeah.
Far from the Akali, far from the Twisted Fate, so very difficult for a season for him. He has HP, so he will be playing a little with that, but he's very far.
I really want to see him take an item augment if he has the opportunity, because he has the potential for Akali 3, Nocturne 3, Blitzcrank 3, and Kog'Maw 3. The problem is if you don't have items on them, you're not going to get enough value. I really would like to see Taro take something that enables how many 3-star units he's playing for.
Some attack speed here for Tartman, trying to ramp up a little more the Renata. Renata normally, I mean, she's nerfed, but if you have good frontline and have the chance to scale the Archangel, I think it's not the word ups. Let's give her the chance, no?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that when you have like the Rennie 3, that's such a great front line right now. And if it manages to get into the Heimer 2, having a Renata 3, it's actually a good secondary carry. So relying just on the Renata is not that enough that you use it to be. But if he has like plenty of resources and he can actually get some items for the Heimer in the next few carousels and maybe PvEs. So he's going to be able to have a secondary, actually a primary carry later on. So it's important.
No, why Rennie 3, Rennie 2 here doing all this support doesn't even need, and she's almost full HP.
And he also has a duplicator, and also he has a Cambaran can give him extra Rennies and extra duplicators later on.
Ooh, Lococo's board starting to look pretty good here as well. Being able to get one more powder, just one off. Trying to also re-roll a couple of these two cost units maybe as well. But I like just trying to finish off the powder now, and then you still have level gold to actually level. Maybe you get the actual Vander later.
My fear for Lococo right now is that I think he might be a little too far behind tempo. We don't have any items on this Violet, so she's not a huge threat in these fights. And we have both Tardaman and Ironbog who were playing for that win-out angle. And now we have the 3-star Tristana coming in from Ironbog. Tardaman had his cash out, and I fear that Lococo may not have enough tempo or even enough HP to outlast those players who are playing for a win-out.
Now Taro with a very interesting Kog'Maw here. Double Nashor Tooth. With the healing, doesn't look like it's enough. Bio is ramping up too much with the Dominators. Perfect itemization there on the Silco, even if it's Silco 1. Big Mundo taking the win.
Wait, did Taro remove items from the Nocturne and then sell the items with Salvage Bin in order to make items for the Kog'Maw? I don't know where else these items came from.
Yeah, he had like a naked Kog'Maw 3, and somehow he is sitting on Kog'Maw 3 items already.
He didn't. I don't know where they came from, but he made it work.
Yeah.
Okay. Ironbog here playing defense, getting the LeBlanc. Perfect. And now the rest, priority units here. Lucas thinking of the Garen.
I just noticed Ironbog was never actually able to make Ginsu's Rage Blade on that Tristana. Instead, was playing the Runaan's Guardbreaker Infinity Edge. With that rod that he just picked up, I believe he should be able to get that on now. Question is it enough to help him turn that corner at just 15 HP? It's looking really rough for our APAC representative.
And I think that Tristana has like 18% stacks is what I'm being told, so it's not great.
Okay, he hits the Akali close to the Blitzcrank also. We'll see later if he managed to hit. Here's Ironbog. Once again, Winsus.
Holding on to his gold, too. He's trying to get as much value out of investment strategy. Saying if I can't win right now, it doesn't matter. He's trying to play for the full win out.
Yeah, I like the way that he chose this last augment as well. Giving as he doesn't have the Gunblade on Tristana, he can actually he's actually playing on low HP, so that we have like a lot of value later on, and that can be like the way that can change things around for him.
Tristana actually has 25% stacks now.
Okay.
That is a little better.
So Mundo holding on. Normally a unit that is not assembled, and he falls down. So not the best. Now fully scale, Silco doesn't do the difference, so Tristana takes the win. A fall here for Bio, still lacking the Silco 2, very important. And now with 30 gold, he should roll now immediately after we have the anomaly. Okay.
Really important moment for Ironbog, who's trying to maintain both as much gold as possible, but also trying to find a time, an ability to find himself back into the game.
Normally, I like defense here. A defensive just to ramp up, obviously, the Ginsu. But maybe he's looking something else.
I mean, Scuttle Familiar on a Leona 3
Scuttle
sounds
is
pretty
great.
reasonable. Yeah.
Nice.
Sounds great to me. Okay. That's a lot of base health, and I think it was a great call out before, Dobbs. You were saying he doesn't have the Gunblade, which is one of those core items that we see traditionally on the Tristana. So instead, making it up by angling for a tank anomaly instead, and I think Scuttle Familiar is the best way for this Tristana to continue ramping.
Yeah, I like the way how the Scuttle frontline works as well with Sentinels, because he's working with Leona 3, and she has not just the status from the items itself, but also from the synergy. So it gives a lot of stats for the Scuttle when he pops off. So it's a lot of extra frontline for him.
Ooh, well, on Lucas's board, he's got a nice big Alawi, but I feel like you're just still waiting on a couple of really big spikes. Like no Corki 2, Heimer, it's actually just a pair for the Corki and Heimer.
Yeah, it's a rough spot. It's a rough spot for Lucas without those upgrades. I mean, his board just doesn't have the stall, but also doesn't have the damage. You're sitting on a Alawi 1, Corki 1.
Yeah, like it doesn't feel good to have to have invested your anomaly for your frontline rather than actually amplifying one of your damage units there.
Getting a lesser duplicator here for Tarman, so he only needs one Rainy, and he already popping off with the Rainy 3. And now Ironbox still trying to use as much as possible the Pandora's Bench. Pretty strong, looking for the third defensive item here on the Leona, and he should be in well place. Obviously, very low in HP. But if he managed to maybe win a few rounds, that Tristana can only become stronger. So it's also a win-out possibility here. Not the best item.
Look right now at this Pandora's Bench, because if he wants one of these to roll into a Rel, if he can get a Rel 3, doesn't quite find it. But that is his next spike. And you know, at this point, wait, is he not going to roll? Is he staying? Okay, no, he's going to roll. Yeah.
So roll a Rel.
Looking for a Lowy 2 would be the easiest spike at this point in time. Rel 3 or a Lowy 2 are the two things he really wants to dig for.
There's the Lowy, lacking one more. Rolling deep, doesn't hit.
Okay, well, at least there's Loris too.
Nice.
That's something.
Looks like you can make Redemption. Items are a little tricky.
Oh, the Rennie 3 for Tarman comes into play. And this is where you were calling out, Dobbs. The Rennie now is enough time. She was already winning the Renata, and now with this setup, it could be even more stronger. Obviously, looking for the secondary carry now in the Heimerdinger. Both front lanes soaking up so much damage.
We'll say the Rennie looks like she might be falling, though. The Leona still has about half of her HP. The Heimer's starting to ramp up. The Archangel's also ramping on the side of the Renata. But the Scuttle Familiar's coming in now. The Tristana's ramping up as well. It's going to be really close. Everybody has so much damage. The Tristana's going to fall. And just like that, Iron Bog going to take a really rough, I believe, 7th place there. Or is that an 8th? No, it's
That's a 7th. Boomhay was unfortunately eliminated a couple of combats ago.
Good setup there.
It was really close. I mean, it shows how he could be even stronger as the game passes, because he fought like the Tartaman that was so strong with that Rennie 3. But of course, that wasn't enough. And unfortunately for him, maybe he can find his way into a better placement next game.
Salpimin, another one that is fighting for that Heimerdinger 2, gets a Malzahar and managed to get touch of Frost on him. So good crowd control there for the rest of the game. And now Lekoko, going up against the creative line, or the vintage line of this Super Nocturne plus the combo.
Prowler's Claw's back. I mean, everything else is 3-starred as well. Like you've got the Nocturne, the Akali, Kog'Maw, just missing the Twisted Fate if you really want to have fun with it.
Access to the backline, not enough for the Akali, now the Ginso very, very stacked. And it's a win here for Lekoko. Taro still very healthy. So even though he's capping out as much as possible, but the early gun was the important thing for him. Getting that Prowler Scroll early onto the Nocturne 2 saved him so much HP that now, even though he's not strong or with a win-out comp, he's just like going for the middle placement.
Yes, the game seems to be a lot of with a lot of randomness. I mean, it's a lot unpredictable who is actually winning, because Renata has so many tools to actually win the game if she manages to get into the Heimer 2 and maybe Namazahar. The player from is playing family without a Sevika, so that can turn things around just in a minute.
Yeah, I think it was a great pickup from Lekoko to take the duo queue, giving him not only components but also access to finding the Sevika with Pandora's Bench. And Tartaman looks to continue his streak up against the other Visionary board, though. But on Sao Mi's board, we're seeing the Heimer 2 plus the Malzahar. Just a question of whether or not that front line can hold up. It looks like Rennie's just going to blow through it. There's just too many defensive stats on the side of Tartaman.
Yeah, Dragon's Claw against AP, it's not even close. Against the Tristana, maybe, the Dragon Claw is not doing anything, but here, totally well. So I think is clearly favored against any AP cons, but maybe against the Corki, against the Ezreal, or even against the Tristana, it will be a tough battle.
Oh, there's a Visionary emblem on the,
Tartaman takes it.
Carousel. I mean, that's such an easy pickup for Tartaman there.
Yeah, it's such an easy pick, because you can drop like Ana Morgana and a Vex 1 for sure for almost every unit in the game will be like even better. So even Emissary is here, it's pretty good.
Vex 2 start. That's bad?
That's the one. Oh, okay. So Taro, who has been free-falling for the last couple of rounds, gets to his next living fort, and this time it's with Wit's End.
So much better for this Kog'Maw.
This is way better. And now you can see he has a third item for his Akali as well because he picked up the Titan's Resolve off the carousel. He gets Wit's End on the Kog'Maw, and I'm assuming that means he gets to put one item. Okay, yeah, the Static Shiv on the TF instead. This should be a significantly stronger version of the board we saw before. We'll see if it's enough to take out Lucas's board, who now has found all of the upgrades for this Sentinel Academy board.
Front to back, very important. Access to the backline here for the Akali. Focusing the Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger is out, taking it completely to the backline. Lucas goes out exactly with 0 HP dubs.
Yes, I mean, top 6 finish, it could be a good result for him. He still has the tools to secure the top 8 spot, so not so bad. And just try to keep the mind clear for the next game. But the last item from the Kog'Maw actually make him a huge threat into that late game, as he actually online with that artifact.
Coco's board is just a complete 180 of the spot we saw just a stage or two ago, right? Where before he was so far behind, instead able to find the early Savika, able to get items, I think most importantly for that Violet. And a spot that I thought looked a little doomed is now in a spot where he has 6 Pit Fighter and is on the verge of hitting a Savika too.
That's just Lococo things. I feel like we've seen this several times watching his games on stream.
Yeah, let's not forget 36% win rate in the regular season of the EMEA TFT League. And then coming into this is certainly considered one of the favorites, showing us why.
Leading in placements right now, at least in HP, and taking the win now against Heimerdinger. So Lococo in a perfect position, also with the anomaly of comeback story, and he doesn't need it because he's the one who's most healthy in the lobby. So even if he loses, he can only become stronger.
Yeah, Taro gets knocked out in 5th. And so we've got our top 4 for this second to last game of the day, where Lococo feels like he just might be the big boss to beat, but doesn't mean that Salpimi, Bio, or Tardaman might not be able to catch back up. The lobby HP is quite close together.
Yeah, I mean, going into stage 6, 3 of these players could be in lethal range. Depending on how bad of a loss you take, you can lose in just one fight. Lococo is the only player who is guaranteed to fight. So I think there's a question of whether any major spikes are coming in. We're seeing Tardaman level up to 9 right now on the right-hand side. So he wants to ensure that he's able to spike a little bit harder than the rest of the field.
Salpimin trying to high roll the Malzahar 2 is not happening for him. Tarman still looking for the Heimerdinger 2-star. Now that he's more free, some of the contested line that had these Heimerdingers are already dead. So additional items here should be something for the Heimerdinger.
Maybe Archangels? Yeah.
Scaling.
Scaling is great.
Has the Moonstone, so it's very easy to maintain everyone alive, not only the Rennie. So going up against similar comp. Salpimi, so Visionaries against Visionary.
Looks like Salpimi was not able to find the Malzahar 2 from what I can see. That the lack of damage there. I mean, it's just frontline against frontline, but 1-to-1, it really feels like this Rennie is just so much more powerful.
Yeah, holding up so much damage, soaking up the damage.
Oh, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Ooh.
I think that's the power of Heimer 2.
The Heimer coming on the being on the one side of the enemy board was able to snipe Tardaman's Heimerdinger before he was able to deal any damage back to him. And the Renata was not focusing the Heimerdinger at all.
Bio is the one to fall.
It was so close, and Bio actually got into that for finish because of that. The match, depending on how that last fight goes, he could get into the top 3 finish, but it should be enough to him to stay alive into the competition. The last game, you have like so many things going around. Let's see how this game is actually going to end.
Feels like it's just imminent that Lococo might be able to take it all, but here's at least one test of that strength, that it is going to be Tardaman's board up against Lococo's. But I feel like this Draven, it's just been able to do so much damage, especially with that anomaly attached to it. But maybe we're finally starting to see a moment where this Rennie actually cannot get damaged through.
Yeah, it is a clone, so for this one, it should be okay for Tardaman to survive one more round. And on the other side, Sao Pimi does fall, so now it's going to be the 1v1. We're going to have a couple of rounds, at least one guaranteed, but Tardaman still has a chance, I think, to win this one out. It's going to have to do a lot with positioning. We saw against that clone that the Violet got into the backline. If we see that again, there's a world where she begins to wrap and get through that backline. If she can find the Renata early, if she can work her way through the backline visionaries, Tardaman will not have the damage to hold up.
Yeah, let's see Coco managed to change maybe directions in the final end. So the position, especially of the Violet, she changed his position. So he went full to the left. So he will have access first for the cinch. He's trying to eliminate that threat. But I don't think it's enough to make a wrap here and access the backline directly to the Heimerdinger and the rest.
Yeah, let's see if anything crazy happens. Take a look at this Violet. No, she's going to go onto the Rennie. But look, the Savika did get the flamethrower. That is so much damage coming through. It's going to deal quite a bit. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of damage coming through this family board. The Rennie's going to fall.
Yeah, and access to the backline here, Le Coco. Falls down the Draven. In the last moment, Moonstone making a lot of shield for all the units. So actually making the difference. The tanks were falling down, but in the rest. Yeah.
6 cost in a carousel.
That could have a huge swing in this last fight that we're going into.
I mean,
They
Tardaman
each
just
get one if they want one.
Pick up the Warwick.
There's
I
a
feel like
Victor.
that's the perfect one to have for the family. Well, I guess steal it from the family board.
Yeah, the Victor is so good as well because securing the 2-second stuns can make a difference to the Draven stack more the Rage Blade and maybe the Violet to stay alive a little bit. And the units can actually outlive and maybe prevail in this last fight.
Keep in mind, Le Coco did go 10 now, so this is the capped version of the board that we didn't get to see last time. Gotta watch the Violet, gotta watch the Savika, and check out that Rennie health. If the Rennie falls too early, it could be a disaster.
Full clone for the right side here for Le Coco, trying to access once again here. Holding up on the Rennie.
Watch the Violet here. This Violet's gonna kill this Rel. Where's she gonna go?
She went back.
She wraps back to the Rennie instead.
Okay, tanks are down. So Le Coco in a good position. Tardaman still with good damage.
Oh, it's gonna be close. The Renata shields are actually pretty big here, keeping everybody
totally
alive.
stacked. Also, the Renata doesn't hit, but Malzahar is the one to clean.
Whoa! I mean, that was
such a close fight.
One auto attack away from that Malzahar falling, but now Tardaman finds the Malzahar 2. This is going to be a significant damage increase. But Coco's going to have to be a little bit creative to figure out how to win this one.
The Warwick was also doing a lot of damage. Like, it actually was able to help take down that left-hand side of Le Coco's board. And so I feel like just having the Malzahar for increased damage, maybe this does put Tardaman over the top.
Yeah, Le Coco decides not to move, just to leave everything on one side and just try to focus one unit at a time. He knows he doesn't have a possibility of easy wrap, so he just wants to make sure to go full from to back, and let's see if it works for him.
He took out the Victor to play a Warwick instead, so also keep your eye out to see if there are any executions coming through from that Warwick. Both Warwicks are just going crazy right now. The Violet's going to fall. The Rennie is way healthier this time.
No,
doesn't
but
look like
Tardaman's
the
just
Savika.
too strong.
This Malzahar 2 is all the difference, and Tardaman at just 50 points is going to find a first place finish, and he might be back in the conversation for a top 8 of the Tactician's Crown.
Seems like it. Some really well-needed points accumulated in this game, and I feel like I don't know, I'm excited to look at the standings because who knows what's going to happen when we actually get to look at that. But Dobbs, it's been so great to have you join us on the broadcast. What did you think of that game?
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing game to watch. What a turnaround from the Malzahar 2. Really well played on that Exalted Adventure. I'm happy that the Brazilians still have the chance to make the top 8. It was an amazing opportunity to be here with you guys. I enjoyed the time. Thank you, and good luck on the last game.
Thank you so much, Dobbs. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from you soon as well.
Thank you, man. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
De nada.
It was so great to have Dobbs also speak to what these placements mean to Brazil, right? I think that was something else that we've all been very excited about coming from the Americas region. We finally get a chance to see Brazil shine. Maybe that particular game, it didn't go quite as well for Lucas and Bio as the standings would show us, but still, right? Like, it's been amazing to see them make it into the top 16 and maybe even further than that.
I don't want to curse it because I don't know the actual math, but it appears to me that Bio should be locked in, right? Surely, with the top 4 finish there, he's been killing it all weekend, and we're going to have the first time that we have a Brazilian representative in the top 8, potentially, since set 3. I mean, it's poetry. I love to see it.
While we've had a couple of big brains join us as special guests on the broadcast, we still have our own, and that is why we've got another tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, and for that, we're going to throw it over to Alan and Clement.
Thank you so much, Necro, for introing us. As we head into the last game, it's all about those 1v1 duels and those final positions to see who can make it through into the TAC round finals. And we're going to show you one of the pivotal team fights that we had today in Game 5. This is going to be between Jedusor and Dishsoap. 1v15 in the final rounds here. Now, before the fight begins, I just want to celebrate how much I like Jedusor's board here. There was a lot of tempo play early on with the Void Swarm into a big win streak, then Coronation for the immediate slot, and then the genius thing here is the Bronze for Life into a completely unseen board here. He also picks up a Black Rose emblem to complete 11 traits on this board. That is over 38% damage amp and 11% durability on this amazing board here.
On the other side, we have a Disso board playing of the Wandering Trainer, which initially looked like some sort of scrub game, but he angled towards the Smeech, which have been pretty dominant throughout the whole weekend so far. And backing up with the immovable object and edge is providing so much resist to that Smeech, being so hard to take off. And it was pretty much pivotal for the Smeech to cast 3-4 times for him to win a fight. But hey, let's look how it actually played out. So Smeech at the initial cast, they're gonna be taking out the units without the items LeBlanc, Crystal, Lux. Now he needs to reduce a bit the mana. We're gonna see him attacking here the Jace, and then he needs to take those Void Swarms.
And a big thing here is the back-to-back stuns that we've seen from that dramatic entrance. First getting that Smeech onto the first stun, and because of the Void Spawns that you were talking about, he falls into another Elise stun, buying critical time for the 2 carries here to stay alive.
Providing enough time for the Tezreal, just barely surviving the cast from the Echo and being taken out at the last second. But hey, when we have the mana reduce for the Corki, just flying away, being able to finish that Smeech was actually crazy fight. And we've seen the Dishsoap just disappointment there in the face, while Jedusor being so happy of that outcome.
Jedusor on Game 5 really needed those extra points to continue, and we saw the hands up right there in jubilation. That was the fadeaway dunk from the Corki, and the reason he was able to take down the best comp so far in the tournament in Dishsoap is Smeeches.
All right, thank you so much, Clement and Alan, for giving us that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. And they're so right. It's important for us to be able to look at the 1v1s that are going to happen in the late game, because we've actually had quite a couple of games even on stream, and going to be even more important tomorrow, how you position to actually make sure that you come out on top.
Sometimes I feel like you can play the macro game to get you so far in the game to secure you that top 4, top 3. Oftentimes those late game scenarios, those 1v1s are oftentimes decided by 1v1s. Sometimes though in that fight they're decided by Smeech seeing the Corki run away and he's like, I'm too old for this. And he walks to the front line.
Well, we got a chance now to look at our standings before we enter into our final game of the day. This page, this is the danger zone. You do not want to be in placements 9 through 16 at the end of this final game.
Yeah, important to recognize Starman and Lilu both with a first. They were in difficult position, and now with an actual good possibility of ramping it up. Only 1 game apart, and only 8 will qualify for the final day tomorrow.
I gotta say, in terms of my emotion, it's actually pretty blue here, just like this sheet going up here. 4 APAC players with Boomhei already mathematically eliminated. If you want to make it in, the cutoff is about 65, so Ironbog, Kansanjun, both vying for that first place.
Ironbog being on this page instead of the first is, I'm not going to lie, a little heartbreaking. I really want to see him make that top 8 run. Taro as well, though, I think a beautiful story to have another Japanese rep make a push for that top 8.
And all hopes for CN and APAC looking at Salpimi right now, that's going to be in that top 8 position alongside what promises to be one of the best showdowns between the Americas and EMEA. Take a look at that. 60 points right now for Prestevent in 8th place and all the way up to Dasic in 1st with 70.
If you use the code that Clement just mentioned, 66, that will mean Jedusor, Euso Lucas, and Dasic should be already qualified mathematically, and Disho, Bio, and Lecoco also with a good chance, only making a good performance, maybe a 6. So actually 2 positions are in place, and 2 positions are the one to be fighting on this next game.
When Clement said before, like, oh, it looks like the cutoff's going to be 65, I was looking at the last page, I'm like, Clement, there's no way. Of course it won't be 65. Now that we see that front page, though, it all makes sense because of that cluster that we're seeing in those top 6 placements. Like you're saying, Hoope, it looks like there's only 2 spots available for people to climb their way back in.
And meanwhile, I do want to mention Dasic has a chance to catch up to history, but that was set by YBY1 last split. Within 13 games, highest points we had so far, 78 points.
Another historic run here. I feel like we're constantly breaking records when it comes down to these Tacticians crowns. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen next. We only have one more game to decide which of our top 8 will move forward to compete tomorrow in the checkmate format, where things really start to get exciting when you have to look at hitting that point benchmark and then getting a win after that. Play styles have to change. But right now, some of those players that are sitting in that bottom page, they might have to play for the first now.
Oh yeah, the one that stands out to me is Taro. This is a player who we have seen historically fantastic at dodging 8th places, but it's not enough to just dodge 8th place right now. If you're playing for those final 2 spots and everybody else is playing for a 1st or 8th style, you need to find yourself into one of those top 2, top 3 positions.
That's the terrifying thing about this setup, because there's only 2 realistic slots left. If those 2 players do very, very well, then suddenly you need an even higher score to make the cut. So I think there will be some tactical play here. If we see players griefing Salpimi and Prestevent, I think that's totally legit thing to do. That makes strategical sense to make sure those 2 slots are open for themselves.
So we'll be playing macro defense.
Exactly.
Ooh, wow, a lot of defense talk this weekend, huh?
What about offense?
We'll see that too. Maybe there's a Conqueror player, right? Someone playing for the Snowball. One of the players that really stands out to me that's sitting on the bottom of this page is Prestevent. It's someone who we've talked quite a decent amount about, right? I mean, someone who was it that said they were surprised that he had never been to the Tactician's Crown before, because it feels like he's been here. He plays in all the global scrims already. He's been a staple of North America. He hosts them.
So we always thought he was already in TAC Crown. I was like, oh, this is your first time?
And now he's here. And now he's making the run. It's not just that he showed up and he said, listen, happy to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm good to go home. No, he's here to play. One more game, though. 60 points, the lowest player in the top 8. Currently, that threshold is extremely tight. And Prestevent, even though you're in the top 8, job's not done yet. You got one more game.
I'm sweating a little. I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel nervous for the players that have to take the stage one final time for this last game of the day. And a first place may not get you there, but you still have to play your heart out. You gotta go for that gold.
Yeah, and the difference will be, as we were been saying, some only need maybe a 6. So we will see a lot of tempo play. That's the normal way we see in the position. And now this is the lobby, the final lobby we'll have. In parallel, remember, we have Quest Stream and we have additional lobbies with the other placement. And now we have Dasic laughing, enjoying himself. He's the totally qualified Bio.
That's Bio.
He's actually yawning.
Even when he yawns, he looks excited. That's crazy.
Yeah, the least points he can get is 65, and the other 2 players, Ironbog and Kansanjo, both need first places to catch up to him. I will mention, though, Kansanjo and Ironbog, they might target Prestevent quite a little bit. That's pretty much their only slot available in this lobby, the only thing they can control. So for Prestevent, he also needs to think about a line that cannot be held down too much.
That's a really interesting point. So on a macro level, it would make sense for Prestevent to try and play something that is not griefable, something that you're either playing on level 8 or, hear me out, if Prestevent has an opportunity to play something like Family, Sometimes family is that sort of 6th through 4th placement, but I actually feel like if you have an angle to play family in which it is kind of taken to the next level, in my mind I'm thinking things like Artifacts or Starry Night, or even we saw the investment strategy last game do really well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take something like that because it's extremely hard to be griefed by other players in the lobby.
I would definitely not take Chem Baron. that might be one trait I hard avoid for this game.
Yeah, I think the best ones would be something like the re-rolls into, uncontested glitch shot or the Starry Night.
Ooh, we've got a Caitlyn encounter.
Lots of gold for everyone on the board here.
We're missing Caitlyn, so
We
one
were
more.
missing Caitlyn, actually.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so Prestiven, also known as P-God, in the NA server, and Bishop,
also known as PP, perfect player.
P-God does have a better ring to it, if I have to judge.
I think you're right about that.
Dishop, let's make sure people understand. This is a player with 4 consecutive appearances at the Tactician's Crown, a feat no other player in the history of TFT has ever been able to accomplish. For him to be able to find himself back in the top 8 and potentially rival title for 2 wins at the Tactician's Crowns. I mean, Dishop's already written his name in the Stones of History. This would propel him into the conversation of the GOAT.
I think he's already made a quite strong case for himself, especially because, Dish Soap, the resilience has been there. Maybe one of the best players in the field to have gone winless for some time, gets that regional championship win finally, and then gets the Tactician's Crown win after that.
Everything
I feel like
changed.
It's so poetic. And you're right, it was almost like it was evolutionary for him.
This is a go big or go home game for Ironbog, on the other hand, who has not cemented his position in history just yet, already with a good Conqueror's start. And meanwhile, for Boomhay, he is basically mathematically eliminated, so just trying to show his best in the final game.
Ooh, well.
For Saltman, something interesting.
I want to take Rebel Crest
Yeah,
here.
I knew you.
He was already looking at me like, I know what's coming.
Starry Night, you call it out, Clement?
Mm-hmm.
That's a possibility here.
Too much value as well.
Yeah, for Prestiven, remember, he only needs to secure himself with like a top 4 placement and make sure he can't be griefed. So technically, the reroll lines have been the least griefable if you have one of these Starry Nights of too much value.
I also look at his components. I mean, Vest and Sword, both of which work quite well if you're playing around Quick Strikers or the Family reroll. I don't know what's contested. He does reroll past Starry Night and instead is going to be playing too much value. Has an Akali on his board as well, too, so maybe that had something to do with why he wanted to opt into that line. Able to get another 2 cost on board too. So he's right off the bat, he's going to have 3 different 2 costs. If he can level to 4, get another 2 cost on his board as well, he'll be able to get 2 free rerolls per turn as he kind of sacrifices most of stage 2.
Taro, I think, is immediately locking into this Tristana, though. Look at that. From the Shimmer Augment, actually does take the Gold Collector, has that bow as well to make a Rage Blade potentially later.
Yeah, has all the elements set, and in the last game you have to go big or go home. I think Kong Song Jones' selection there is the most interesting with the scoreboard scrapper. Massively high cap for him.
Yeah, high-level players already know this, but just to clarify, you want to lose as much as possible and maintain yourself in the bottom 5 in the positioning. You will start getting stacks, and then when you're on top, when you're top 4, you get that initial HP that ramps up again, so you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players actually playing relatively slow. We're seeing the scoreboard scrapper, we're seeing too much value, and then we're seeing Dish Soap, who's playing the Pandoras and leaning towards the Morgana. So we're not going to be seeing this Morgana board take out the entire board. I think this bodes very well for Taro, one of the players that we know needs a really strong placement, who is playing into, I don't know if you would call it a 1st or 8th, but it's one of the very high cap potential boards around the Tristana. And when does it cap out highest? When you have early game tempo. It is way easier for Taro to be able to find early game tempo when other players are taking their foot off the gas.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of executions, get those stacks in to do well there. Meanwhile, Ironbog, I think, is going in a very different direction with the 2-trick, I believe. So he's actually playing for early game tempo. So both the players that need first places on very different trajectories.
Whoa. Whoa, look at this board. Hold on, there's a lot of really crazy pieces here. Look at his bench as well. He's got the Violet 2 on bench. He's got a Smeech on board. He's level 5 already at 2-3.
With a Vi?
Because of the increased gold. There's a lot of really strong pieces. I will say
Where did the Vi come from?
2-Trick to me, and I'm curious, Clement, you obviously have the most experience with Ironbog. 2-Trick to me feels like an augment that is hard to actually win out with unless you are very good at either playing tempo and capping out, taking advantage of the fact that you're playing from ahead. Because otherwise, you don't have the combat augment or even the gold resources to catch up to the rest of the lobby.
It really depends on what 2 cost you actually get from it. Camille is not considered one of the better ones, but in this case, when you follow up with a Vi, then suddenly it starts to make sense.
We have a chance here. Kansung John trying to get that Ken Baron in. Now with the Rennie, with the Cinch, not finding the rest. So that would be the plan. Obviously, trying to stack as much as possible the Scrapper. And on the rest, Tristana, we already saw from Taro.
I want to see what Taro is able to take here. He has open bow, and he's able to get the rod and a 3-cost rod to boot. That's going to be a Rage Blade on this Tristana really early already. Look at that, cashing out 10 Conqueror stacks on 2-5. I mean, we can see the game plan from Ironbog. I actually feel like this is something we've seen from him already in the tournament, which is put your foot on the gas and just floor it. He wants to be able to play from ahead. The question here is how well can he play strongest board and maintain that lead going into stage 3, because he needs to build a good enough buffer in stage 4 so that if he starts losing fights, he finds a new way to cap out.
This is probably the most dangerous board for Ironbog out there. Bio with the 2-star frontline and backline, perfect items at the same time. This could be a win streak breaker for a lot of these players hoping to go higher.
I mean, Bio has the Ezreal too, I think, so early on as well. It's going to be so nice to have when you've got the Luxes on bench. Maybe you're able to get the Academy in. You can see the Academy items on the right-hand corner there. But this Tristana does get the executes necessary for Taro to keep that win streak.
Look at the face. He knows, I have an Ezreal too, I'm losing.
Like,
why?
How much does your board cost? How much does your board cost? There we go. Academy comes in now, and now he's just wishing, where was this Rage Blade before?
And look at the streak situation in this lobby. 3 players with 4 win streaks, 2 with losses. Whew, this is going to be really rough.
This board from Taro, 4 streaking, even if you don't win this fight, I think you are so happy with your spot. You're sitting at 40 gold before the round even ends, which means you're getting an additional interest that the other 2 win streakers are not getting, and you still have the potential to 5 streak. This Tristana with 2 items, including the gold collector, has been so powerful, and Taro's getting the early game tempo that he needs to be able to succeed.
I think Prestivan and Kang Seung-jung, the 2 lost streakers, are playing each other right now. And so it's going to be Kang Seung-jung that actually is able to keep that.
Yeah, scoreboard Scrapper technically has more chances to just open here. And meanwhile, Ironbog wins the fight against Boomhay.
Taro and Ironbog, 2 100 streakers going into stage 3.
It's good for Ironbog. He needs a first and then results. So it doesn't depend on Lim for sure. So he only a first place, and maybe that would only give him 65, I believe. So it might not be enough. So he's just playing full tempo, and then he will need some help with the augments and trying to find a win-out position.
Look how many Enforcer units Ironbog is holding on to. You already have the Vi that you found so early. Maybe there's an opportunity here for your next augment. Do you get an Enforcer emblem potentially?
Yeah, that would be one of the best ways to finish this board. And I do want to mention we are on the Caitlyn encounter. So usually the problem with the counters, with the Enforcers, is you have to find that Vi 2 to stabilize. With more gold in hand, that would be easier for the level 8.
All right, let's take a look at the gold coming in. Not too much. What was that? Just 5 or 6 gold, it seems, right?
A nice handful.
Yeah, enough to get you over the threshold if you are, a little bit lower on gold. But if you are someone like Ironbog who's already super ahead, actually, you know what? If you're ahead, it probably actually feels better for it to be just a little bit. Ironbog able to maintain a bit more of an econ lead than the average player in the lobby.
Not as much of an equalizer there for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Level 6, 60 gold for Ironbog, by the way.
And they don't face once again, so they could still both maintain the win streak.
We're seeing some potential congestions coming out from these board here. The Spirit Link on the other side seems a lot like Taro's board as well, going for the Twitch.
That Maddie sniped the Swain on the other side, but it looks like there's still enough damage threats. Yeah, Ironbog is able to secure that one.
Oh, the Tristana taking out the Akali. So good for Taro here. He should be able to maintain, and he maintains once again both of them with the 6-win streak.
Oh, Prestivin's probably feeling so sad about that, though. Having that loss streak snapped, he would have actually been able to keep a loss streak fully throughout Stage 2 if it had not been for Kang Seung-jong. But as you get our second augment choice, it's going to be Silver.
Will he risk it here for branching out? He needs a good position, but he doesn't need a first.
Branching out can be so powerful, though, if you hit something good.
Oh, Taro looks like he's going to commit towards the reroll, rolling for days there. So probably going to ditch the sniper angle as he sees someone is already there.
And Prestivin, did he just take level up?
Power up.
Power up.
Yeah.
The next augment is going to be
gold augment for the rest.
Pretty impactful.
Bio just going for mid-game tempo here with the Teeth Glove. So that's exactly what he needs. Already at 64 points. Only a 7th is enough for him to qualify to Day 3 tomorrow.
And Kang Seung-jong still stacking up to go big or go home. 20 extra HP to work with. This is going to be interesting when he finally turns the corner and moves into the extra HP phase.
When you take too much value, like Preston did, you play this line assuming that you're going to be able to hit. I think the reason that you take power up here is because he's trying to align his spike timing. He wants to be able to hit his quick strikers around the same time as this 4-2 augment.
Sure. Yeah.
And when he spikes, he can't lose anymore because he's going to be sacrificing some board power on Stage 3 like we're seeing already. He's lost the last 2 rounds. Even if you full streak from here, you've already taken some pretty big hits. But at 4-2 is the point in time where we're expecting to see Prestivant really try and spike hard.
Oh, Tasek took Dumbify.
Or Dumbify, yeah. Sorry.
Dumbify.
Who might be Dumbified now?
And this is, one of the spots in which Dumbify feels really good. You have the Rage Blade and the Death Blade already slammed on that Tristana. You can just play I imagine Twitch is going to be a user that would use it really well. One of the problems that Twitch faces when you're not playing the Bruiser Emblem variation is that front line holding up long enough for him to ramp. Having a big old dummy in the front line is certainly one way to buy yourself some time.
We definitely saw that. Oh, he started with the Maddie too, so already on the sniper line, an even bigger find for him.
Bio doing exactly what he has to do here, slamming everything. Not the best items here for the airdrop, but it doesn't matter. This is the tempo that he needs. He only wants to ensure a 6, a 7, and it's enough for him. So perfect game, full tempo. He knows he probably will not win the lobby, but he's doing exactly what he needs to.
And some bad news for Ironbog as that win streak is finally snapped. I'm not sure if that's the correct number. It has been run before in the HUD, but we're sure that it has been a lot. The win streak is no longer there for Bog.
Take a look at the forecast, see if there's anything super impactful. The Twitch is there potentially for Day 6.
Sorry,
let's pick that up.
I gotta call out the fact that both Dish Soap and Kang Seung-jong took the Titanic Titan, and so they got released earlier. They're just giant, slow walking towards their champions. I'm so sorry, Ganglia.
Dish Soap actually has a really good find there, already on the Sork line, and now gets a Zoe with the blue.
Yeah.
Nice.
He does, he has the Spirit of Shojin already slammed, but he doesn't have a static Jiv. I don't think he had any sort of shred. So not only is it the unit, but a component that fits really well into the board you're trying to play.
Meanwhile, for Boomhay's board, this does look like, well, it's fairly open.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a scrap angle here. You're still holding the Trundles. You're playing around the GP. You're playing eye for an eye. So the 2 previous augments are both giving you components.
Oh,
Taro actually pivots out of Tristana entirely. So Taro opting to not reroll, instead say, listen, I've got a huge advantage because of all the gold that I've spent so far, or all the HP that I've saved so far. Let me try and play Twitch instead.
Maybe wasn't finding any Tristanas either.
Took rolling for days though too. I wonder if he spent them. We're actually not able to see that right now. We can maybe get confirmation on whether or not he's used his rolls yet though.
Because if he did and he hit like no other Tristanas, and maybe that's why.
Yeah.
no emblem also, so he will try to high roll an emblem here to make it make sense. He's using the vertical of Bruiser, he doesn't have the +1, and we haven't seen the Twitch perform if you don't have that +1 to actually match the rest of the units and have a good comp. So he's risking it. He needs an augment that helps him or even an emblem in carousel.
Needs a top 4 angle, and for Prestevent to do slightly worse to open up that slot for him. Boomhame considering the ambushers now, since Jinx has just graced his board.
Ooh, okay, I got some info here. It looks like Taro has 9 rerolls left, but he hit a Twitch instantly while only having the Tristana 1.
Okay.
So decided, forego the Tristana, I got the Twitch already. I can now save those rerolls for when I actually level up to 8.
Okay. I mean, I think that's a statement from Taro saying that he knows he needs a strong placement. He thinks that being able to play the Twitch instead of the Tristana is his best shot at finding a top 4 from here. And so we'll see how it rolls.
On the other hand, we're taking a look at Bio's board, which has win streaked a lot of times. Bio already very, safe in terms of his positioning. We saw the early move to kind of use his resources to stabilize his board with the 2 slams of the Nikos onto the Ezreal 2, just making sure that, he's not going to fall too far.
And Band of Thieves as well, right? This is very clearly tempo-oriented play from Bio, just trying to make sure that he does not go 8th, find himself into that top 8, because he is nearly there. At the end of Stage 3, though, Prestevent is the player that we talked about earlier with the too much value and power-up. So on that 4-2 augment is when we're expecting to see him spike as hard as he possibly can. And 52 health puts him at 7th place in the lobby.
Oh, decides to roll now. Very interesting for Taro, trying to get priority here.
Knows that gold subscription is coming up right after this, so you're not going to lose too much gold by losing interest right now.
And also knows that a gold augment is coming. If that scouting had happened, then that's also something else that you get a chance to plan around for the next 2 combats, right?
Whoa, it's a pretty sizable amount of gold. With the second Twitch as well.
Lacking 1.
He has to roll more. He's on 2 giant breakpoints for his board.
Another Elise is pretty big too. A lot of different ways to play this board. I imagine he's going to be getting out of 4 Bruiser, but that Rennie 2 is really holding down his board right now. You can see he's being very thoughtful, trying to figure out how to be most efficient with the gold. There's a world where maybe even he's trying to figure out how to leverage his HP to fast 9 out of here. I don't know.
Yeah, if the Twitch 2 is there, I'm definitely going 9. I'm not staying here with you guys.
Bishop also level 8, rolling to 0 here, trying to stabilize, finds 1, 2 Zoes, so not enough for him to make the switch. He decides to stay right now with the Zyra, also holding on to the removers to have that possibilities.
So key thing about Distop's board is that he has spent the majority of his gold, has not found a Garen just yet, so not able to go into the emissaries. And we also saw the 2-star Elise on someone else's board, so also the Black Rose version is going to be very contested.
We've got another augment coming up, but this is where you said Prestevent's board is going to matter. And just as a reminder of what Prestevent needs in order to secure a spot in top 8, it is a 3rd place. Sitting in 7th right now, not great, but you can see already he's rolling. He's already able to hit the Akali 3. Has a Twisted Fate 2 and maybe is able to upgrade that even further as we see the Twisted Fate 3 come through now with extra items, getting Coronation as that value, so you have another slot on your board as well.
This is exactly what I was talking about before. He wanted to align his spike to come at the same time. Not only did he hit a Kali 3, but he also got a Prismatic Augment on the round where everybody else is getting a gold. Now he's able to play the +1. He's really missing that 3rd item on a Kali, especially when you're playing reroll. Not having 3 items on your 3-star unit it can be detrimental to your final placement. So Prestevent really needs to figure out a way to get a 3rd item. I believe he had an open tier on his bench, and so maybe another Hand of Justice coming through.
Really strong board from him. Distop also on the verge of a massive power spike with 8 Swains already found on 4-2.
Oh,
it's a lot of gold.
He had frontline Swain as well?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't see that too often, especially not without duplicators.
Yep.
That's the power of the extra gold a little bit.
Taking the loss there, but a perfect loss. Only 1 unit on the other side, finally with the Garen. So now everything on place and looking for the Swain as a possibility. Still not with the Zoe and Canson John, Clement.
We have to take a look at his board because he has to take a 1st place or else his tournament ends right here. 13 HP left. The last Korean representative. Can he actually even get that 10% extra health from the scoreboard scrapper?
It's going to take a long time before he actually crosses that threshold, to be honest. But before he even thinks about that, he's got to snap his 12 loss streak. Ironbog on the other side, though, we saw him playing from ahead for most of the game, still 20 gold right now, but has opted into this Dominator line, and most importantly, has found the early Mordekaiser.
Wow.
This is one of the primary win conditions when you're playing this line, is being able to find that Mordekaiser, find a way to fit 6 Dominator in, or have the upgraded Black Rose variation. So
Kang Sang-jun is going to get the 500 cash out. This could be his journey back. He's only missing 1 Smeech. There's no Smeeches here. Let's take a look at his items to see.
Does
Smeech is pretty good.
What's he going to pick?
So slow.
Big fine for Kang Sang-jun.
I mean, 500 cash out, though, with 2 HP, that is the thing that's going to throw you back into that top 4. Again, it's important to note, the only way to get back into that top 4 at this point with 2 HP is by eliminating 4 players. You're not going to be getting there on HP alone. But Kang Sang-jun with 500, if he can make a smooth transition, if he can find his spike right now, might have a way back in.
Chainblade? Okay, Flesh Ripper is good enough.
Yeah.
The Chainblade, of course, is the best option so far. Perfected destabilized Chem Tank, probably going on that 3-star Rennie he has. And he also got the Jinx. So 4 ambushers coming in here, just missing the Camille, and there you go, the 15% durability.
Wait. You can't do this. Wait, he dropped it. Oh, okay. For a second, he dropped out of Chembear, and he scared me. I was like, oh my goodness. Okay. He's like, you need that thing in.
Well, he got the Savika, so may as well. But it's all last hopes and dreams here for Kang Sang-jun on this next combat. Is this going to be enough to actually keep him alive and actually get this win over Ironbog?
Still just a Smeech 2, keep that in mind. These items are so powerful. But look at the Mordecai getting in the back line.
Smeech is down.
Everything is
no
dead.
damage now for Kang Sang-jun.
No.
Just the Rennie and Kang Sang-jun, who needed that first place finish, is almost certainly going out right now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't roll all of his gold. 1 off Smeech, wasn't able to find it, and doesn't even get to see the anomaly.
Mini-me's coming
great.
up here for Daisy.
Fantastic pickup.
Yeah. Dasik maybe lower on our HP standings, but still not one of our players that we need to keep an eye on just yet. Bio and Dish Soap, I think they're happy about this, though. Somebody else going out in 8th means that they have almost guaranteed locked in their spot, and Bio gets an Ezreal 3.
We talk about Repulsor, and it basically repulses your top 4s. I've never seen this anomaly actually do well. I know for Bio, it doesn't matter that much.
Too.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe it's a tech. Well,
maybe it could push the Mordekaiser away. That's the only thing I could think about.
There's no QSS on it, right? Until that time, and then once the QSS is there, he's, you know.
D-Shop actually finds the Swain 3, so pretty strong. As Snekra, you said, Bio and D-Shop both together with Dasik already qualify mathematically. We will have the confirmation.
And Preston, we talked about the spike coming in at 4-2. One of the players, 60 points right now. Necro said before, looks like a third or higher will get him into, that would be 66 points, right? If he gets a third. So if 65, I don't know if that means that he would lose the tiebreaker, but looking for a 3rd place finish, he's been able to maintain a streak since 4-2. The problem now, he's got to figure out what your next spike is. Primarily, it's going to be Mbessa 2 getting items on there.
Beautiful wrap coming in from the Akali, going for a couple backliners directly off the bat, and he's going to survive that first burst from Swain to take it.
Akali nearly dying, and then you take a look and you realize there's a TF3 in the backline that is completely untouched. I do wonder, do you ever actually, you don't actually dig for this Leona, right? I feel like right now, you want to go level 8, you want to try and find your Mbessa. And from there, I actually feel like he might be in a position where if he can find Mbessa 2 relatively early, he might be able to stay ahead of the lobby enough to fight for one of those top finishes, especially now that Kang Sang-jun, who looked like he might be the boogeyman with that Chembear and cash out, is dead. There's no one else in the lobby that it really feels is completely untouchable. Even Ironbog, who is on that 3-win streak, we know is playing from the 2 trick. Is playing with essentially 1 combat augment down, was using that just for tempo. And so Prestovin and Ironbog are kind of on similar openers, except for the fact that Prestovin is the one with a prismatic 3rd augment.
Presteven definitely has the much higher cap here. He already has that coronation. It's not max cap, so he can go to level 8 and just put on that Balzahar as well.
Okay.
That just completes the entire synergy line right there. I think he's in a very good position for a high placement. Remember, he is 8th place currently in terms of the total rankings, so he still needs to find a good finish.
Yeah, players to watch. Preston, of course, needing that 3rd or better, and Taro. He needs a 2nd or better also to advance. The rest of our players are either eliminated or already qualified for tomorrow.
And of course, Ironbog needs a 1st place. So there are some very tight games coming up here, depending on how Presteven does. But Presteven looks like he's going to do very well.
Taro in a very good position to be able to go level 9. Has to decide, are you going to do it on cadence or not? Yeah, says, you know, I got so much gold, it makes way more sense to just level right now. He's still going to be maintaining over 50 gold and actually not spending. Says, you know what, my board's really strong, playing this 4 bruiser, 4 sniper. Is he actually trying to go 10 from here?
I could definitely see it. He doesn't have a lot of parts to find at this point, and if he does go to 10, remember that 6 cost suddenly comes into play much more to give him that good cap.
Yeah, needing that 2nd place, I think at this point you are also trying to play for the 1st. And so one way Taro can do that, go level 10, certainly a possibility.
Another way to look at Taro's points is he basically needs 2 points over Presteven. That would mean that he can overtake him in the standings, potentially get that 8th. Of course, it still depends on the other lobby, but that's what he can do.
This is also tough because he loses against Daisy. He's the one contesting units. There's a world where a 3-star 4 cost is a possibility. He's holding the Dr. Mundos, but obviously Daisy has to go out to even have a chance of doing this.
Presteven actually just took a loss as well. I don't know to who, but that's just something to keep an eye on for these next couple of combats. And Ironbog finds a Warwick?
Yeah, finding the Warwick and getting the 6th Dominator online. And the itemization for this Mordekaiser is quite good. Obviously, the QSS is the one that really enables him, especially because there's so many different forms of frontline CC. But you can see that this matchup right now, you're going to be able to free hit for the majority of the fight. You're playing against a ramping competition without very clear CC, and so this 3-item Mordekaiser is going to be able to just unleash on the other side of the board.
Huge stun from the Elise, capturing the entire top left side of the corner right there, and Dasik is going to be contested both ways and loses Ironbog. Ironbog looks like he's having a huge streak. On the other hand, Presteven also finds a critical win.
It feels like it's getting so tense because look at how close the HPs are in this lobby. I mean, Ironbog leading the charge at 60, but there's a very small margin between Boomhey and Dasik right now.
Yeah, just to recap the situation, there's really 3 players that are fighting for something here. It's going to be Ironbog, Taro, and Presteven. Taro on 59 points needs 2 points over Presteven. Ironbog needs a 1st to continue his journey.
To even have a chance, yeah. Because even the 1st, I think, is 65.
Yeah.
So not ensured even for him. Not guaranteed. Okay, Daisy once again, already qualified. 1st in position here in standings with 70 points. Totally obliterated now for the Echo, access to the backline. Boomhey, I have to say, mathematically eliminated here. Great performance for him throughout the tournament. And Daisy knows this is a loss. Minimis, just resetting mental right now and preparing for tomorrow.
Like we said, 7th for Dasik doesn't really matter. Already in. Presteven, on the other hand, finds another win. Very, very important win to find. Picks up a Morello, and if he didn't have anti-heal on his board, that's actually a huge spike coming in, especially in the middle of stage 5.
Yeah, I'd like to explain his current troubles. It's been a while since we've seen Dish Soap's board, but obviously the Nasher is always, kind of good on something like LeBlanc, and he seems to be having a good time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we can see Presteven trying to just sacrifice some of the. He wants to ensure that he can cap out. I think he recognizes that it's not enough to just roll to 0 here and hit Mbessa, and so he's saving his goal to try and go 9 so he can compete with these other boards that are capping.
I mean, Taro hit level 10, now rolling to actually put some big units together, and the Jace 2 is huge.
4 sniper, 4 experiment. Still trying to figure out exactly how he wants to make this board work. He's able to get 1 more experiment out. We can see the shape of it. I mean, you got a pretty okay front line. You've got the Nunu too, which is going to hold up for at least a little bit more. I do feel like the front line is lacking a little bit, especially against some really high damage targets, but it's a question of whether or not the Twitch can deal enough damage to save your front line.
Yeah, this isn't typically what we see from the front lines at this point. Like 4 snipers, you're lacking a lot of the front line power that you need to stabilize. I would really just prefer the Jace up forward, like he's doing a Nunu to front line.
I mean, there's a world where maybe you eventually try and even get into the 4 form swap or something. Like you could put these items on Jace, but I feel like having the Jace by itself, it feels better to just have him in the front line. You don't really have any proper tanks that are 4 cost or higher in your front line right now. It's basically held up by a Vi 2, a Nunu 2, and a Mordekaiser 1.
Prestiven once again here, trying to get that level 9. I try to accomplish the comp, even get something else, maybe a 6 cost to enable
the
him.
Jace. Jace's front line now.
Yep. Taro has heard our calling. He does he's on front line, and he also got the Elise too, so that's a big find, but he can't reposition.
No access to backline still for the Akali, low in health, trying to heal herself. But it's enough. Twisted Fate making, and it's not enough for the other part. So it's a win here for Prestiven.
Is that Dragon Soul on TF? Is that what that was? I thought I saw a Dragon Soul proc coming through.
Yeah.
I've seen it in, especially in NA ladder, as a, like I don't have something else, and it makes sense.
I mean, we saw that was what
like,
won in the fight
strength.
there then, if that's what that was, because that Twitch, who was full health, completely blew up to the TF even before he actually got that cast
I mean, you have 2 options. Either you hit a lot of people at different times, or you kill them so quickly that you go one at a time and activate the Dragon Soul.
Well, dire straits here for Taro. Wants that second place to have a hope of being able to make it into this final lobby tomorrow. Maybe one more full item might be able to help. There's very little gold that comes out of that orb this time, but it has to roll to try to find something bigger.
Caitlyn would be the biggest find here.
Or 2.
Ooh. Oh,
no
there
way.
It is.
Okay, he might actually be back. Maybe Shojin or Guardbreaker.
I think Shojin would be great.
Also Starks if you feel like you just need frontline. Okay, Shojin makes a lot of sense. He's really investing in this backline damage. I will say, when you have this 4 sniper, I feel like he just needs to be able to kill things instantly. I almost wish he didn't have Rage Blade right now, because he could maybe just burst everything down on this Twitch instead.
Yeah.
Needing also the Thunder there for the Caitlyn, so actually the first cast is so important, so actually the Twitch can do additional damage.
It's a big pickup for Ironbog as well, as he finally gets the Mordekaiser 2 online, one of the most dangerous units in the entire game.
Taro is down. Eliminated. What happened?
Taro taking a hit to, it seems like it might have been Boomhay. Unfortunately, one of our main characters falling, and now only 2 remain. Ironbog, the player who needs a first place finish just to hope for a chance at top 8, and Prestiven, the player currently in 8th place, looking for a top 2 or a top 3 to lock in his spot in the final day of the Tactician's Crown.
It does mean that Taro will not be able to overtake Prestiven. Basically only 1 slot left open on the table here for these players. Ironbog with a new anomaly, the Brutal Claws, great for these sort of DOT ticking carries, but there's the 6 cost, the Warwick.
Keep an eye on this Akali and the TF to see if they're able to burst through enough things. This Mordekaiser, though, we're seeing what
Akali in the back. She already took down the LeBlanc.
The wrap.
Going for the Silco now.
No QSS on the Mordekaiser. TF ult's going to come through. It's going to be enough to stall. It's not. Prestiven's going to take a hit to Ironbog right now. Prestiven on his last legs. Top 4 may not be enough for him to continue.
And this is so important because if Prestiven ends at 65 points, that means Ironbog can catch up to him. Massive implications.
Yeah, so Prestiven needs the 3rd. If not, Ironbog's first might actually be enough here, but either way, Ironbog needs that first place in this game.
Potential building here, and Prestiven once again trying to concentrate all the damage on one side.
That's right.
And getting the maximum value of the Dragon Soul.
He knows he's going up against Dish Soap right now, and so you have to make sure that you're on the right side of the equation.
Does start out on the weak side, which is, typically pretty good for the Quick Striker player. They get shields and move on to the next target. But this Swain targeting, the wrap does not benefit him.
The Akali is falling.
down. Everything now on Twisted Fate. Leona holding up. Leona is down.
One more cast
No
for the
more
Swain.
defense. And Prestiven is down.
Prestiven taking a fourth place
Boomhay?
there means that he may not advance into the top 8. It is no longer in his hands. He's at that 65-point threshold, which means he can be overtaken due to tiebreakers, and Prestiven just has to sit and wait.
Prestiven's best friend is Dish Soap right now, rooting for his American buddies to keep Ironbog out of that first place scenario.
And Ironbog fighting to keep everybody's pick'ems alive right now.
Boomhay getting the Rumble 2. So huge now for him. Also a great contender. For the rest, just to get that spot. Remember, already eliminated.
Look at the
Huge
LeBlanc
pickup.
right now.
Yeah.
Did have the Piercing Lotus already, so had some shred, but now getting a third item on that LeBlanc can have huge implications. It's going to be Boomhay and and Dish Soap up against each other in this next round, though. This Swain 3 is proven to be so powerful all game long.
So who does Ironbog face? Is it the ghost
Gonna
of
be
Dish
Ghost.
Soap, maybe?
I don't even know which ghost you want. Both of these boards are looking quite strong. Boomhay playing this scrap setup, has the Rumble 2.
Rumble access to the backline
No
with the
way.
flamethrower, almost taking down all the units.
Does explode.
Swain is the important one, keeping himself alive.
The Hextech Gunblade coming in clutch, keeping the Swain alive. And Boomhay's going to fall, and now Ironbog's in a position to maybe overtake Dish Soap and hit that 65-point threshold.
That was so incredibly close. It was self-destruct on the Rumble, and I thought the backline was gone, but you pointed it out. Hextech Gunblade, able to save it.
We got to watch the positioning here, especially on this Mordekaiser, to see if you can take out those key units, and also watch for the Elise stun coming in from the side of... oh no, Boomhay actually did fall, so it's going to be up against the Sorcerer board. It's going to be about which front lines go into crumble first. The difference is Swain is very good at being able to snipe out that back line. That chip damage might make a difference.
If I'm looking at the carries right now, I do have to give the advantage to Ironbog. That LeBlanc 2 looks absolutely massive.
The Warwick is down.
Not falling. Down to half HP now.
Lord is down, but it's not enough. Great crowd control there. For the Swain, Ironbog takes it, and now one life for Dish Soap.
We still have the PvE round. There's still a chance for things to go awry for Ironbog. Critically, we're looking at the LeBlanc 2 upgrade here. Even if he gets it, though, I still feel like Ironbog is in a fairly commanding position, just given his augments and the cap of 6 Dominators.
LeBlanc 2 and Jace 2 are the two primary upgrades. There's still room to grow, and I will say there's a world where getting a third item, either that upgraded Jace, especially because you don't have the QSS on the Mordekaiser, could be a difference maker. And don't forget gold subscription, so a bunch of gold coming in, and all of a sudden Dish Soap has 50 gold to roll down to try and upgrade these units. Ironbog is going to want to try and deny those. Pick up the Jace, pick up LeBlanc if you can. Potential out for Garen 3 actually coming out of nowhere.
He's starting to sell his board.
Just 2 off. Isn't able to find anything though. No LeBlanc 2 is able to add. No Elise 2. Move that Sorcerer emblem on there instead. Huge transition coming in from Dish Soap. This is the final fight.
But Ironbog has gone to level 10 with the victor. 2 6 costs on his board right now. And if I know anything about Into the Arcane, is that these 6 costs are the main characters. They are the protagonists, just like Ironbog is, to make it in first place in the final game to keep his chances alive.
Oh my goodness. Dish Soap falls to Ironbog. Ironbog and Prestiven both sit at 65 points, and it's no longer in their hands. It's going to come down to tiebreakers. If 65 proves to be that threshold, then we have no idea who's sitting in the top 8 tomorrow.
Woo, I am sweating right now.
You're all right.
Chills
It's okay.
on my
It's okay,
back.
buddy.
Probably the last APAC player with the chance to make it. We saw Boomay out, Konsongjun out, all hopes right now riding on Ironbog and what happens in the other lobby.
Let's think about who Ironbog is for a moment. This is, we've talked about rising stocks in TFT. Probably the fastest rising stock from the last 2 sets is Ironbog, the back-to-back APAC champion who didn't actually have the run.
But we're going to check out our other lobby that is going to be the final piece of this puzzle, as the top 4 have been decided. Salpimi, Cituren, Lilo, and Experian are now fighting to try to keep us in these standings and keep us on our toes.
So Shitoran can only get at most 61, and it does look like he's going to fall here to his fellow teammate in CN, Salpimi. Not teammate, sorry, from fellow region.
Salpimi was that other player that we looked at the bottom of the top 8 going into that last game at 62 points, and now looks like has locked in a top 3 finish.
The key question here is how many players are going to be sitting on that 65 break?
Exactly.
About to see it now, the 2 remaining Salpimin, also with the swing 3, so we had a mirror here, copying Salpimin or the other way around, and Ken Baron here with a good cash out and experience, making a good position for himself, and obviously Smitching. Couldn't lack now in the final game. Additional life there, we believe is not yet cash out because we don't have the effect there on the Mel. So he should have 1 additional life still to be activated.
Experian at 54 points means that even with the first place finish out of contention for the final lobby. Oh my goodness. You know what? You're not going to make it in the final lobby, but that's one way to go out. And let me just say, my pick'ems are officially ruined.
Yeah, same.
Come on, man.
Oh my gosh, but it could be like a 2 3-star 5 cost. That's 6 copies of Jinx on that board as well.
Making a statement here.
Look at how much gold that she's
all
just
the gold. Salpamini is laughing. He's just enjoying the Sevika, and he knows he's already qualified. So great also performance for him with this 2nd place. That ensures him to be well above that 65 threshold.
Xperia just sells the rest of the board as well. Just knows you can just kind of roll for as many 3-star 5 costs as you want. That's going to be another copy of Jinx. Make it 1 more, and we do actually get our 3-star Jinx.
Jinx.
Come on.
I'm rooting for Experion here. Come on, EMEA, the greatest entertainers.
Give people their pick'ems.
Oh, Mamma mia! Experion has found the Jinx 3.
Wow. I think Salpimi has no choice except to just smile at this one.
There she goes. Here comes a boom.
Hey! We were setting that up all weekend long.
Wow.
So great to see.
I think everyone should remember that name. He was coming in as an underdog, even amongst the EMEA discussion. Very, very close, 62 points. I don't believe that would be enough to advance, but he left a lasting impression.
Absolutely. And I think people's pick'em streams alive. 2 3-star 5 costs. Remember to keep that in mind when you're checking out the pick'ems powered by AWS. They're going to open up at the end of this game as well as we get ready for that final lobby. And as maybe go check that out as we're tallying the standings, because this one's going to be close, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but we saw Lilo in 3rd place there. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. And when we talked about there was another player at 62 before this game. Salpimi was the one.
Yeah,
he's out of reach.
Top 2, yeah, he's guaranteed.
He's 69, perfect.
Which means it really is only that 65-point slot. If we're assuming everything else is correct, I actually, to be honest, there's a world in which 65 is no longer enough because of how that's gone, and that 66 becomes the cutoff. So despite everything we've said about Preston and Ironbog being in contending one another for this final spot, there's a world that because of how everything adds up, that it's not enough to get there.
Yeah, I mean, even before we went into that final game, Ironbog needed a first and then some. There were a lot of other conditions that were lined out, so it's very possible now, after we saw the results of that 2nd lobby, everything's kind of up in the air right now, but only 8 players can make it through to tomorrow, where we enter into our checkmate format. And so it's, I'm on the edge of my seat. I mean, what do I do with myself?
A lot of the players, too, that we're expecting to see in the top 8 tomorrow, I want to call out, are some of these players that we've seen be able to win time and time again, like Coco, Dissoap, very high first place rates. These are the players you want to see in day 3.
Clement, take a deep breath. We're ready.
Here we go.
We are ready. Let's go ahead and get to those standings. 16 entered into our final phase of competition, and only 8 make it through to play out the grand finals tomorrow. And let's see who they are. 65 is not enough.
Well, it is enough, unfortunately, for Preston and Lakoko. 65 points. Sitting there, they lose the tiebreaker, and just barely. They're on the outside looking in. 2 incredibly strong players. Preston on his first ever run of the Tactician's Crown, and Lakoko trying to prove himself on the international stage, why he is one of the EMEA greats.
My heart really goes out to Lekoko because this is his third try, I believe. The only thing he was missing is a good finish at the Tactician's Crown, but he's going to be oh so close, and it all faded away in the last game.
We're losing Tarman also. He needed a first to Dream, and now the ones who got the 65 and finally made it were exactly Lilu with the possibility of a second crown, and Ironbog, the last hope, the last representative now for APAC.
When we started this tournament, we had 4 kings and 5 crowns. Going into the final day, we'll have 2 of those kings and crowns remaining in Liluo and Dishsoap and Ironbog. We have to talk about this. We saw him all game, and we said there is one world in which you make it to the top 8. You have to go first. And he's actually able to pull it out. Ironbog, the favorite from APAC, who back-to-back regional champions, did not have the international run that we wanted to see out of him last time. And here he is making his way into the top 8.
But how about the Americas? And for the Americas, how about Brazil? Both Lucas and Bio making it into this final lobby, and we've got a chance to celebrate that success with Bio. Congratulations, Bio. How are you feeling going into the grand finals tomorrow?
Thank you. I feel nervous, actually. This day was very rough compared to yesterday. But I feel very grateful for all the work I put into this game, and I feel very accomplished. But I'm going. My main objective is to win, so I'm trying to keep focused for tomorrow because the war is not over yet, right?
That's true. I know you still want to be able to get that win, and I think in that case, it cements you as one of the greats from the Americas. I know that that's something that, Brazil, especially as a region, has been chasing since we've seen them merging. And so how are you feeling knowing that yourself and Lucas have now both made it to the finals to represent Brazil and Americas?
It's really amazing because Brazilian viewers were waiting for so long for a Brazilian finalist since the first words when we had Slooper, and now we got me and also Lucas, and that's amazing. People are going nuts on Twitch chat, and they're so proud of us. It's so nice to have so many people rooting for me and for him. I bet he feels the same. It's really nice to be able to give this, how can I say, this chance for Brazilian viewers to root on Worlds Finals.
Bio, can you speak to us a little bit about the Brazilian magic? It's something that we love to be able to highlight when you all play, and I think watching your run really exemplifies that. So tell us a little bit about that Brazilian magic and what you and Lucas really do bring to the table that's so special in terms of your gameplay.
Well, I mean, I feel like Brazilian in general are very loving people, very caring, and we are always rooting for each other, and we want the world to see how nice Brazil is. And I feel like that's the real magic about us. And in terms of my gameplay, I feel like I was doing a lot of first and eights. I saw Clement's and Gangli's analysis. And this time I did not made a single eight and a single first. So
yeah, a lot of seconds. That was good.
A lot of seconds, but
entire weekend just trying to disprove us. That's what it was.
Yeah, that was my point since the beginning. But actually, I was in a really good spot for 2 or 3 games to get first, but I faced Ambassadry and Vitry, so I lost it.
That can be a tough opponent to go up against in your lobbies, but Bio, I want to return back to you as a player. I mean, this is a really fantastic opportunity for you, and I kind of want to talk to you a little bit more about what you meant when it was, day 1, I think super proud of your play, day 2, maybe a little bit rocky. So can you give us a little bit more detail on maybe what you hope to shore up for tomorrow's play?
So today I made a few mistakes, mainly on the early game. I commit to some lines, and I was very punished for that. I had a great start for Akali carry, and Lekoko got Akali from that silver augment, 2 cost level. Every time you level, get a 2 cost. So I had such a bad game because of that commitment. So I'll try to not commit so early. I'll try to think better of my choices. I think that was the main game that ruined the day. But I'll be looking out for this.
Well, I know it is pretty early for you over there to have to get a start for the TAC Crown Day. So, Bio, we want to make sure that you go get some good rest. But before that, are there any shout-outs that you'd like to make?
Yeah. I want to shout out my boyfriend first. He's my main supporter. I want to shout out my viewers on Twitch. I want to shout out Brazilian broadcast, Todd TV. They are amazing, rooting for me all the day. And I want to shout out my team, Imperial. They've been so supportive for me. And I hope TFT becomes that great, big esports game so we can have more teams and more organizations joining the community.
Well, obrigada, Bio, for your interview, and boa sorte tomorrow.
Obrigado. Ciao.
Ciao. There truly is no community like the Brazilian community. I was tearing up so much because in other communities, they're competing against each other. There's limited resources. We all know it's a cutthroat, competitive environment. If you don't do well, you don't get to eat. But in Brazil, whenever someone is winning, they celebrate together. They build each other up. And I just think it was so beautiful.
And it's an open community because it's not only Brazil. Also, they include Americas. They include people from EMEA, LATAM. I know they're very close to high competitive players in LATAM, so they actually perform and play together, especially with scrims. That is so important in this high level to have as much as possible the high competitiveness to get here in the best spot possible. Sometimes ladder is not enough, and you actually need to be up against the best with a good amount of community and games. And Bio has done a lot of scrims, and he's always willing to play with the rest.
Bio, I think it's, to speak to what Clement is saying, it really is just a beautiful story to see the Brazilian scene at large. We heard Dob say earlier on the day that it felt like they were just doing a loss streak, a 10-set loss streak into the cash out. And I mean, if your cash out is 2 Brazilian players in the top 8, then I'll take it. To just double down on everything Hupe is saying, I think we can all speak as casters who have been working in the Americas that the Brazilian scene has done so much to make everything feel unified, to feel like they're a part of what we're doing, that we're a part of what they're doing. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I'm proud that Bio and Lucas not only get to represent Brazil, they get to represent us as well. And so I can't wait to see it tomorrow. It'll be a beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah, tomorrow is sure going to be a showstopper for the final act of Into the Arcane, where 8 of the world's best tacticians battle it out in a checkmate format. Make sure that you tune in tomorrow at 5 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Central European time, and also make sure that you check out the Pick'ems powered by AWS because they're back open, so get your predictions in before we start our very first game of the day. But it's going to be an exciting one because after all of that exciting action, we are still going to have the full dev drop for Set 14 Cyber City alongside a panel with some of the developers that have worked so hard on that set. So much to look forward to tomorrow, so hope you get that good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.